to stop this world from spinning. Like Superman, you were the only one to find the strength in all that I was dealing with. This life like kryptonite. And if you keep me close, every minute in this hourglass you hold. Oh, 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 and when I fall to leave, will you be there when I wake to save me? A superhero in your sleep. A superhero in your sleep. You called my soul when I was falling. You moved the clouds to stop me from hitting the ground. And every goal there was a meaning. For this love ain't kryptonite. And if you keep me close, every minute in this hourglass you hold. Oh, 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 and when I fall to leave, will you be there when I wake to save me? A superhero in your sleep. A superhero in your sleep. Oh, oh, and when I fall to leave, will you be there when I wake to save me? Can you feel it wrapped around your soul with no control? You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. I'll run, I'll hide. Darkness always clouds my mind. When I look behind, it's moving closer every time. feel it wrapped around your soul with no control. You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. I can't pretend I have a strong defense.
pure divine, and I lost myself within the fire, breaking free from my desire. A heart of gold forged to inspire. It's starfire. It's starfire. On this journey we will find our souls begin to intertwine. Your heart of gold so pure, divine, and I lost myself within the fire, breaking free from my desire. A heart of gold forged to inspire. It's starfire. It's starfire.
The truth is a damn hard pill to swallow. I'm reaching out, but all I feel is hollow. I wanna make you work, but all I do is make you worse. The truth is a damn hard pill to swallow. Don't you wanna come on over? Don't you wanna work it out? Don't you wanna love me better, love me now? Don't you wanna fix our problems? Baby, I can show you how. Don't you wanna love me better, love me now? Don't you wanna come on over? Don't you wanna
You used to stop this world from spinning. Like Superman, you were the only one to find the strength in all that I was dealing with. This life like kryptonite. And if you keep me close, every minute in this hourglass you hold. Oh, 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 and when I fall too deep, will you be right when I wake to save me? A superhero in your sleep. A superhero in your sleep. You called my soul when I was falling. You moved the cross to stop me from hitting the ground. And every goal there was a meaning. For this love ain't kryptonite. And if you keep me close, every minute in this hourglass you hold. Oh, 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 and when I fall too deep, will you be right when I wake to save me? A superhero in your sleep. A superhero in your sleep. Oh, oh, and when I fall too deep, will you be right when I wake to save me?
Can you feel it wrapped around your soul with no control? You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. I'll run, I'll hide. Darkness always clouds my mind. When I look
feel it wrapped around your soul with no control. You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water.
On this journey we will find our souls begin to intertwine. Your heart of gold so pure, divine, and I lost myself within the fire, breaking free from my desire. A heart of gold forged to inspire. It's starfire. It's starfire.
This here, the catch with the smoke exists, he doubles up, can he get the triple?
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Legion Africa Cup, brought to you by Legion by Lenovo. My name is Arshi, and I am the host for this tournament. I am joined here today with two wonderful analysts. We have Sami, aka Flip, and we have Hamed, aka Shakito. How are you guys doing today?
Doing great. How are you, Chiquito?
I'm doing fine. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good.
I feel like there's an inside joke that I'm missing here. Do you want to fill me in before?
He just misses me that I
Oh,
wasn't present last
It
year.
has
Remember,
been.
Tux was here, and I asked him, "How are you, Tux?"
That
And
is
he was a
true.
bit jealous, so I had to ask him.
It's okay. We'll definitely give more attention to the relationship we have here between these two left struck analysts. But before we do that, let me remind you about the $50 that is up for grabs to be added to your Steam wallet. All you have to do is go on gaming.lenovo.com. You can either post a clip from the broadcast or you can go and vote for your favorite team. And while you're there, make sure you browse around for some other offers. So we are in our final week of the tournament. We are in the finals, and today in particular, we are in the quarter finals. We're going to be seeing hopefully 4 best of ones, if I'm not mistaken. How does it feel to finally be here and make it this far?
It's pretty much intense, I believe. It's gonna be intense, and it's gonna be basically a mental wreck. As you know, we are now in the final week. This is where the intensity just keeps building and building. We've seen an easy ride for the qualifiers. However, we've seen intense games as well. But as I said, quarterfinal is best of ones. However, the best of threes from semi-final onwards will be much more intense.
Shakito, what about you? How do you feel being here so far and reaching to the final stage? I know you weren't with us from the very beginning, but it must feel really great to finally get to this last week and see which one of our teams are going to come out on top.
Uh, to be honest, like this the quarterfinals, I'm really excited to see because it will define the team who's going to be the good teams that will deserve to reach the semi-final and prove themselves. Like we've seen, for example, Regicide, they had a great comeback after losing and giving them second chance. I would like to see their game and the teams, the one like Bravado, one of the good teams that I've known since long time, and the other teams like White Rabbit, they have the fast gaming gameplay. I would like to see them like finally like the teams. I feel like they're equal and they have the same mentality as in like slow strategy or fast strategy. I feel like they're both equal and match up to play against each other. And I would like to see who would really prove themselves like they deserve to be in the semi-final and will play against and if they won the grand final they will play against the legend Nasser team.
Well, Shakito, I'm going to direct this again at you because we know Sami's favorites already. We've asked him multiple times and he seems not to change his answer. But Shakito, I'm going to give it to you and you might tell us a team that perhaps has a high chance of winning. Do you think that there is a certain team that is showing their skills way more than other teams are, or do you think that everyone is at the same level at the moment?
Well, they are in the same level, but the difference is the experience. Like there are some players that they're really good, but the experience it kind of wins it all, in a way that they will understand the opponents and they're not gonna be easily tricked or easily being faked. For example, if a team wants to fake, for example, a plan, it's not going to work against the experienced team. But what I think is Bravado or White Rabbits who will get to the grand finals.
I know that White Rabbits was a team that Sami in particular was very fond of because he wanted the fast paced game and he completely guesses just from the name itself that they're going to be giving us a fast paced game. Sami, do you agree with Chiquito that White Rabbit is going to be seen perhaps in the grand finals of this tournament?
I don't think so, not necessarily. I don't really agree with what Chiquito said. However, let's not mistaken the teams that are already reached the quarterfinal and they're all really good teams. However, do they have the capability to actually reach the grand final? I don't think so. My guess is gonna be either ATK Academy or Bravado due to one reason only. They are much experienced than rest of the teams here. ATK Academy, as we know, they have players who have played in the ATK main lineup. They are really experienced. I have played against them. I know they are really good. They are really talented. We have Bravado on the other hand. They are a big name in the African scene. They have been there for a long time. So for me, my guess is either ATK Academy or Bravado.
All right. Well, I'm really happy to see that you guys are disagreeing.
No, we have one in common though, Bravado.
All right, one in common. That is indeed. I mean, it's hard not to root for Bravado after seeing such of their consistent play so far. And with that, let's go and check out our tournament schedule. Just to remind you guys about the qualifier schedule, we had 3 days where Egypt, Morocco, Tunisia, South Africa, Kenya, and Nigeria have already completed. And after the qualifier schedule, we began the playoffs, which have also been completed for both the Arab regions and for South Africa, Kenya, and Nigeria. So they both completed day 1, 2, and 3. And now we come to the finals schedule. So the final schedule consists of the quarter, semi, and the finals. So today we're going to be covering the quarterfinals. However, for Egypt, Morocco, and Tunisia, they have already completed theirs. And we are going to be seeing for today, the 17th of January, the quarterfinals. Tomorrow, we're going to be seeing on the 18th of January, the semifinals. And finally, the finals will take place on the 19th of January. Not to mention, we have the long awaited grand finals, which will be consisting of any region, depends on who comes out on top, depending on this final week. That will take place on the 20th of January. And please note that we will have the broadcast in both English and Arabic. All you have to do is go down to the description box below and you can alternate between the 2 languages. All right, so analysts, you have noticed our schedules already. Do you think that it's enough time for our teams to showcase their skills, or do you think perhaps it's a bit unfair seeing the best of ones? Do you think we should go on to best of fives? What do you think is the perfect amount in order to see the difference between two teams?
In my opinion, I think this is the most amazing schedule I have seen in any tournament so far. It's because you have a day for quarters, day for semi-final, and then a day for final, and then another day for the grand final. So you have really a lot of time to actually prepare. See, when you go into the semi-final, when you play games of best of three and best of five, so let's say you have two best of threes, it's gonna be really tiring. So to play a game a day, a best of three, and then you have a day to recover and then refresh, regroup and talk, and then play another best of five, it's actually perfect. It's the best schedule so far I've seen.
All right, well, we're happy to hear that, and we're happy to be part of this tournament that was made possible by Legion by Lenovo. And the prize pool was also made possible by Legion by Lenovo. Let me remind you guys about that juicy, juicy prize pool that we have waiting for our winners. We have $12,000 for first place. That is a huge number. And we have following up to $5,000 for second place and $3,000 for third place. Now, once again, I never get tired of saying this, but it's not all about the money. As they say, mo money, mo problems. That's not what they're looking for. They're looking for the recognition. They're looking for their name out there, the international way of them being recognized and possibly being invited to for future tournaments. Tell me, how important is representation for you personally, since you, Sami, are an esports player in CSGO in particular? How important would it be to see your name out there and to know that you are from the Middle East, or for our Legion African Cup winners, they're from Africa and they're representing their country?
So the most important thing is exposure. When you are playing in such a recognized tournament, it's gonna expose you more to outside tournaments, to more tournaments. You can get an invite. So basically, when you win the tournament, it adds to your legacy, to your history books, that yes, we have won this tournament, and then go on to the next one. So it's really important, not only just representing your country in an amazing tournament, however, the exposure that you get, that's an amazing benefit. Let's ignore the money for now. Let's ignore all the financial terms and everything that comes with that. We talk about legacy, to build a new chapter. Life is just like a book. Every time you play, you win or you lose, you add just another story to your book. So for me to actually have played in many tournaments before, it's all about the experience, the exposure. People get to know about us, and then hence why you're building a good team. It comes to that.
Definitely, exposure and representation is a big deal when it comes to esports. And speaking of representation, let's check out the regions that we have playing for today. We have South Africa, Kenya, and Nigeria. Now, we've seen them perform wonderfully and show us some really good CS. And for the brackets that we have coming up, let me just remind you about the ones that we've had already. ATK Academy won against Nibble Hayes, with Regicide Gaming winning against Illicit Esports. Just to remind you guys of who was winning in the past week. White Rabbit Gaming, the favorite of Chiquito, winning against Terra Esports, against the Turtles. And Royalty getting that win against Nabi, a very surprising outcome, but well-deserved definitely for Royalty. Then we had DNMK Esports win against Tenacity, with Goliath Gaming winning against Mayo Addicts due to the fact that Mayo Addicts had to unfortunately forfeit from the tournament. Vibin Esports taking the win against ATK, our wildcard winners, who could not get the win, unfortunately. And finally, Bravado winning against GP2 AIM. So for the finals, we already have the matchups written on your screen right now. ATK Academy versus Regicide Gaming, and White Rabbit Gaming versus Royalty, DNMK Esports versus Goliath, and Vibin Esports versus Bravado. So what do you think about these final matchups that we have? Do you think that some teams perhaps may be unlucky, or do you think it's a fair distribution?
It's fair. It's definitely fair. See, the top teams here are ATK, Goliath Gaming, and Bravado. I think it's gonna be a really intense best of three in the semi-final between Bravado and Goliath Gaming, and we have ATK on top of the brackets. So I think it's a fair matchup. However, this is where the real roller coaster begins. You remember when I told you about the roller coaster rides that we're having? This is gonna be one roller coaster in the semifinal. It's gonna be really tough because, as we've seen, Bravado Gaming plays really on real awareness. They have really amazing awareness. I don't know if ATK can catch that, if they can actually hold that against them. But I mean, everything is a surprise. This whole tournament is a surprise. Every game, we expect something the other way it goes around. I don't know, to be honest, but so far it's fair, but really intense.
Definitely intense. And that's what we're looking for in the
Yeah.
tournament. We don't want the usual people to win. We want rookies
Yeah.
to come out superior. And for today's matches in particular, we have the 4 best of ones, which would be ATK Academy versus Regicide Gaming, White Rabbit versus Royalty, DNMK versus Goliath, and Vibin versus Bravado. So we have these on the screen. If we could just keep it for a while for our analysts to see. Give us a quick rundown who's going to win. Just really quick predictions.
So ATK against Regicide, I think ATK will win. White Rabbit against Royalty, I think White Rabbit. DNMK and Goliath. Bravado will win also. So, yeah, you got your semi-final matchup.
All right. Do you agree with that, Chiquito? Do you think that Sammy's words of wisdom are going to be what's actually going to happen in the tournament, or do you have some other thoughts? Just a quick one, since I'm going to ask you about predictions later anyway.
DNMK will win, not Goliath. That's the only difference I have with Sammy.
All right. Okay. There you have it. Chiquito disagreeing with just one of the games. I'm not sure if that was a very confident one. He seemed like he was pretty quiet when he said it, but hopefully we're going to see some accurate predictions. And we actually have word of what map we're going to be seeing today. I have good news. It is not Inferno. It is not Mirage. It is Overpass.
Okay.
We haven't. I would love to see it in this tournament. I would love it because, to be honest, I haven't seen Overpass and what else? We haven't seen it.
Vertigo.
Vertigo. We only saw it once. Ancient. We haven't seen Ancient and Overpass at all. For me, to be honest, it's one of my favorite maps because it's all about the setups. It's all about who will take a better control. For example, in the B short or in mid control, or like it's basically like there will be like a battle. Who's gonna take control of this place? To be honest, I would love to see this map. It's all about the tactics and strategies.
So
and
you're telling
tactics.
me it's a super fast-paced map if it's all about the attack.
It's not fast. It's all about the attack, yeah, and how you organize the attack. You need to have a strategic way of taking control first and then setting it up. Because this map, it can be sometimes like it's basically like a nuke. It's like two different maps. Like you have in B, you have in A. It's like 2 different levels, and to be honest, it needs a really strong teamwork to able to win this map.
Well, Sammy, I'm not sure if in the Arabic broadcast if we had Overpass, but I'm pretty sure for our broadcast we haven't come across Overpass yet, and this is going to be our very first game, so we are definitely excited to see something new here. What are your thoughts on that, Sammy?
In the Arabic cast, we have seen only one overpass in the whole month. And now it's our first overpass in the English desk. So, overpass, there's a lot to talk about, but I'm gonna keep it short. Overpass is about zone controls. We have B short, and then we have the mid area, which is the toilets area, the A short, the A long. So, overpass, don't mistake it for a small map. It's a very complex map. It depends on how well you actually gain control of these areas, and how well you read the enemy team. So, always in the CT side, they want to aggress and play somewhere where they want to control and to actually relieve themselves from the pressure. How well can the T adapt to it? Now, ATK, we have seen in the T side, they can adapt to every situation. Are they going to be able to actually adapt to their enemy team? I don't know about that because Overpass, anything can happen. It's a very huge map. It's about like 2 maps in 1 map. That's in my opinion. A lot of angles. It's a map for really a good opper to actually win them the game. So if they have good oppers, we're gonna see a really exciting game, or are we gonna see like a 16-8? That's not the matter here. But I'm really excited to see how well the opper can adapt, because the opper here has the control, has the advantage to actually win the game. Get a pick here and there, be the joker of the team, play unexpected, unreadable. That's what it matters. Here you go. This is my prediction.
I always hear you guys saying at the analyst desk about upping, how this map is so op dependent, but so far I feel we haven't had any standouts. Why is that?
Basically, we haven't seen any game that's worth to actually be a close game where an upper can really show. So as we've seen many games that are one-sided, 16-8, 16-6, 16-2. Basically, just run and gun or just rifle will work. Rifle setup will work. But now we are in the quarterfinal where the intensity begins. The brain games will begin. It's all about who can play better than the other. So right now, they have to actually show everything they have. If they have an upper, a standing upper, they have to actually let him on loose. As I said, this is a very big map. It depends entirely on an upper, not only on zone control, but an upper really has to make the difference.
Well, hopefully we're going to be seeing the op difference. And like you said, until today, we really haven't been seeing close enough games. We haven't seen any overtimes whatsoever. Do you think that this is the game that's going to get us the overtime, or at least a very close game? And if so, which team is going to be winning? Tell me the final prediction for now.
Yes and no. I mean, look, in a best of one, anything can happen, to be honest, in my opinion. Best of one is like whoever gets lucky enough to win the map, but best of three shows the true potential of a team. And ATK is really capable of winning a lot of best of threes because they're experienced. But in a best of one, it's going to be a bit tricky. So I'm expecting now we're in the quarterfinal. It's pressure building up. There's a lot of intensity. So I think I'm going to go with 16-12 for ATK. They're going to have a hard ride.
All right. What about you, Shakito? Do you agree? Speak your mind. Don't worry about it. I will roast you if you get it wrong. It's inevitable. So just speak your mind.
Okay, I'm gonna speak my mind. Well, look, to be honest, Overpass that when they chose, I believe that ATK was planning and trying to go for an easy map to try to finish the game fast. But Regicide wanted to play something. I believe that they wanted to play something that is different, that is gonna be slightly giving hard time to ATK. But still, I think it will. I will totally agree with Sam. It's going to be a close game, or you never know. In best of one, like what he said, anything can happen. The Regicide can even win it like 16-5 or 16-10, I would say. But still, it's tricky. To be honest, I cannot give my 100% assurance, but I'll go with the Regicide, 16-12.
All right, there you go. There's our predictions from our analysts. And before we go any further, we're just going to let the game begin with Goals and Lighter as your casters. Take it away, guys.
Thank you. It is indeed myself and Golds back at it. It is the Legion African Cup. We're heading into the tail end. It's the final 8 goals. Are you excited?
I'm excited, Tuesday. I can't wait. Some of the top teams. We've waited for this point. Honestly, playoffs is what I live for. Big names, big games. Big series ahead of us. Super exciting that it's best of one. I mean, this is going to be a really, really important best of one to win. I mean, the bracket is looking juicy for the semifinals as well. Absolute crack is coming up tomorrow for sure. So I'm just looking forward to the CS, man. I can't wait. Personally, I think ATK Academy versus Regicide, probably one of the more games that I think we could be more sure about, but the rest of them are going to be really tight, and I can't wait, man.
100%. I mean, I'm going to go for ATK Academy taking it close 16-10 maybe. It is Overpass. The CT side has been elected or selected from Regicide. So that's why I'm giving them a few more rounds just to get into it. The CT side's a bit easier. We heard the desk speak about the dependency on the AWP goals. So you're going to be looking at the boys from ATK to be wielding that double up maybe. We'll see.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you got to look forward to the skilled players that are on the ATK roster. Regicide definitely got an uphill battle. I do agree with you. Chances of Regicide obviously picking up a couple rounds there just due to that CT side are pretty inevitable. But ultimately, I'm still looking for a strong performance out of ATK and a banger from Blaze. That's where I'm putting my money.
Yeah. The team has basically been formed around him and started. Vaynut had a cracker game the previous, so yeah. I'm looking for him to maybe put up some numbers on the board. But on the side of Regicide, for them to get up into this point, they must have something, maybe a glimmer of hope, a shimmer lighting in the distant skies, the dark grey skies, because we're going to be jumping into the game soon. Let's get cracking. We see Regicide on the CT side, 2 flashbangs being purchased by a Woodsman. Chile, yeah, we've seen Chile around Gonzo as well. These are quite common. What?
Oh,
A
they
little
got
upset?
ahead.
Just to start it off, okay, it's gonna maybe come back to bite them. We're gonna see Chile first contact towards Monster. They have Molly towards Toxic, but they're moving in through short. There's only one defender actually anchoring the side, but he's landed a swift headshot, traded out though. Water has been taken and falls. Is pushed deep into the territory of the CTs. Oh no one expects that. No one expects that at all. Goals.
Yep, beautiful little rush there. It's 3 versus 3 now. The retake has commenced. Little pot shots going in. Eventually, the CT strike. It is a 2 versus 3 now, but Foles has got the beautiful position. Malky's here trying to do what he can. He definitely gets a little dink there. Heard that. Chases him down towards Monster. Gets into a safe position. Allows for the crossfire, but no, Falls unable to land the shot. Now he's all alone, and they are able to get onto the bomb. He needs to chase it down now. Lays on the bomb. Oh, he gets him off, and now Falls drops down. Buys some time. Beautiful play, gets out, beautiful movement from him. Gonzo's got no choice but to chase him down, or it is Falls with the clutch. Despite within a couple of shots there, clutches in and takes the round for ATK Academy. You can see a little bit of a shibble shake there, you know, with all those aims. But again, job done. Round secured. Pistol goes the way of ATK Academy.
100%. I mean, first round's always warm up, but we got to see some fantastic shots. And ATK had a plan from spawn. No thinking his play wasn't too good, but they finished quite nicely. Falls brilliant positioning to move deep into the territory of Regicide. So his position did come back to save them towards the end. It got a bit dicey. I feel if they had a kit that round, things are different. But the full spike comes from Regicide. Some aggression. I like their setup from them 3 players towards bathrooms, and it's up to Ding. He needs to land some good shots, and the CZ prevails. And it's Falls. Says he want to go down there and trade it. He's got the AK, and Ding, a good crossfire comes out, and oh no, the smoke just isolating down there in lows. Falls does get the trade, but I still feel the advantage just sitting with Regicide, looking at the positions. Oh, but ATK have called it a nice audible. Good timing of smoke. It's going to slow them down a bit. And Gonzo chasing after his dinner. He picks up the play, he picks up monkeys. He was just setting up a smoke for heaven. That doesn't work out, plays. It's busted up towards Monster. Gonzo pretty much got the bomb, so they can just sit and idle and wait. And the balls right now in ATK's court, they need to be making the plays. They're getting overwhelmed by the numbers. Shilly, Blaze, or Blades, not Blaze rather, all pick up kills of their own, and it's left 1 versus 4. We need to see some heroics. He's sitting near play, so he can dodge, dive, and duck around it. But I think it is going to be the first round for Regicide. A good way to answer, a good response.
Absolutely. I mean, straight by the book there. First, they get the frag towards lowers, obviously keeping that close quarters combat. And it just kind of all falls apart from there. Beautiful play from, I believe it was Gonzo there on the flank. Takes his time, gets that crouch peek in. Boom. Beautiful headshot, puts the bomb down. That's where the round pretty much is over there for ATK Academy, and they just get picked apart. Beautiful round from them. They pick up a lot of weapons for their troubles, and that certainly put things in Regicide favor here. And you can see that the ATK guys have to force up behind this Deagle equipment. It's all on. And now they need to kind of do the same thing back to Regicide to get back into this. But beautiful round from them. Nice little recovery, and this is competitive.
Yeah. I mean, the full deco bar coming out of ATK Academy. They need to prove one, last them shots, good flashbangs, but they're running out of util. Only 3 pieces left, so yeah, 1 opportunity to attack the site. Problem is with the Deagle, it's very hard to get those instant trades unless you got a CZ or P2, how I feel. So the shots need to land. A nice one-way smoke onto default. So they know some stuff. There we go. The smoke and the molly towards Optimus. The flashbangs do land in no man's land. No trades coming yet. They've lost a man. The trade does come back. Falls rolling into the side, hot and heavy. And the collapse. Scout shots from Chile. He's done a lot of damage, but he needs to capitalize and do a bit more. Rotation. Slowly moving. Oh my goodness, Chile! Stop with you, animal! He's tearing ATK apart with that Scott. There's 1 more man left alive. It is the danger man in place, but it's not gonna work. He gets taken up by Dingo, and goddamn Chile. Oh, stand-up ovation, if I must. 2-1.
Absolutely, certainly the player of the tournament so far for Regicide Gaming. I mean, he's really been standing tall. I think they've had a couple of close games, and he's really stood up. He's really been the forefront runner in the frag department, and that was a beautiful little sequence there. Lovely little pre-fire with the D. Get the scout no scope as well, and hunt the final man down. Chili Woody, my man, brilliant round there for him, and this forces ATK onto a save. They got a couple of P250s for the troubles. Little Tech 9 as well, big fan, and they are looking to head towards Monster.
Yeah. My only
Oh,
problem
they're
is
gonna
the way
they're
they
gonna
played that previous round. They're gonna push through. Oh, do they get to the choke point? That's the danger. They move to the choke point, but the 35 bullet galley almost drains through. As Vaynant gets the trade and done enough damage goals. 3 players is down. They'll be a bit happy about this. The bomb would be a bonus, but Regicide, don't want to trip over your laces. I need to close out this round for sure. What I wanted to say about the previous round is with those deagles that they bought, they needed to play a lot slower than they did just to feel out the map and force Regicide to use more util, let the deagle work out and land those deagle long range headshots instead of grouping up and hitting that A side. It's kind of a haymaker, if you will.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Hootsman was the man there that was the thorn in the side here for ATK. Really came through with that galley spray, as you mentioned. Vaynant with a little, he's got one opportunity here. Oh, he can get the bomb down. This is a freebie for sure. I think they surely know that they were aware that, yeah, you see, they're sending that rotation back now. Vaynant's kind of just checking around, making sure he's not getting flanked or anything silly. He's a bit worried about where the CTs could be positioned at the moment, but they're just as unsure. And he's going to actually walk himself straight into that solid angle that's been held this entire time. And it's almost like he's played himself. He could have actually got the bomb down there, but no, it doesn't get spotted. CT has changed that angle. It doesn't seem, tries to spam him through and able to connect. This is suddenly a winnable situation here. Vaynant, if he's able to deal with the player first towards heaven, no, gets spotted. Gonzo gonna, yeah, too low HP. Had no room for error at all. And I mean, that's a bomb down given the situation. Not too bad, not too bad. I mean, didn't spend much into this round, so they're certainly going to have a big buy in the next. And of course, in response, Regicide Gaming will have much of the same. Economy is looking pretty tight. Hootman can definitely drop Chillywood as well if needed. So
good bank for ATK Academy, 6K. A few players, they get all the bells and whistles. I don't feel they can drop the molly over to Falls, but this is going to be a really good competitive round looking at the purchase. 3-2-1 from Regicide. They're holding into the lead, and this is what they need to be doing just to, you know, give themselves a better half moving over to the T side. More than merrier. It is a CT sided map, so this is where you need to be doing the damage. Good early round util just dissuades Regicide from taking control of party. And if you're watching this, this is a good tutorial on how to just take control of bathrooms and molly off peel and slowly constrict Regicide from information, starve them, and force them to make mistakes in the latter. And
yeah, this is the first bar round of the game where there's full rifles, full util and stuff. This is where you should see a settled and mature ATK coming out and just playing things standardly, as you said. Stock standard from the on-take point of view towards that playground area as well. And we've got quite a bit of controls here, do the T's, and now they're going to start kind of pushing and prodding, I think, towards that B side of the map. Does look like they are going to be hitting it, so I don't think they've done enough, though, tools in form of pushing Regicide Gaming back. Here comes the smoke. It looks like it's going to be a little bit of a burst. That was clearly a fake. This is suddenly picking up the pace. Dingo dropping his util as well, and this B plant's coming in fast, and Hootsman is the man. Takes the first frag as well, peeks it down. Dingo gets one of his own. Hootsman responds with another. Finally, the trades come through, but is it too little too late? Falls all on his own now, up against 3 members from the Regicide Gaming. That was a beautiful hold. Well responded to as well, but again, I just don't think that ATK did enough to push them back off of A there, and this left Falls into a little bit of a predicament here.
You're correct about that. And time is waning down on him, so he's going to need to make an advanced play soon, show his hand, and I think he's going to go for the save. But even if he does so, nothing's going to come of it. And yeah, he couldn't find an angle to plant, and he's picked up a kill, so he'll be able to save, hopefully, and move into the next round. Don't want to be dying off the time. Falls! Why? Anyway, yeah, you're correct in your judgment. They weren't really forcing Regicide back. I thought they needed to continue in bathrooms and completely clear that avenue, making sure there's no members from Regicide there or outside of bathrooms. And looking at their setup, they were ready for that B hit. And they had, 35 seconds, actually 40 seconds to play with just to continue that default a bit further. So it's one of those things about Overpass where you try and make those gambles. It's a massive map surround you. So this is where you need to be figuring out where do you want to be, skipping and, cheating some of the situations that you're in, because, yeah, I came back to Batman towards the end. The rotation was a bit too fast. Gonzo.
Yeah, the way.
This is gonna be good for ATK though. I think I wanted to say if ATK, if Registrar keep playing like this, they're gonna get found out, and there we go, they get punished.
Yeah, absolutely. I was about to say that if you want bathrooms, if you want control of the bathrooms, you got to push everyone out. And yep, right now, see a little bit of a response here though from ATK. 3 versus 4 now. They're all beautiful little nade there. Put spam. All 3 ATK players are really low. Those M4s are going to do a lot of damage. It's going to be really difficult to get across these sort of angles now at this point in time, especially with the amount of util that is left over. Not much, if anything at all. There's not much depth on the CT sides, but they've got position. They've got the sides handled, and you see Blades now. Oh, takes a shot, but the Eagles are reigning supreme. 2 quick frags go for the side of ATK. They're able to get that bomb now, and suddenly things are in their favor. They don't have one rifle in the form of Bam, but now the rotation coming thick and fast. Is Blades and Hootsman gonna be approaching this together? Both step out, take that aggressive fight there, spot one player towards that. Oh, get one. Now 2 players left. They do have one that is tucked towards that flowers area, but Bam, oh, gets tagged through, but gets the deagle. Beautiful little shot from him. Spots the final player, understands that he's gonna be running towards CT. They'll be able to get some guns and get the hell out of there and get another round on the board for ATK Academy. Beautiful recovery from them. Love what I'm seeing. Calm, cool, and collected. 3 versus 4. They just take their time. They throw what they need to throw, step together, take the right fights, and ultimately put the nail in the coffin. ATK, 2 rounds to the Regisad's 4.
They came through, stole that round like a thief in the night. Regicide Gaming should be slapping their knees out that it was a full eco, not much to work with besides the Eagles and maybe 1 or 2 pieces of util. So Regicide really dropping the ball there. They need to recover, looking at their finances. Woohoo! It's gonna be a free round for ATK. It's just that open Blades, that's gonna be much of a pickle to deal with, a bit of danger. Knowing a map like Overpass, this isn't Orpa's battleground. Should be having a field day at the moment. Good early round useful. They're gonna be taking short control. That smoke really coming through, allowing them to gain access, taking control quite nicely. Dingo! Bingo, bango. The headshots do come through with the trades. And yeah, like I said, this should be a round for ATK Academy. They don't have much to play with.
Yeah, it's only Blades really on that LVP that can pose any sort of real threat to them. He is posting to almost lands a little shot through the smoke there, but eventually ATK elect to hit that B-bomb site now. Forces the CTs to run down into that CT area. They do have 1 player towards that low area of the map, actually Willie, but it looks like he's going to be waiting for some exit frags. Cheeky little spot here. Definitely going to need patience for that one. Gonzo going to poke and prod, try and perhaps force someone. I think they're just looking for exit jet tools. Maybe pick up a couple of rifles. Oh, and that's a beautiful little rifle there. Easy as you like. Get out of there, Gonzo. That's a freebie. Questionable decision there for sure, but at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. ATK got the bomb side, got the bomb down, and they start their T campaign here. 3 rounds on the board now.
Yeah, looks cinematically, that flash coming in and that step to look all good until he died, and kind of just giving a free weapon away. Blades gonna go down. Oh, 10 HP left, and yeah, 2 guns recovered. They're gonna have quite a healthy by coming into this round and looking to get back to the winning ways. ATK Academy just holding on and keeping them at arm's length, 1 round away. Kind of hoping that they go with the similar approach to the first gun run actually, where they were nice and methodical, taking bathrooms control or taking flower control towards long as well. They had the one-way smoke, but actually have more presence there. Make sure there's trades if they do go down, but the aggression is coming hot and heavy. Just a double nade. They've opted to fall back. And you can see that they don't want to rinse and repeat their setup, Regicide Gaming. So 1 player's already peeled back towards long jump spotting. Fainant. Ouch. It's a very weird smoke to deal with, and I really like how most CTs are starting to do it these days. The monster smoke, making sure there's a slight one-way gap in the left or the right. So if they're in the smoke, I mean, you get the whole tunnel, so you can see the attack coming with Molotov. And I think this is just the first wave of attack. It's baiting up the utility from Regicide. You can see nothing but flashes left.
Yeah, perfect play them. You can see ATK have decided to slow things down here. I like this approach from them. First frag goes the way of Blaze, though he eventually patience wins the game and he gets that frag. And this is going to activate the push. They're going to start looking for things. Melky's as well responds, finds a player towards that toilets area, but gets traded straight away by Gonzo, who is going to have another shot towards Bam, but able to get towards Long. I don't think that he saw him cross there. So Bam, unaware of his position, and you can see the entire ATK roster is moving towards this A bomb site. That's where they have to go. Time is ticking. 20 seconds left now as we execute onto the sites, and now the calls have come in. The CTs have to hold strong. This player towards Long is certainly going to be the linchpin. Do they know that he's there? The bomb is coming down onto the side. Surely he doesn't let it plant. That bomb has not gone down. 10 seconds left. They need to get onto that bomb now. ATK falling apart here. Finally goes down. Player towards Osmos, forced off the bomb, and no. Regicide Gaming respond perfectly, rely on their defenses and hold strong. He's forcing Bam into the hills, takes back that orb, and what a beautiful position change there towards that long area. That player really saved their guns there for sure.
Production having a big field there. I like it. I like it. The game is heating up, so wouldn't be surprised if they pull up their pom-poms and start celebrating. But it's ATK Academy that we are slowly, again, small mistakes. They needed a player moving towards Long just to clear. I think it was Gonzo who tucked himself in. They needed to do that. And first gun round, it was enough pressure. The second gun round, it was too much pressure. But Regicide, they're doing well. They're doing well so far. Trade does come through towards short, but I'm not too sure if they want to move into the side. Yeah, Molotov to slow them down and prevent them from that choke point. And I'd say so far, ATK should be in the driving wheel. They have a lot of space towards the A side, but they're going to walk in towards the B side. An element of surprise. Hootsman isn't a secure position. Oh no! He pulls out the silencer. Chili is there to get the trades, but there's too many men, and the not able to get multi-kills in those scenarios. Melky's the defender. While the bomb goes down, Gonzo waiting for Blaze to move, and no utility left, so all to landing their shots, isn't it?
That's all they have now. It's all they've got. And right now, I love the way ATK are playing this. They really are playing this by the book, peeking together, forcing those CTs to look for those angles, and it's beautiful. ATK is starting to look like their usual sales tools, and that's a scary sight to be registered gaming for sure. Especially now, push back on the eco. Certainly going to start feeling the pressure now. Remember, this team with this caliber can certainly do whatever they need to with 4 rounds. 5, 6, 7, that just becomes a bonus at that point.
100%, and everyone's pretty much at this stage of the tournament shaking off the rust. There can't really much be excuses at this point, and mechanically speaking, all the boys are here and they're showing up good. They're showing up, but they're hitting the B side. It is an eco round, so I don't want to get it over with nice and quickly and out of position. No man's land, so this is going to be the 5th round on the board for ATK, but like I was saying, Regicide need to stop throwing in some of those spanners if they want to reel this back in. Oh, I like those smokes that they threw. Line smokes across towards Graffiti and a heaven smoke, and you can pretty much do that on the run if you got the lineups. Well, not on the run, just a quick jump throw from a certain spot. So they've been putting in some practice, putting in some of their hard work.
Ooh, sneaky little corner here for Blades. Little cheeky little USP menu. Look at you.
Hello.
Mama proud. Hiding there in the trash can.
Yeah. The worst is actually getting caught by a Loka there if you're aggressing through monsters and you're wondering why and how. It's a pretty hectic off angle to work with. It is 5-5, even Stevens, and unfortunately Regicide need a bit of cash. Need a bit of that loan. Can't purchase, so it's going to be just a few upgraded weapons, Deagles, CZs, and a... What gun is that? A galley? I think he saved it the previous round. It's either that or a machine gun or a misbuy, but we'll see. They're moving in towards short. They might get some contest here. Oh, it's a ball. It's going to be quite a battle here, but everyone's poised and ready. They're turning left, right, and lost a few men. And sure, things could have gotten worse. Things could have changed with quickness. That was a misbuy, a machine gun. It's going to hurt his bank. Surely a double AWP system by now.
Yeah, you would think so, but he has to buy the Colt. He has to buy the Colt. That is a blunder. considering how he's been performing, that is a blunder. But at the end of the day, they are getting their feet back here in the buying side of things. But I still commend what they did there. 5-man all pushing it together into some sort of, you know, unified area of attack. I'm always a big fan of doing stuff together when you're at a disadvantage in terms of guns. But with that said, back to the default here now for ATK, spreading it out, not changing anything too drastically. Keeping it well spread towards the map. They're obviously going to molly off towards that banana area, smoke off the toilets. But the first frag has been given. Vaynant a little bit casual there, walking into that monster area. Distraction, excuse me.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a bit too casual, know what I mean? Like nonchalant. What's going on there? Like the burst, very a heads up play there. I think it's losing, man.
Probably
this
haven't
is the
met
span I
resistance.
wanted to see. At all. No one really flashed him in, so I think next round he will be adapting slowly, but ATK still got a few numbers to work with. 3 men moving towards this A side, creeping up, and it looks like they are taking some contest. Nades are being tossed back and forth, but no shots just landing yet. Blaze switching in towards Flowers, but him and his teammate getting sizzled aloud. They've lost a quite substantial amount of HP. It's Falls left with all the HP to work with, then the AWP, and it's Chili picking himself up double Falls. He needs to land these no-scopes. Ooh, was it the knife Chili was going for? He eventually lands a headshot, Falls, and almost the second Chili. Is he really gonna? Sure. That was wild. That was like
Guy's
a wild
intense,
west.
man. Chili Willy's
he is.
intense, dude. I'm a big fan.
But it's like relentless pressure, which is, I like to see that. I'm sure Falls was feeling a bit of heat in that situation.
Absolutely.
Mans won't leave him alone.
Yeah, coming for you. I'm coming for you with that USP. I don't care what you got to say about it. I'm coming for you. 14 kills, the 2 KD there for the man. He's definitely stepping up big here for Regicide. But 6-6 now into round 13 of the first half. What a game, guys. It's what we spoke about, the Legion by Lenovo Africa Cup. Can't wait. Oh my god, beautiful little B rush up. First trade goes the way. HK 4 versus 4 now. Rotations come in, but perhaps a little bit of a crazy peak there. Not able to take contacts, and Vaynant is forced into the hills. Falls is still very far behind, and now they're going to retreat all the way to spawn. The rotations have come in thick and fast. They have over-rotated to a certain extent, so I mean, I don't see them just sticking it out towards B. I do think that eventually they'll realize that these guys have potentially moved all the way back. They are going to go the long way, go all the way towards that long area of the map, but I mean, look at the rotations. They're already going through. Chili Willy's going to come and probably hold Heaven, and the rest of the players can just move on and hold that A side strong. And I like to set up Regicide. Really some good CS. I'm really impressed by what I'm seeing them today, considering I thought that HK would wipe the floor with them, to be honest.
Yeah, but that's the thing about Overpass. The A side and the B side are practically on top of each other, so it's easy to get those rotations real quick. When the Molly does come in from Optimus, but Blades pretty much puts the nail in the coffin with that first kill, but it is Falls in a 2 versus 1. He has gotten a trade, but Blades doubles down. 2K for him in the round, and Regicide continue with the success. 7 rounds to 8. One more round until they win the half. And that's what they'll be looking for. ATK Academy, they have money in the bank to work with, but not in terms of everybody having the right weapon. As you can see, they've gone for the gamble. And they hero bow for 1 AK, and then balancing out the rest of the economy. It is bound to save 3K, but I'm just assuming he's going to pick up that AWP. But it is Regicide with a double, and that's something ATK I don't think I have seen just yet, so it's going to be a surprise if they can't deal with it. Fast-paced aggression coming towards Bathroom as Malkis with the Glock, and he's not going to stop until he drops Blaze, picks up the first, but Malkis is hot on his heels. Woo! I thought he got a collab there, but no, it was just one. We're gonna go out, really land him up, and it sounded perfectly like the Matrix. Hanzo, I don't want to be going down yet. Almost felt like he should have dropped this AK, pick up the AWP, and keep the weapons closer to them than the enemy.
Oh, did he see him?
What?
I don't think he did.
He's just a bit loud about that. Oh, that's Chili. Give Chili the AWP. Just give him the AWP and let him play. Oh no. What? What? No. Alright, they got it. Long arms. Hanzo, very long arms.
Yeah, a couple of years ago I wouldn't have been able to reach that. Lucky man.
What age does.
What makes your arms longer?
But they closed it out. 8 runs, already started up 1.5. One more round left to play with ATK Academy. I'm gonna wait until the first 3 rounds of the second half to make a call, but I'm sure they're thinking the same thing. They need to start putting rounds on the board. Maybe winning the half puts you that on top in terms of the motivation and how your team is feeling and just the confidence. You want to finish off the half nice and strong, so they're gonna need a convincing round coming up here.
Looks like a little bit of a focus towards that lowest area now. Taking, oh, Chili Willy spots 2 players there for his troubles. Almost lands a nose gun through the wall. Probably could have done a little bit of damage. Beautiful little nade there. Tags Melkis, I believe, on the head. And it's quite a bit of a resistance being made here from the CTs. This construction area is not easy to take at all. Dingo takes a little bit of damage. Nothing just yet. No frags early on in this round. And no giveaways from either side just yet. And ATK now systematically taking towards that fountain area. Taking toilets. Gonna start putting a little bit of emphasis on that side of the map now. They are pressuring B as well. Blaze looking for entries, taking any fights that'll come to him. But you can see the CTs are tucked in. They've really worked on their setups here. I didn't see that. What are you watching? Oh.
Just tagged Bam through the wall there. He was lining up his stuff and just tagged Bam to 14. Yes, it sucks for Bam. 2 players sitting on red HP moving in. You kind of don't want to be sending them in as entry fraggers as well, because if they got on quite easily, it's the high HP players they have to work with, but they're going to do it anyway, and it's literally what I said. You don't want to be sending them in first, but anyway, they get the trades, but it's still at a disadvantage. Vayne not moving in, 1 versus 3, 20 seconds on the clock. Gonzo playing him like a fiddle, but he returns. And the fiddle gets dealt with, and that's the 9th round on the board. Yeah, just a rule of thumb, guys, in general. When you're 5 versus 5, what you don't want to be doing is sending in your low HP players, because that's when multi-kills are just easily able to be gotten, as you saw there. You want to send in your high HP players first, so at least they have the opportunity to get the trades if need be. But anyway, 9-6, ATK Academy onto the CT side, the strongest side. Yeah, let's see what the tools have to work with.
Can you feel that tournament BO1 pressure creeping up?
Big time, that's the thing, like BO1s, anything goes, god damn.
Anything goes.
And sometimes that's when you start to make mistakes, is when you don't play the usual, like a usual self.
Oh, Blaze pushing
into monster, but Blaze, it's a twat!
Oh.
Without a flash, and Venon's there to at least get the trade and information. Still 2 more players remaining. Venon gets Stinktoad's falls next to take contact. ATK Academy pedaling back, and you want to get caught when your laces falling. It's Blaze to move in, and he gets a double, and it's falls. He's trying to get multi-kills, he does! Pulls it through. Just in terms of Bam, it's winnable. Everything lies on his shoulders, but oh no, he's been bound up. Dingo on the right hand side, and 10-6. Eesh, goals. The pressure keeps building, man. Pressure continues.
Yeah, it looked like they were on the way to recovery there, and ultimately Blaze walked out there on mistake. Kind of identified that the push was there, but ultimately, like, he's really barreled and committed behind that, man. Really brute forced their way to beat. Didn't matter how many numbers there were, they carried on committing to the strats, and they put that pistol on the board now. And this is certainly, I mean, ATK have even chosen to force here. I don't want to be that guy, but all the predictions made on the desk and here in the commentating booth have pretty much gone terribly wrong, except for I think we had 1 call for Regicide. Well played, but
yeah,
not over yet.
Not until the fat lady sings. ATK need to win an eco of their own. They did lose one on the T side, so let's just see if this works out. Ready, Blades being tagged down, falls. And Bam to toss to hold down the A side. No body armor, so a bit squishy. I mean, that's an angle you want to be holding if you have like bathrooms control or something like that, or have a guy close by, just so you don't get swung like that, because essentially you're there to hold the angle coming up from stairs, presumably. But anyway, 4 versus 5. On Regicide, they're looking good as a unit, but Falls, he brings it back. 4 versus 4. Untradeable. And by now, there should have an inkling that Regicide needs to be finishing towards that B side. That flash confirms it. The rotation has come about. 2 Deagles. anchoring this B side. Excuse me. Oh, falls. He has an A1. He wins both of those, but that's good information. A good advanced angle with a lot of rotations to come in. It's Avena and Blades and Melkies rotating just in time, but they need to get into the side. They need to dig their heels in and mount up a defense. The smoke, this weird smoke, is going to give Vaynon some room to work with. He needs to learn the shots that he does. This Deagle's insane. We saw from the previous matchup. Melkies does one himself, and it's Gonzo. It's Gonzo. Deagle's finish it off. Yeah. That's the regression, mid-round regression they kept throwing in, yeah. I like it. Keeps them in it. That's the eco they needed, essentially.
Yeah, that's a big shift. They're going to pick up some rifles as well. That's going to put some money in the bank, and that's certainly going to do quite a bit for the half year for ATK. If they can build off the back of this, I mean, the budget or the economy, excuse me, on the side of Regicide is just not there. They're going to have to save it. This allows the CTs to get back into this. It's looking scary for ATK, but I have a feeling that once they get to level scores, like, it's certainly going to ease things off for them, and they'll be able to play a little bit more by the book. But with that said, we do see numbers from Regicide there moving towards that lower kind of area of the map, and they are going to be battering out towards Banana. Yeah, oh, and no, get spotted, but only one frag. Oh, a beautiful little shot there from Bam to get another one done. 3 versus 4 now. And they are moving towards that bathroom area. They want to try and get something done towards A, but they're slowly getting picked apart. Now 2 players left on the sides. It's already getting strengthened. Beautiful little shot there. Ripped his head off, absolutely. 2 versus 3. If they can get the bomb down here, that's a big win. 1 versus 2 now, no, not possible. Surely Vaynon comes in your field. It is the main man, Chili Willy, though. Takes that repeat, not enough ammo in the bank, and ultimately quite a bit of damage done. I mean, they didn't really invest much into it. This is going to allow them to buy this full AK-47 purchase. I don't believe they'll need to worry about an AWP on the other team just yet. Whether or not they want to get one for themselves still remains to be seen. I don't believe so either, but yeah. Strong recovery coming out of ATK. Regicide 10-8 now, and this is the first proper buy round. Guns versus guns all round. Just to keep it clean, no AWPs just yet.
An honest battle. Oh, false. That's not where we're supposed to go.
Yeah, I think
A
he
good
heard
defensive
that smoke
setup.
with Molly, and he was out. He threw that nade on the ground and ran away.
pull back, but he's moved towards long. He's isolated, but I can already see Bam is rotating over towards long. He has no flash, so Falls is really locked in, and he commits to the duel, but Gonzo deletes him. Majority map controllers leaning to the side of Regicide for now. They don't have shot, but it's Blaze to win out and Bam. Oh, both the A players down and out. 1 minute and the clock still to work with, so Regicide can even slow it down if they really wanted to. We can already see the frantic rotations from ATK. Spoiled for choice. Let's just hope they don't overplay their hand over here. Really impressed by Regicide so far. Good flashbang, a self flashbang in fact, and Hoosman. I thought if Hoosman goes down there, it forces Regicide to continue to hit the B side. But what he gets spammed with the smoke and the regression all over the map. Profits ATK. In fact, it's Vaynon to get a second on the round, and it's Gonzo. Only 16 HP to work with, so I mean, the odds aren't in his favor, I'd say.
I feel like this is certainly what you were kind of warning them for. They had those 2 frags, and I feel like they overthunk their hand there really badly. Like, they could have just gathered up in his side. Didn't really matter which one. Their spacing and trading so far has been good. Their execution has been on point. The util has always been on the money. Oh, runs into the molly there. Quick end to the round. But anyway, back to my point, like, it felt like they had that round in the bag, and ultimately it was ATK literally just thinking, well, screw it, 3 versus 5, we're going to just go look for frags. And ultimately that's what they're going to rely on, tools. They're going to rely on those mechanics. They're going to rely on that experience. They're going to rely on finding those backs into. And the worst thing about when you're in these sorts of positions in your head and you start getting picked apart from the sides, from behind, you know, it starts to put another sort of pressure on your team and your teamwork. So interesting to see how Regicide are going to respond here again. Just Deagles, Tech 9, nothing really invested into it. Economy's in a tough position. ATK not that rich either. If they lose a few rifles here, they in murky water as well.
Yeah, no one's out of the woods just yet. This game is pretty much dead even at the moment. Regicide look like they have a good T side on their hands and working them up quite nicely, so the next gun round will be quite telling. But it's ATK Academy with the regress of plays. It's the second time they've won a gun round at a man disadvantage, so they've got a good conversion rate at. With the man down, the blade. Oh, Marcus didn't even see that coming. Falls gets the swift straight, but that opens up the map quite nicely. Regicide has plenty options to do and to move around. Chile already sitting by bank, and my goodness, this could be a complete disaster for ATK Academy. The problem is where the bomb is and how it needs to navigate itself towards the side. It doesn't want to get caught out of nowheres. But I think Chile's gonna be heading towards the B side, and they don't want to move him too early either. I think yeah. Do you know what you see around player? There's just so much space to work with. He's gonna get traded, but I just wanted to say, like, that round could have been completely different if Chile just spoke to his team. That's where communication's important and coordination. Guys, give me time. I'm working on flanking. They don't know where I am. Just hide and let me make the play. Let me make the calls, because that could have been the span. And I'm sure this is what they're communicating about now, as well as how they want to play out this gun round. But man, you put a better team in that situation, they pretty much closed out that round. You look at the blocks, that one deagle, pretty much nothing to work with. But due to the positions that they had, especially Chile, man, I could have fell apart quick. 10 goals.
Yep.
Still gonna keep your prediction,
What a
huh?
tight game, man. What a tight game. Look, I mean, I still think ATK are going to close this out. You know, they're on the CT side. They have got full range weapons here. Of course, they've got that LBP up now as well. So, I mean, it's certainly a lot closer than I thought. But yeah, I do think ATK are going to close it down. You know, I think they've been in this position before, and they're feeling a little less under pressure right now. I think it's Regicide that are feeling like it's an uphill battle now. They know that this other team is probably slightly mechanically more skilled, but certainly they've lost the leads a little bit here, and it's certainly going to have its own impact. But let's see. We have quick construction control. I mean, it is construction control. Spam through. It was there. Quite a bit of damage done.
Onzo. Monkeys. Flashbang. He swings it out. That's the teamwork. That's the dream work. And I feel that's what I actually didn't see from Regicide, from their side. So the way they were winning their rounds were completely different. Good regression. And that's the teamwork coming. And this was the practice element side of things. Are really going to profit ATK. CT sided map. Those are the plays we want to be seeing nice and early. Moving into the monster. It's Blaze to defend towards Toxic. Hasn't landed some shots just yet. The systems is there from Bam. Blades gets his 2K for the round. And they continue with the lead. And I feel this is where they stood shots to stretch it a bit more. It's going to be maybe a half buy from Regicide, and that's going to be 12 rounds on the board for ATK. Granted, they don't get eco. But so far, Regicide are really putting on a show for us.
Yeah, absolutely. Certainly. Now, back to these smaller weapons. We see that the call is to move towards B. Is the molly good? Could prevent them from going construction. They're going straight through that molly. Flashes are going through. There are three CT players just. If they commit to this, it might be a little bit of a disaster. 3 players have battled through the smoke. Blaze finally gets smoked in. Hasn't spotted anything. Eventually they take him down. They traded quite evenly. Oh, they get another frag as well. Regicide have responded big time here. Vaynon just waiting in the smoke, unable to get anything. Flash comes through. They're all able to retreat. One nade does get a collateral kill. Vaynon's on the entry there. Gets another beautiful little play from him. This is Vaynon's beautiful control from him. Support fire falls, and that looked like it was going to be a disaster, but they just like get the bomb down. Certainly something that they wanted, but I feel like they felt like they could have had more there. Vaynon just really standing his ground, waiting for the right time to pounce, and he gets the job done. Having a superb game here again, and that's 12 on the board for ATK. But of course, there was just nothing really invested into that round. A couple of eagles and what have you. This is the buy round that counts. Regicide, this is where they want to make their stand. Show us what you got, gentlemen.
Vaynon different. He really playing different. And most of the games I've seen him play, he's always top fragging, so you can just see mechanically he is one of the star players for ATK. Good flashbangs just to slow down the aggression. Regicide, early round utility, the battle, they've lost it. I mean, Chile being chipped away a little. That just puts both of them, him and Gonzo, in that one-shot headshot range from the A1 if need be. Falls, posted up and long. Not gonna miss those flicks anytime soon. Okay. He's smaller rat and he gets taken up by Blades. I mean, yeah, you can't really get isolated there. I'm not too sure what the idea was there behind Malclease. Maybe he fell back there and got locked in. But it is what it is. 4-2-4. Oh, Blades. Something you want to reload, Falls. Sitting and fallen. That's what I like to call fallen, by the way. Sitting and fallen with that AWP. Seen many multi-kills in that situation, but he's going to choose to fall back. There we go. Baynard. DJ's going to stack him and rack him. And it's going to just force him into a wild goose chase and eat away at that clock. Just trying to look for him and get that trade. It's not going to work out. The longer he stays alive, the more information he retains, and that's going to just keep ATK, two of their members on that A site. And it's the favors you want to be doing the boys. It's information. They just got to get themselves ready. 30 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, I love this. And they already got the player aggressing towards long. I think this is going to be an absolute disaster. The execute comes in. Now they know that they're coming. That player's going to hide towards long. Wait for Vaynon to rotate. Falls is going to take a duel. Wins it as well. This is going to be a tough one. They've gotten to the side, but they definitely don't know that Bam is just waiting. And he has the number. And he plays defensively as well. I love it. Cool, calm, and collected. Waits for Blaze to come in. They can take the fight together. And it is 13-10 now. ATK is starting to show their class. Starting to present a little bit of gap here. And the question is going to be asked: what have Regicide got in the bank to get this into a closer affair? Tools right now, ATK on me looking really strong.
And not only that, they're making the right calls, the right rotations. Individually, they're making some really cool plays. They're not necessarily picking up frags, they're not there in lows, but he's done enough to give the team information and literally shepherd them towards that site. But it is going to be a beat rush and this is basically all in. Let's just see if they can defend this. It's Blaze dodging around and diving towards Villa. Gets traded out eventually, but Feyenoord sitting in a really nice spot. You can't really fish him out of here, and they have short control, so, man, they just keep pushing the knife deeper and deeper into their backs, and that's when you run out of ideas. You can just see the B-rush isn't the call. It's not
When
the
you've had
play.
so much success, like, yeah, when you've had so much success, like picking apart this team and kind of playing or bringing the game towards ATK, you can see this this pause is coming out here. I wonder what they're going to discuss, but again, Chile, when he does purchase a rifle, they are going all in here. This is it. This is the last round of the game as far as they're concerned. They want to go in, take this, and still go for the W. Commendable for sure. ATK looking really strong, starting to build a little bit of economy here for them. They've got some cushion for the rounds to come. Best cushion they've had so far, so they're going to certainly be happy with that. Regicide, how do they respond to Tools? What is the play here? Is it spreading out to a default? Do you need to do a little bit more push and pull before executing onto a site? I just think they've been caught in this run of
100%.
eco save type of situations and barreling into B, and all of a sudden you look at the scoreboard, it's 14-10, wondering what the hell happened.
Yeah, even, I mean, it's a gun round, your best gun round you're going to get, and you choose to do a B-rush. You look at this round, they don't have all the utility, they don't have all the bells and whistles. So now what is the play? They can't thoroughly do the default due to the lack of util, but it does look like they postured in position towards heading to that B side, and Kobe, he catches one in the stomach. Dives on the grenade just like Private Ryan, and that's a 4 versus 12. Immediate man advantage, and you give ATK these kind of good starts, you're not doing yourself any favors. And they kind of know where you are. Look where Maltese is. They can just pretty much do nothing, and they'll still win this round. He's got a good flank, and they're going to be moving into the Lions' den. It's a trap. Boys, it's a trap. Fall back, but you can't. There's no time. And Chile's had a good game so far, so it sucks that they have to. This is how the lights go out, essentially. I just felt 2 rounds could have gone either way. They would have put this game in a better position, a more evenly matched game, but just seems like on the latter end, Regicide running out of steam, running out of ideas. I mean, even in the first gun round, man, things could have changed with the quickness. 1-2 frags. And I'm sure ATK know this, but as soon as ATK get into their stride, oh man, then Regicide is heads rent-free. 18 seconds, bam. Should be winning out this duel 9 times out of 10, and he does, 15-10. 5 match points to work with. Regicide, they gotta show us something more, man. Give us one more round. One more Mac 10 V-rush. JK, don't do it.
For the boys.
Don't do it. The problem is, it's reverse psychology. Like, will they actually do it? I think we're bearing towards the A site, and majority of them moving towards lowest. This is kind of a pistol round strap, and Falls in the best position to open up the feed, and he's already got Vayne out there or Ban sitting there towards bathrooms, and he has a field there, a trifecta, a treble. Looking for the quad, looking to close out this match. It's the best of one, so Regicide pretty much already disconnected the keyboards and mice and its blades. He got tagged down, gets the trade, but it's only a matter of time. There's no world in which he wins this 1 versus 3 now. And there we go, 16 to 10 ATK. Finally, they close it out. It was a long time coming, not a long time, but I felt him. And the first half, it was a bit competitive. Even the first couple of rounds, I mean, the first three, was a bit shaky. But you called it. We knew eventually they were going to rally the boys together and have a strong CT defense. Vayne, a massive performance, almost matched by the likes of Chile. But unfortunately, it is a team game, and as a unit, ATK were prosperous. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's kind of what we expected. They a little bit shaky at the start, but ultimately they crossed the line, especially when they went on the CT side. You can see they're well versed. They understand the map like really well. Unfortunately, Regicide just not deep enough in their strats for the T side. You could just see with that those B rushes. They unfortunately fell a little bit short in that regard, but it's still a commendable performance. I love Chili Willy, big fan, but ultimately that's enough from us here at Tools. Let's go back to the desk and analyze that.
Thank you so much, Goals and Lighter. What a game that was. We finally got a close game that we won. I will get to that intentional cough in just a second. Sammy, don't worry. I'm going to get to that. Before I do, let me remind you guys about the $50 that is up for grabs to be added to your Steam wallet. All you have to do is go on gaming.lenovo.com. You can either post a clip of the broadcast or you can go and vote for your favorite team. And while you're there, make sure you browse around for some other offers. All right, so in reference to Sammy's little cough there, he is referring to the fact that he is indeed the correct predictor for our match. Indeed, you were the one who picked ATK Academy over Regicide Gaming.
As usual.
As usual, Sammy comes out superior. So let me know, what are your thoughts? How do you feel being right in your prediction?
So I will give chance for Chiquito in the future. I will not give any more.
No more leniency.
Okay. Let's talk about ATK. Regicide has a really, really good start in the beginning. It was a really good start for them. Now, my summary on the game is Regicide, they were really good. In my opinion, they really actually gave them a hard fight to ATK. But ATK City side was really good. T side, ATK had really a couple of flaws. I'm going to summarize it really quick here. Their main flaw is actually they were dry entering the sites really almost often, too often. Like entering Monster, entering B short without any flashes or support from their players is what really actually went for a 9-6 lead for Regicide. However, they switched CT, they lost the pistol round, and then they just swept them till 16-10. Hard luck to actually Regicide. They really showed us really good plays. Chili Willy, I mean, I really loved Chili Willy's gameplay. Regicide, in general, they were really having the upper hand, but they wasted it. Their mistakes actually were not maybe in sync together. They were not like entering with the proper utility usage, taking control as well as they should be. ATK showed us a great game, a great CT side. Their CT side was on point. I don't know if you want to add anything to that.
Yeah, I've realized from Regicide they started really well. And during the game, like in the City side, when they were City, they were so pressured, they were so nervous, they were so scared. I've seen they were doing lots of mistakes, as in like shooting randomly and being getting exposed by the enemy team and changing like the M4, the removing the silencer. Like I don't know, they were jumping around. They were very scared. They would have done really much better than how they played right now, but didn't have any patience. They've taken the game as in like, okay, let's just push on this place, let's just aim with them, let's expose our position. No, take your time. You could have won the game, but hard luck to them. They've tried. Yeah, they played and they reached also to the quarterfinal. It's an accomplishment for some of the players, some of the teams that they've participated. They reached this far, but hard luck to them and congrats to ATK. But Also, ATK could have done much better, and they could have won also the game faster. Both teams they could have won like easier, and like ATK could have won faster. Regicide could have won if they had patience, but unfortunately, there was some mistake, but it worked out for ATK. So congrats to ATK. That's all I can say.
Thank you so much, Sami and Shahito. Let's actually go ahead and take a look at the player stats. Let's see who was top fragging, who was lacking. And on your screen, you will see the top fragger for ATK is widened with 26 kills, while for Regicide Gaming, we have Gonzo with 20th and is tied with Chili Willy, as you mentioned, Sammy. So, what do we think about these leaderboards? Is there anything that stands out for you? For example, in terms of how skewed the kills are? Are they skewed? Are they not?
So in terms of ATKs, their top fraggers are, as we can see, is Wynand and Falls. I think in terms of damage as Wynand, because of the assists, as we can see, 11 assists and 25 kills, or 26, I believe.
Yes, that's true.
Regicide, it's not about the performance. It was mostly actually in their team play, which actually led them to lose. T-side was really, how can I say it? When ATK is playing really well, as I said, they're really experienced. Regicide really had to step up their team play. They had to step up. See, whenever you're facing against a good team that is built around experience and good talent, you shouldn't just rely on just picks or playing solo. Or you have to actually do your executes. Whether it's gonna be fake A and go B, do your B executes. The playbook has to really show. So it wasn't visible with Regicide. Their CT was really good. However, their T side wasn't, which is visible.
Well, there's something I do want to go back on because specifically when we found out that the map is overpass, Shikito, you mentioned it's all about the attack, and you both even mentioned the very important notice of opping. Now, is that something that these teams brought to our attention? Is it better than what we've seen in the past, or is it at the same level that we've seen in the playoffs and the qualifier stage?
They played actually differently. Like Regicide, if you notice, Chili Willy in the city side, he was dominating with the op. He was rotating. He was trying to get picks. He had confidence in aiming. Actually, this is something that I've seen that is really good in the upper pass. And ATK Gaming, they had the upper, yeah, but they depended more on the rifles, and it worked out well for them. But what I haven't seen well is the taking control of the B short and the middle. It was kind of wasn't like how I expected. I expected to see it more often, but no, they were only like aiming with each other, and they're having like a chance just to fight with each other, and that's it. And if they did that, like let's say 80k, if they took control of the B short or in the middle, then they took their time to decide where they want to go, they would have won the game actually faster. But they relied more on like just fighting and aiming and trying to get the kills and try to finish the game without any more plans. Maybe they're trying to hide their tactics or their strategy. I haven't seen that so far.
To add to your question about the importance of the upper, we had Chili Willy, as Chiquito said, had a really great city side. Getting the picks, trying to close out the defense. He was really amazing. He was the star player of the team in city side. Now, the most important thing is not only to actually have a great city side, it's actually to be the key to win in T side, which is opping. Opping is actually you have several kinds of opper. You have an opper who's like a star player, just does what he wants when he's really good with the op, tries to kill 2 and 3, just open opportunities here and there. Then you have the defensive opper where he just holds his position. Just now, the most important thing is in an opper is to create space. We haven't seen that with an opper with Chili Willy in T side. He wasn't being able to actually deliver us or create space in the map, and it was a really terrible thing to actually witness in T side, because an opper you really depend on opping, and it wasn't visible in Regicide's game in T side.
Well, regardless of those points, we're still very proud of both teams for coming
Yeah,
in this
true.
far. And I'm sure you'll be proud of the next teams that are going to be playing as well. We have White Rabbit Gaming versus Royalty, and we already have news of the map that they're going to be playing. It
Nuke?
is
Fair enough.
No, wrong again. It is actually Dust 2. That is the map that we're going to be having today. So are we impressed by that? By your response, I feel
Really
like this
impressed.
is the map that you like. So tell me about it. Why is it some map that you want to see?
So as we talked about it earlier, is the store is really about rotations, awareness, reactions from the map. So whatever you do, you're gonna get a reaction from that. Whether be it taking long, you're gonna force out rotation to come to A, going mid to B, you're gonna force out them to play on sites as CT. So particularly in the African region, we have seen that they're really tactical. They're really uh, more aware about what's going on the whole map, as deferring to the Arab scene where they play on just aim and they're just crazy individually. They're really amazing. Now, I want to see this too more tactical now. I've seen the hungry aim. I've seen the hunger they had in the Arab region. I want to see how well do they adapt. Uh, See, in Dust 2, basically in Dust 2, it's you can fake a lot, whether gonna be mid to B, force out rotation to come to CT, can go short and then face one guy in A. I would like to see more fakes from the African region. I hope I'm gonna see that.
Well, as we know, Dust 2 is also one of the oldest maps, if
Yeah.
I'm not mistaken, that we have available in CSGO. So, Shakito, I'm going to direct this question at you. Do you think, since this is the oldest map and possibly the most played map, that we're going to be seeing good CS from both sides regardless?
Well, the good CS will rely on two from the C side, such as the Lurker and the Oper. Of course, the entry fraggers will have a great impact, but not such as great as the Lurker and the Oper, because the Lurker can take control of the middle, hold out the rotation, kill up the CT players, for an example, and the Oper can do an opening kills and then assist the players to go in. But those two is, yeah, one of the most played maps. Actually, it's one of the greatest maps to use your utilities and do the great setups, such as in short, from the tunnels to the B side. It's actually one of the greatest map, actually. And so far, people play it because they know it the most after Mirage, obviously. And the people know lots of smokes of it. For example, from long to CT, from T base to short, to catwalk, and from B from tunnel to doors, B doors. So it's one of the great maps for using utilities and also doing the great picks by the lurkers and the Oper. And if the lurker played it good, they're gonna the Oper and the lurker, if they played it good, obviously they're gonna win the rounds. And it's mostly city sided only if they can encounter the push or encounter the rush. But it's also if the teams they have a great strategy, it's gonna make the game more amazing and such a wonderful game to watch, actually.
Well, hopefully, we're going to be seeing good usage of opping and utilities in the coming game. Let's get to the predictions. Let me remind you guys, Wide Rapid Gaming is the team that won against Terra Esports, the fast-paced team, if you remember, Sammy, that you were rooting for. And Royalty is a team that kicked out Nabi. So out of these two, you'll see them on your screen right now with their logos. Which team is going to win? And tell me, how close do you think it's going to be?
Really
Sammy,
tough.
you go first.
Really tough prediction here. It's gonna be really tough because both teams have beaten really good opponents. I'm gonna go with my instincts here, to be honest. I mean, Royalty did beat my favorites in the tournament, which is Nabi. I'm going with White Rabbit because they showed us they can actually play really fast, and I loved how they played Mirage, and I'm excited to see them if they can deliver that same pace of energy in Destiny.
What about Chiquito? Do you agree with Sammy on this round, or are
I
we
totally
going on the
agree
opposite side?
because if you are gonna play fast, that means you have confidence in yourself and in your team. And Royalty, they beated Navi by playing slow, and yeah, I think White Rabbit are gonna try to end it so fast by their fast gameplay.
All right, so we're thinking of Wide Rabbit Gaming and not a close game, just pure sweep. Is that what we're thinking here?
16-10, I would say.
16-10, and for you, Sammy?
I'm going with 16-13. I have a hunch it's gonna be close.
All right. Well, hopefully, we're going to have the close game that we are looking for, that we are praying for to see in our quarterfinals. The match is indeed ready, so we're going to pass it on to Goals in Lighter. Good luck, guys.
We are back with more Counter-Strike action. WRG up against Royalty. It's going to be a cracker. Goals with some dust too. So one of those maps where it's open to interpretation, balanced map. Anything you would like to see, goals?
Oh, just some fast pace, some crazy rounds. Like I enjoy this map. It's my favorite map, so of course I'm gonna love it. I'm keen to see where Royalty step up. Obviously, this is historically like an underdog map. So if you're going into a best of one, important part of the tournament, like if you're a better team, you don't really want to be playing on Dust 2. But that said, we do know the guys from the White Rabbits are not conventional. They'll do whatever they want to do, and ultimately they are going to come out firing guns blazing. Personally, my money's on them.
All right. Likewise, my money's going to be on White Rabbit Gaming. Very strong roster. Destroyed the Panda. They got all the players. They've got experience on their side. So on paper, you pretty much say that they'll take this best of one. So things can go either way. Royalty, they're going to have to step up, show us where the hard work's been coming in. Have they been resting in the holidays or have they been practicing? But anyway, we're going to be jumping straight in it. We do see Royalty on the CT side, WG on the T side. They've purchased up some good util to smoke flashbang goals. It lends its hand to an elaborate strat. All these going to go long, as simply as it is.
Yep, long breach seems to be the call. Rabbits stepping up the pace here. Glitch is on the other side of this. Gets beautifully flashed off though, and textbook stuff coming out of them. The follow-up util as well. He's able to skip. He's able to call up his teammates, but are they going to commit to this is the question. The cross smokes are being thrown. Flashes are going to be available for them to use to cross, but the CTs push through the smoke as well, but they get spotted and it's an absolute disaster. They all get taken down. Timing was really tight there. 3 versus 4 now. Royalty Esports. Oh, Chap headshot feels like he's something there. He spots him. You can't come with these shenanigans against the White Rabbits. They're the guys that shenanigan you.
I mean, it's White Rabbit. I mean, they invent the shenanigan looking at the roster, looking at the players there, but there's still many men to work with, and it's down to Don, and he gets taken out. First round goes to WRG. Beautiful pistol round. They knew exactly where they were headed, their destination, how they were going to do it. The frags went their way. They kind of beat them by pace. Usually you saw Royalty lined up by CT spawn. They only had one flash. That flash had to be timed better. And in fact, they needed to have one more flash to force more of a bigger and better fight for them near that CT ramp area towards that A side. But they're going to go straight into the force by Dust 2. One of those maps where the force can come back to bite you, mostly due to the size of the map. It's just those short, close quarter engagements don't come as frequently as maps like Nuke, Vertigo. We're going to see how it pans out. It's Panda anchoring towards this B side. And he opens up the scoreboard. It's Glitch getting gooshed down towards 11. Funny enough, I mean, sheesh. I was about to say, I mean, these guys used to play with each other once upon a time. Get shot with Glitch and Ruben, etc. So, bit of a friend battle going on here. This should be a free round for Royalty. I almost feel they should be saving the remaining weapons that they have and have a stronger competitive next round. Yeah, it's never going to work out. And they keep going for it. It's a 2 versus 2. I mean, Destroyers, yeah, he's the linchpin in all of this, but yeah, I can't help but feel that you simulate that round or simulate that battle 3 versus 3 10 times. You kind of want it 9 times out of 10 in Royalty. If they had a guy with the Deagle, picked up a Mac-10, another guy had a Deagle, picked up a Galley, a guy had a Scout, so they could have had a more potent round this round if they did save those weapons, but it's going to be a 3-0 almost due to the pure eco. That's how you want to stop the early mid-rush, by the way, guys. So if you're watching, learn as much as you can. It almost sucks with the update, right, goals, because now you have to use that molly early round in certain rounds where you could have used it elsewhere.
Yeah, absolutely. Very potent molly, but that being said, a little top, well, back a middle stack here for side of Royalty, but B's already been taken. They push the middle. They eventually, the jig is up. They catch all 3 players. They're waiting. Bomb's going to go down, and again, just another tough position to be in. No real investment into this round. They just burst through, and I'm sure White Rabbits will just be waiting for them, picking them apart, farming with those SMGs and putting a third on the board. But now this should see Royalty be able to pick up some guns here, perhaps pick up that AWP. Yes, on Zon it is indeed. And no open response just yet from the Rabbits. Certainly a map that you don't really need one. Obviously becomes handy. Got one of those players that can just rip apart the whole team, but ultimately, let's see what the name of the game is. It does look like a long breach. Again, they're going to be establishing this control, and the CTs are stacking it as well. They are obviously wanting to contend this map, and they are going to be forced back. Beautiful play there. A little bit of pot shot damage taken by Panda in that breach, but they've secured long, pushed the CTs back. Job is done. Can move back to other areas of the map and open things up.
Pretty much. First battle has been established. Control. Now they're going to slowly start to constrict them and force them into a fork on that A side. So you're going to lose long and top as well. So you can see them fighting for dear life. Destroyed, almost taking down Ruben towards middle. Lucky to get away with his life there. Oh, and he's getting some damage taken back. 10. It's only 10. I really do like that. That flash is a bit fancy. But they've lost long and they've lost cat, so they're kind of boxed in over here. They've had to drop down all players in CT ramp and glitch, forced into no man's land and long. And there we go, the side has fallen. And I'm sure they're going to have that conversation, guys. We can't lose long and we can't lose top, so you got to fight and die long, or you're going to fight and die top. But don't put yourself in this position. Even the retake doesn't make sense looking at the finances at the moment.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think like there's nothing more frustrating than moving into the sites and you kind of running away from the fights and your back isn't being covered. So, yep, they get taken out there by those that long. But again, let's not talk about the mistakes of Royalty again. The perfect play from the Rabbits, just really pincering that side to perfection. You can see they've done it hundreds of times before, and they certainly put the distress onto the Royalty defenses there and make it look cool, calm, and collected. And again, another round here in the bag for the Rabbits. 4-2-0 now. Hurler start to their campaign.
That was literally textbook Counter-Strike coming out from the Rabbits. And they're going to look to rinse and repeat. I mean, why change it? It's not broken. Don't have the long spawn this time around, so I'd imagine they'll change it up a little. Royalty. Some food for thought for them in this round. No AWP to try get that opener, so it's going to be down to the rifles and superior positioning. 4-0. You don't want to let this run away from you. As soon as you get to that 5-6 round mark, is when you start taking them pauses and really trying to figure out a solution. And Chappie opens up the scoreboard. Nice usage of that Molotov. It's Ruby moving through the lows, and there we go. The early round aggression finally paying off for the Royalty. Perfect start to a round. Interesting. What? The picks, it was a gap through the smoke. Yeah, the Molotov created a gap in the smoke in the bottom left. So it's still fine. They have long control. No, they don't have long control. In fact, there's a Rabbit player sitting in pit, but unbeknown to them, half the map has been cut away. They have been isolated and segregated. Two players moving towards lowers. It is Deadshot and Panda, I'd assume, and Glitch doesn't spot them. So there is a window of opportunity for the Rabbits to recover such a round.
Yeah. If they're able to pick this player off towards top, they've got a huge opportunity here, but Sheer is able to put that smoke down. But if they kill this player off, they got the whole A sides, and that's suddenly a whole different scenario. Considering they got two early round picks, like, they must be bamboozled. Now the rotation is going to come in, and the Rabbits can't take too long to take this position, and they get a frag towards lowers. Now that they know that the jig is up, now they're going to force things. Sheer looking towards top, gets one frag, not able to get traded, suddenly gets a 2 frag, and perhaps the worst thing that could happen was that teammate dying in lowers. But ultimately, a great response here from Royalty. Quick 2 frags at the beginning of the round. Looked a bit dicey there in the middle after they flanked. Couldn't find the team, but now there's one White Rabbit Gaming player remaining. Moving towards that top area. Finally gets spotted by Shea. He's going to make things difficult. Certainly going to be looking to kind of kill him after time.
What?
No. Panda's going to get that frag. And he's going to get the bomb.
Is there time?
Enough time. Surely not.
Ah!
I don't think there's time.
Ah! It's 3.8 seconds. Ah!
No.
It's a point now. Oh, yeah, there's no way.
He's going for the kills.
He needed to hit a quick B-hop just to propel him forward a little bit. Beautiful play by Royalty.
Yeah, you needed to land that little B-hop, but geez, talk about high intensity situation, still dropped the Molly down. Would have been a big play. Been spoken about Panda for years to come.
Yeah, I'm better in the history books, the craziest clutch.
Ever.
Ever! I even feel he should have got the bomb down just to get that extra $300, but it's okay. It's alright. Back to the usual slow, methodical style, lowest control. They're sitting outside long, purely because the spawn hasn't been there, and I've done it twice in a row. So, I mean, the only real way to stop a long rush like that is to commit 4 players on the CT side. It's one of the only options that I've seen. Usually, it doesn't go the way of the CTs, especially with the new update and dropping flashbangs. Good damage being peppered down from both sides. Panda and Ruben down to low HP. Cat control has been established, and Chappie utilizing the elevation quite nicely there on the lurk from Destroy. He's been anchoring that side quite nicely for the last 2 rounds, I'd say. Big damage and finishes off his counterpart Panda. Once again, a man advantage from Royalty. So if they can keep converting these, things aren't looking too bad for them. There we go, Chappie and Lewis. Right decision, get your pick and rotate out. That's going to force them to quicken their pace up a bit in zone. Ooh, can't really be missing those. Just needs to be good for 1 year for them to stand a chance, I'd say. That shot is going to move in, and he misses a second shot, and that's Chappie's position being exposed, and the bomb should be going down, and things could change. This is the B side. One of the hardest sites in Counter-Strike to retake, so all the util is going to come in handy for the Rabbits. Look at that, the util down, the OEWP being picked up, and oh no, it's falling apart for Royalty. That's a double kill by Tristan. He's going to continue his reign of terror. That's a third. It's glitched to trade him out, and Deadshot try to phase himself through the smoke, and both of them sitting on a nice agent. The phase of the smoke works for glitch, and yeah, you can't sit there for too long, I'd say. Especially if the bomb's been freshly planted, but it's glitch to save the day for Royalty.
What a disaster, man. I mean, the White Rose really brought that close. Like, from a 2 versus 4 or 5 scenario, they bring it all the way down. Tristan with some spectacular opening, that really beautiful first shot there on the player that was jumping towards that window area. Certainly opened things up. They get the bomb down, though. They can't afford much in this round, but they did take quite a few rifles. The thing is every single frag that Royalty lose here is certainly going to be impacting the economy going forward. So let's see how this obviously numbers towards this B area. Quick little mid to B smoke, but there is pressure towards top. Players have been boosted. First kill goes down as well. They're moving towards low end. No, done so much damage. They get traded as well. This is literally the worst case scenario for Royalty Esports. They can slow things down now, can White Rabbit Gaming, and really take the fight to Royalty. If they win this round, they've certainly got another 2 or 3 on the board based on the economic situation here. And now all 4 players, excuse me, are moving towards that top area. They are leaving a linchpin towards middle. They've got the galley, and they peek towards long. So much damage being done. Players are spotted. Spacing and trading is good. The T's are barreling into this A bomb site, and finally they trade their way through and eventually pick off the final A defense. And it is all up to Zon with this AWP, and this shot loss he needs to land in perfect precision. No, doesn't even choose to save, and it is the White Rabbits that snatch that back. And oh, look at the economy of Royalty Esports. Surely around, you can't afford to lose. Getting top, getting aggressive, then just getting absolutely caught out from all sides and directions.
Yeah, there was a bad read on the round. I think they thought the Rabbits were forcing up or have weapons that round, but it was an eco. And on top of that, it was glitch to botches, Molotov to give cover for Shea, and it all started to fall apart from there. But the Rabbits acted quickly and swiftly to capitalize on what you want to be seeing. It's Destroy to open up the round. He had the long spawn, and it's an eco from Royalty, so and up. I think it's going to be 6 rounds on the board from Rabbits, so Royalty ain't really kicking themselves in a round like this. Ooh. Almost. I think Deadshot goes down there. It gets a bit dicey considering the AWP is just sitting in the ground. Nice Christmas present. But Tristan gonna pick up his 10th kill of the round, so for the next gun round. That was a terrible round to lose goals, because not only that, it's the economy, man.
Yeah.
They're not gonna have much money to invest properly, like an AWP maybe. Okay, Zon does have cash dollar. I'll take that back. But imagine your 2 AWPs, the double AWP. Come on. Stuff's 2. CT side, that's where you get a field day.
Yeah, they're certainly strong on this map for sure. Expensive but strong nonetheless. We do see an even spread coming out here from the Rabbits, not changing pace or anything like that. They've got the stock standard stuff, but again, middle is being aggressed, but now actually getting forfeited from the side of Royalty. They're just sends too much util, forced out of the area, and White Rabbit Gaming gonna look at doing this delayed long tick. They just seem to be walking out now, and you'll see slowly and methodically they'll start to take top control as well, as they've been given long. It's a perfect part of the pincer.
And I'm sure Royalty have seen this movie before. Guys, we've lost long and we're losing Cat. Surely not. Surely we stop to slow them down. There's a solution to all this. No. Once again, they get betrayed, but it's glitch with the multi-kill with an A1. It's the buff that's helping it, but the trade does come in from Tristan, but still stuck in the same situation. But it's Sheer to swing towards long and destroy. He needs to land some shots here. Low HP, so it's gonna be easy. And although recovered this time, I think the big change was the reaction coming in from lows, and of course glitches 2K there. Again, you simulate that round 10 times. They don't. It's gonna be. They're gonna lose it 8 times out of 10. But it comes through for them.
Yeah, Glitch with beautiful little spray control there. Just adjusts amazingly. Gets straight out towards the end, but it's ultimately bought enough time, bought enough position as well. It does well for his team. Body goes down towards long. Players are forcing their way out there. They do have that pit control, so now the CTs will be required to force back and push top, make sure they keep that top control. But will the White Rabbits allow them to? Do see destroyed here, moving slowly towards that lowest area, looking to hold it for his team. Probably take some sort of control here on his own. Going to be poking and prodding towards his top area very shortly, and that'll give the signature. Oh, there's a little top flash there onto the side. You can see the breaches coming through now. Does get spotted towards the middle area. First frag opens up there on towards the A site, and now destroyed is sprintering from A top, but no, gets taken out. That's going to give the defense a little bit of a backbone here to work with. But Sheer gets spot flashed through. Perhaps a little bit of a silly decision there. Really unnecessary, but gets taken out as well. 4 versus 2 now. Royalty just as quick as they get around, they give it away, and they're forced to run through the hills. Would you let them save the White Rabbits? I suppose your economy is a bit tough, but yeah, go for it, Tools.
Just feels like there's no lesson that has been learned from Royalty. It's the 3rd time that they've been pincered. They've lost 2. The one was narrowly won for Pro-S from Glitch. And once again, they're stuck in the same scenario. So, yeah, whoever's commanding that A side needs to be a bit more stern and make sure if they're going to forfeit the A side, forfeit it as a team together and then retake it maybe, get an entry kill on that, but put damage towards the end to survive with those 2 weapons that allow them to drop some weapons and invest into this round if they really want to go for it. But again, it's going to be a gamble on the economy. They have the AWP, so I'll definitely force it on this 100%. Here we go, guns have already been tossed around, but if I'm WRG, I'm going to continue with the way I'm playing because it's working. And the 3 rounds that they were won, 2 of them were based off, variabilities that they could not control themselves. Glitch going huge, or was it, I think Sheer going huge, but anyway, there we go. That's the change up in aggression. They're going to be moving, barreling up straight up middle, lost long, but they do have that in their favor, goals.
Yep, absolutely. And now, Smokes and stuff will be faded. They do get a trade there as well. 4 versus 4 now. Oh, but quickly just like that, Ruben capitalizes things, and Glitch as well. So the frag is kind of just falling apart here. White Rabbit just getting picked off left, right, and center. Perhaps a little bit of this aggression really working out for Royalty, and the White Rabbit's not really set up for it. So looking to be another round on the board, and this is what they needed to supplement their economy. They can't afford to lose too many rifles here. They really can't. They need to just try and stick together, or just focus on objective. And oh, there's another rifle. This has almost become winnable now, Tools.
I hope they actually do lose this round, Royalty, because that was crazy from them, especially Zon there in the re-peak there, especially in you know how good Tristan can be, so let's just see how it plays out. Oh no, it gets worse for Royalty. This smoke is just gonna enable Tristan to get the bomb down. So even if they go ahead and lose this one, right, they'll have money to work with. They lose it. Oh my god, that's justice? That's justice? And that's 100% Zon's fault. Yeah, 100% Zon's fault there. Yeah, middle. For the re-peak? What? Wild. But anyway.
Thing is, though, what happens there, you can clearly see the play on A sites. Everyone just starts like losing confidence, almost like you know, he over peaks. Everyone shouts at him before over peaking, and then no one else is keen to peak anymore. And then you just let him get into the site, and he gets it into a 1v1. He overconfident peaks you, and I mean, he's got nothing to lose. He really just thought he wasn't going to try and do some damage, and ultimately you've given him a way back into this game. And yeah, absolute disaster there. That pretty much sums up the game here. White Rabbit Gaming steal that round away. Tristan, man, really loving how he's looking mechanically, really enjoying watching him play. He looks smooth, he looks calculated, he looks crisp, and he looks like he just isn't phased, and really just landing lots of shots. You saw him pick up the AWP casually earlier, rip some face, throw it back down, pick up that M4, rip some more face, win the round. It's very cool to watch indeed.
Yeah. It's just the confidence. I mean, we get into the latter end stages of this tournament, so this is when you start to see players peaking and having a good tournament, and so far Tristan is. I like this idea, 5-man towards long with the flashbang, but machine guns are always going to eat you up and spit you out. Just sharpie left, and it's the next round that's going to be the determining factor. Because I'm sure, like right now, they need to reset their mindset, recompose, and stop feeling and coordinating themselves better. Royalty. Because looking at their roster, they have some good names there that have played at some good levels, that have shown they got what it takes, but they need to just put it together like a recipe.
Absolutely.
That's
I mean,
double
again,
roll.
though, against the formidable White Rabbit Gaming, this is a very well-versed, experienced team. Spent a lot of time together as well, and they're really, really solid. So Royalty got a mountain to climb here. They are going to elect to take that long control, not contested by White Rabbit Gaming. That'll allow White Rabbit Gaming to get that early mid control. No real resistance, no early aggression that we've seen in the earlier rounds here from Royalty. And now they can retake long. Flash comes through, but smoke is there. Two players towards the pit and destroys. Absolutely destroys them. And now it is up to Zahn, unable to land that shot, and he's going to get printed now. Does get one for his troubles, but it is 4 versus 2. Make that one. Ruben with that AWP. Stuck towards that CT spawn area. They spot him as well. And you can just start to see the confidence coming out of White Rabbit Gaming. They're really starting to even get over Zealous, jumping into CT spawn, starting to hunt for frags. And I mean, rightfully so. They've really just been on a roll here in these last couple of rounds. 10-3, really making this look like a clinic. I believe you predicted something like this, Tools.
Yeah, I mean, once the ball gets to rolling on the side of the Rabbits, as soon as a player starts to jump down CT spawn like that, oh man, it's tickets from there. The mindset's completely shot. I mean, even the one time they win long, they still end up losing it with the retake flashbang, and they get caught with their pants down. So nothing is going right for them, and yeah, I feel bad for them, man. Again, still earlier on in the year, and again, they've been put together quite recently, so still some time to work with them and get better as a unit. But right now, they need to take this as a learning curve, especially on this first half, because it's been a nightmare. 11-3.
Yep, strong start here for White Rabbit Gaming. They are one of the top CSGO teams from the South African region, so no surprise that they're starting out here. Certainly wanted more out of Royalty. I think they wanted more out of themselves, to be honest. I think that round that we saw was just a disaster unfolding right before our eyes, and I don't even want to know what it's like being on the server when that happens. I actually do know what it's like. It's pretty terrible, but now long control comes through. Glitch finally get the better of this long take. Finally, the CTs have established that they can hold that bottom map. 2-man advantage now. Make that 3. Aggression paying off. Love this from Royalty. This is the way to bounce back now. This will give them a little bit of momentum leaning into the next half, and hopefully they can convert that into the pistol round. And hey, you got a game on our hands, Tools, but yeah, Royalty certainly need this.
Yeah, give them a nice cushion or ability to play more rounds in the second half, and Tristan does get the trade. This guy's quick with that AWP. What? What smoothment is that? Anyway, 1 versus 4, Royalty. We'll do well to close this round out. There's some time to work, but Shea closes it out, and I agree with you 100%. That's the aggression we needed to see quite earlier on, especially towards long. The amount of times they forfeited long just due to a little resistance from White Rabbit was far too much. They would forfeit long just on one flashbang they would throw and pedal back towards Cat, and then lose Cat instead of fighting and dying long off good spawns. And when we finally see them fighting and going hard towards long, that's when you start to see things going in their favor, some duels here and there, some control. And that's when you get to stabilize, especially as the mid-rotator, having that confidence. But we have moved over to the second half. Royalty on the CT side, or the T side, mind you. They need to pick up some rounds nice and early. White Rabbits. I think that'll correct itself. Yeah, it is Royalty on the T side for sure. A smoke and a flashbang on Ruben. Nice and slow, methodical, waiting for the Rabbits to over-aggress. here and there, but they're showing some good discipline. It is dead shot heading towards long. He's picked up the first play and he's got the supports with him. Zot picks up the first one. Brilliant flashbang from Destroy to create that support. And the Ruse is heading towards B side. It's awesome here. He needs to fight down 3 members. Tristan is here. Right place, right time. Gets Goosh down. And the side has fallen 2 versus 2. This is favorable for Royalty. Oh wow, they're not going to stop at all. They're not going to slow down and rethink and recollaborate. What, Rabbit? What? I guess they wanted to catch them before they transition into a proper post plant. So Royalty shutting it down quite nicely. And this is a good start to their retake. Well, not retake, their comeback and their campaign. And it reeled in 6 rounds apart. So it's not unimaginable.
Absolutely, and
Is it a
that's what they needed to get back into this game. It is.
Do you force with a lead like this? I was playing with the Elusive, I think, yesterday, and he was saying to me, what's with this new mat and these kids forcing when they have around 2K to 2.1,000? And I think it's just the ability that everyone's mechanically good at the game, and one headshot here and there can change anything. It's a trap. Surprise. Hello. AK gone.
Yep, and they maintain the entirety of those lower control, B tunnels control, and do lose a player towards that middle area. Another towards long as well, so Royalty able to get that man advantage, starting to look towards the top. Surely have identified that the stack was in fact there, and yeah, quickly gain ground. The whole team moves towards long, and now Chappie can just flank. Lovely in the middle. Gets taken out though. He gets one. Ruben moving towards top. 2 players left now for the side of White Rabbit Gaming. Oh, beautiful little tag there from Ruben. Cool as you like. Gonna be protecting that gum as well. See the fire player interest, and he's been absolutely on point now. Taking some pot shots. Ruben gonna go look for it, and he gets what he's looking for. 6 rounds on the board now. And we will see another save coming out of the Rabbits. But I do agree with you, Tools. I'm not too sure what the D's were saying. It's just kind of like 3 rounds, especially if the other team decides to actually play properly and you literally get nothing, no bang for your buck. Like, you're going to end up sitting with the T side that's got quite a staunch economy, and that's the last thing that you want to be going up against the CTs playing that. I mean, as a CT, excuse me, is playing that trading game.
Especially with the kind of lead that you have, you kind of want to make sure you have all the bells and whistles to win around in terms of your AKs and AWPs, etc. Ooh, plot twist towards long. Bitch. I like that off angle from Destroy, but I think you need like a stronger gun. In fact, I'm not too sure what gun could work there besides a rifle. You can't afford one. They could catch Zon. He's got the, I was about to say AWP, he's got the scout, and he gets isolated. All of a sudden things are changing. They've got a man advantage to work with. But Glitch is in a nice position, yeah. This is not looking too bad. We should be able to close this out. No! What?
No, it's a disaster.
E-code, hashtag.
It's a disaster. Yeah.
Did Panda beat the Molly uppers? I thought... What?
Yeah, he must have done something.
2 players remaining was 3. But yeah, he must have beat the Molly uppers. God damn.
Absolute disaster here for Royalty. I don't know if they're going to be able to survive that. Beautiful there from White Rabbit Gaming. They've got so much money in the bank already. They've literally completely flipped this map onto its head. They are going to be able to take long control as well. You can see the T's are forcing through. See them pushing through now. Panda is caught blind. Recovers nicely though. Able to get that first frag. 4 versus 5 now, and no long control for the side of Royalty. They just kind of ditched him behind there now. Are moving towards that middle area. Oh, Destroyed. Tries to get a molly off, almost pays for his life, certainly pays with the molly as well, but top control is maintained. Royalty now moving together. They understand that they've lost long, they don't hold that control no more, but now the smoke from Panda gonna make things a little bit more complicated. But again, shift in position, shift in direction. Royalty need to find a pick somewhere else on the map, find some sort of point of weakness now. They are waiting for the aggression from the Rabbits, which is to be expected, but just like that, they aren't really pushing the envelope here. Keeping it an honest defense. 3 on the A side, 2 on the B side. Now, they should be aware that Oh, Panda comes in with beautiful support, doing tons of damage through the smoke there. Surely that the B players know that they're about to get hit. See the first frags go their way. Tunnels is dealt with. Support from CT spawn as well. Clean as you like. 13 to 6 there. White Rabbit Gaming closing out. Swimming. You can see their adjustments are just absolutely impeccable. And they understand exactly where the weaknesses are. They understand exactly where their strengths are. They understand the timings of those as well. And I just love seeing a team just go methodically from taking long to adjusting towards that B support. As soon as there's any sort of reaction or action, they have an equal and an opposite reaction for it. So really enjoying the CS coming out of White Rabbit Gaming. And it's not often you get to see this level of detail coming out on Dust 2. And just loving to see it. Now you see Royalty forced towards that B side. Are they going to go towards lowers though? Yeah. Is a wiser decision.
Destroyed. As per usual, there's going to be aggressive and lowers over the Tristan bails him out, but it's an eco round. Tristan goes down. Yeah, it's a complete disaster, but he's got assistance. Awesome drop behind him. It's Ruben left with an AK-47. No kid to work with, so I'm going to try to do some damage, but yeah, agreed. Goals are 100% on the money that you were saying about WRG. They're moving with the information and they're making the correct calls. It's almost like checkpoint based. They take long. They immediately bounce towards the middle, bounce towards cap. They supplement B with that defense when they need to with that mid to B smoke. So they're playing a perfect game thus far. Royalty, I can't help but think if they won those 2 rounds that they should never have lost, things could have been better, could have been looking up.
Camp certainly would be more motivated, but now P&D with the lowest aggression. I love this. This is something that Royalty were waiting for the last round, didn't capitalize, and now all of a sudden White Rabbit Gaming are just taking peeks left, right, and center, just adjusting that first part of the game on the CT side, and again, just quick frags before these players have even emptied out their pockets, and these beautiful flashes towards long. This is calculated aggression, and making Royalty earn their respect. And right now, styling on them. Sheer gets a frag for his troubles. Oh, gets another, gets a third as well. Perhaps there's a storyline tide shift here, seeing something that we saw earlier. But
could it be the Game of Thrones?
Could be the Game of Thrones indeed. Oh, that was close, Tools. That was close to his face. That was really close. Yeah.
Because if Tristan goes down there, he wins that straight up. Panda 9 HP. What?
Yeah, close call there considering how the round went, but nevertheless, 15 on the board now. Match point for White Rabbit Gaming here, putting on an absolute clinic. Only 6 rounds for Royalty, just struggling to get a start, just specifically on the CT side, on the T side, excuse me.
They're really trying to end this game nice and early, goals. Look at that quick cat aggression there. And they're going to continue moving up nice and slowly, holding the shift key. Majority of the attacking team is heading towards long. It was a late long burst, so Zon shift walking across. He's tasked to hold middle. Glitch just sitting in lows, remaining round long. WOG have a good inkling and Panda opening up the kill feed there versus Glitch. Can't but think we need to really clear that out properly. Tristan getting up kill there towards long, traded out immediately from Chappie. And Glitch all destroyed the flashbang. Oh, was there another one? No! He goes down to Zon, and that's the opener, the opportunity for Royalty to come back into this. It is match point, so they're fighting for the tournament life. Panda, good spray down. He's going to move towards the left-hand side. He's got the smoke to give him some cover, and that is it. GG, 16 to 6 goals. WRG, fantastic performance. They had a really good game. They capitalized on the mistakes that were given, but ultimately looked like the better team, wouldn't you say?
Absolutely, kind of went as expected. I didn't expect it to be that much of a whitewash. Basically, I mean that was 16-6, I believe, at the end. But yeah, solid game from White Rabbit Gaming. I mean, nothing much more to say. That they looked really well poised on Dust 2. They looked well versed. They looked like only towards the end they got a little bit disrespectful. But I do believe that they kind of Royalty needed to earn that at the end of the day, and they just really had no business being on the same server. And White Rabbits they progress.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, Royalty, they have all the pieces to make it work, or at least get themselves to double digits and make it a competitive game. But unfortunately, they fell flat due to those two massive mistakes, those 2 massive blunders. And I'm sure the desk will take you through. So let's jump over to them.
Thank you so much, Goals and Lighter. What a game indeed. We were not expecting for the game not to be close. We were expecting 16-10 as you predicted and 16-10 as you predicted.
13.
Excuse me, 13. 16 as Sami predicted. Unfortunately, it wasn't as close as we wanted it to be. However, White Rabbit Gaming did give us a very good CS and it was very enjoyable to watch. And before we get into analyzing, let me remind you guys about the $50 that is up for grabs. All you have to do is go to gaming.lenovo.com. You can either post a clip from your broadcast or you can go and vote for your favorite team. And while you're there, make sure you check out for some other offers. All right, so we both predicted that White Rabbit Gaming would come out superior. However, we didn't expect it to be by that much of a difference. So, how do you think? What do you think about the game? What makes you think that Royalty could not even step up close to White Rabbit Gaming's level, especially at this point in the quarterfinals?
Well, as White Rabbit started with the T side, they've dominated so good. Their aim was on point actually, and they got like the first half 11-4. Like they had so much confidence. They were aiming, they were pushing all together. Even if they played as an individual, they still managed to kill at least one or two, and clear out the site. What I've realized from White Rabbit, like they're like unstoppable in this game. Like uh, they tried to stop them. Like Royalty tried to encounter them, the rush and everything. They couldn't do anything. They were forced many times to go in the eco, and they were forced many times to even force and play just Deagle armor. And what I've realized from Royalty, they're not playing with they're not using utility much. They're just focusing on like, okay, I wanna try to kill them. I wanna 1v1 them. I want to get their guns, their weapons, and like it didn't work out for them. No matter what they did, still it didn't work out for them. Congrats to White Rabbit and hard luck to Royalty. But yeah, the better team won because they had more confidence, more aim, and they had better synergy than Royalty.
Indeed, congratulations to both teams. They did quite well, especially reaching this far in the tournament. What about Sami? Do you have any other points to add and any mistakes that you can point out from Royalty's end? And the more we go into this game, the more I feel that we might have overestimated Nabi a bit, especially because Royalty is the team that beat Nabi, and while facing against White Rabbit Esports, Rabbit Gaming, excuse me, they weren't even close to their level. What happened there? How come we expected so much more from Royalty and they didn't deliver?
So a couple of things that we have come across is about the surprises that we have come across. And as we know, expect the unexpected, as Hope used to say. So one really important factor here in the map coming into this game, as we've seen, we know that White Rabbit is a really aggressive team. They like to actually go fast and play on a fast-paced game. We noticed that the key here is actually Royalty couldn't actually stop their aggression. They couldn't stop White Rabbit. It's like basically two very important things here coming to this game. First, the fast-paced game that White Rabbit plays, taking long, going mid to B, checking all corners, making sure that they're going as safe as possible. The second thing is their mid-round variations. The mid-round calls that are coming from White Rabbit are amazing. It's basically showing that they're really experienced, they're really an adaptive team. They can adapt to any certain situations, be it 4v5 or 4v4. They showed us that, yes, we are here to compete. Mid-round was on point. I really loved how well they actually maybe fake long and go short, explode short all of a sudden, and get these early entries. I mean, Royalty maybe didn't come as prepared. I mean, they showed us a good game last game against Nabi. Yes, we might have overestimated Nabi, but White Rabbit really surprised me with their gameplay. I mean, this is what CS is all about. It's not all about the slow-paced games. It's about the aggression, the hot blood. These kind of games really excites me. So well played to White Rabbit Gaming. I really, really enjoyed seeing a great CS by them, and an amazing way to actually close those two out with 16-6. They close it with a bang. I mean, they're really ready for the semifinal. I'm really sure against ATK. ATK really have a hard time tomorrow. Really hard time.
Well, we can't wait to see them into the quarterfinals, especially with the good CS that they've provided with us for this game. Let's go ahead and take a look at the player stats. For White Rabbit Gaming, the top fragger was Tristana with 23 kills.
Amazing.
And for Royalty, we have Cheer, if I'm not mistaken, for 17 kills. What can you tell us about the individual player stats
I mean,
here?
Tristana just played amazing CS, as we have seen. He was an important catalyst, I would say, in the game. Their reason of actually winning. Let's not deny the fact that Awesome really had a really awesome game. However, about Royalty, uh, yes, they should have fragged more. However, uh, they were not expecting these mid-round plays that are made by White Rabbit Gaming or their aggression. They were not really prepared. They were like caught off guard. That's what really surprised me. I mean, Royalty, as we've seen, their past game, they were really good against Nabi. They just played insanely. I mean, I was expecting it to be a really tough game, but I mean, White Rabbit, they're gonna win as my prediction. But I was expecting a close game. But I mean, I don't know what happened to Royalty. They should have just like paused earlier and talked more. Because see, the advantage of taking a pause when you're losing, let's say 4 rounds in a row, 5 rounds, it's really important to actually take a pause, gather your emotions, talk to each other, reset your gameplay, and just try to actually not only like don't be depressed that you're losing 5, 6 rounds. Focus round by round. Talk about what's going on. Not necessarily everyone is doing mistakes. No one doesn't do any mistakes, but focus about what's going on, what's wrong in the game.
Demotivation can definitely be something that can bring you down and lose the momentum of the game. So we definitely have to keep our spirits up. Chiquito, is there anything do you want to add based on these player stats that we're seeing right now?
Yeah, I've realized from the stats of Tristana and also watching their game that Tristana was actually one of the players that died the least, the one had least death in their scoreboard, and from that, and you can see also the assists. As I think it's the highest, 7 assists, it's highest. That means she was, Tristana was doing an impact kills and was supporting the team and also doing a great damage to Royalty. And yeah, Tristana like MVP of the game. That she was, like, he was doing very well and doing a great CS, and it was one of the reasons why they ended the game so fast.
I really like that you pointed it out because I personally missed that Tristana indeed has the highest kills and the highest assists matched with
And the
another
list,
player and the lowest amount of deaths. So Tristana really performed admirably. And we now know that White Rabbit Gaming, the winners of this match, is going to go up against ATK Academy, which will be during our semifinals tomorrow. How do you feel about that matchup?
I mean, I'm feeling great. I'm feeling amazing about this matchup. I mean, now, as I told you, quarterfinal, one map, anything could happen. Any team could win because it's a one map. Mistakes are really highly appreciated here for the opposing team. Uh, any mistake can lead you to actually lose the game. So when we come into a best of three, you have a lot of teams that can lose best of one. However, in best of three, it's actually their hometown, it's their home turf. They can play amazing in best of three. They can lose one map and bounce back 2 maps. And they're really confident. I mean, it doesn't mean that lost the map, they lost the game. No. So a best of three would actually really, it's going to be a different scenario from tomorrow. A really different scenario.
That's what we like to hear. Every day is a new day. Every day is the unexpected. And before we get too ahead of ourselves and think about tomorrow, let's see the next match that we're going to be having right after the break, DNMK Esports versus Goliath Gaming. Now, these are two teams that have proven that they can provide good CS. DNMK Esports won against Tenacity and Goliath as well. We did not get to see their gameplay. I believe they were against Mayo Addicts
They
who
got
had
a bye.
forfeited. So it has been quite a while since we've seen a game from them. Do you think DNMK Esports has the upper hand because they have technically more games on their toll?
So, I mean, talking about Goliath Gaming, Goliath is a Goliath indeed. They are a big name in the African scene. They have been there for a long time. I mean, I'm expecting an easy fight for Goliath to actually win this and bag it really quick. I'm not gonna underestimate the NMK though. I mean, I've seen a lot of surprises so far. I'm gonna stick with Goliath. A 16-6 probably, around 16-7.
All right. Well, I'm not going to get too much into it. You know, Shakito, I'm going to give you till after the break to really think about your answer. So don't worry, you have some
Think
time.
really hard.
It's okay. We'll give him the break for him to think about it.
All right. Well, we're going to jump into a very short break. So make sure you guys stay tuned. And when we're back, we're going to have our third game of the quarterfinals. So make sure you stay tuned.
The truth is a damn hard pill to swallow. I'm reaching out, but all I feel is hollow. I wanna make you work, but all I do is make you worse. The truth is a damn hard pill to swallow. Don't you wanna come on over? Don't you wanna work it out? Don't you wanna love me better, love me now? Don't you wanna fix our problems? Baby, I can show you how. Don't you wanna love me better, love me now? Don't you wanna come on over? Don't you wanna work it out? Don't you wanna love me better, love me now? Don't you wanna fix our problems? Baby, I can show you how. Don't you wanna love me better, love me now? Don't you wanna love me better, love me now? Don't you wanna come on over? Don't you wanna work it out? Don't you wanna love me better, love me now? Don't you wanna fix our problems? Baby, I can show you how. Don't you wanna love me better, love me
You used to stop this world from spinning. Like Superman, you were the only one to find the strength in all that I was dealing with. This life like kryptonite. And if you keep me close, every minute in this hourglass, you hold. Oh, 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 and when I fall too deep, be right when I wait to save me, a superhero in this.
wrapped around your soul with no control. You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. I'll run, I'll hide. Darkness always clouds my mind. When I look behind, it's moving closer every time. I can't pretend that I have a strong defense. Darkness, your friend, you get me till the end. At the end. Can you feel it wrapped around your soul with no control? You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. Ah, I can't pretend that I have a strong defense.
Welcome back to the Legion Africa Cup, brought to you by Legion by Lenovo. How are you guys feeling? Are we still upbeat? Are we still energetic halfway through for the quarterfinals?
Excited, that's for sure. I don't know about Chiquito.
Well, I think from the teams, the one that are watching the games, I think they're overexcited to be like, I want to dominate. I want to prove my point. I want to show them that we are the best. So yeah, I think I'm excited with them. I wish if I can join and play with them, to be honest.
I'm getting
Do you want
excited.
to show them how it's done? Is that what you're referring to?
Well, to Bravado, they will show me how is it done. It's different for them.
The thing is interesting now. It's actually, I really miss playing CS because I've stopped for a while. However, watching these games, it's no surprise that I really want to actually play competitive again. It's really exciting.
Well,
I
that's
miss
good
the
to
old days.
hear. It's good to hear that they are inspiring you to get back into the game and to play more regularly. And let us remind our audience about the region that we are witnessing for today for the quarterfinals of the Legion Africa Cup. We have South Africa, Kenya, and Nigeria. So, Sami, you said you want to play again. Would you play against one of these teams that we have listed right now on our screen? And who would you play against if given the chance?
There is one mentality I used to always go through. I don't care who's against me. I just will I'll try to showcase my best game. I would actually maybe showcase my talent against Bravado. I would love to play against Bravado.
Ooh, against Bravado,
love
why
how
is
they-
that? Do you consider them one of the top players in our tournament so far?
I mean, the way they play is really in sync. They're playing as a unit. Because considering that Bravado is a big name, I really love to see such kind of advanced level teams. Bravado is a really skilled team. No disrespect to the other teams that have actually participated. Goliath, in special terms, Bravado actually plays in a way that they give respect to the opponents. However, they play their best, but they play it in a good way. Like White Rabbit, they play aggressive. I don't like to play against aggressive teams, to be honest. So Bravado will be my best.
What about you, Shakito? Is there any team that you would play against given the chance?
Against Bravado, because I believe that with my through my experience in CS, I think it's going to be a great matchup to play against an intelligent and smart team that is known since long time. With all my respect to the other teams, they are also smart and intelligent, but I prefer playing against experienced ones that was there in the scene since long time.
All right. Well, hopefully you guys get that chance. And who knows, maybe Bravado Gaming is going to be the ones that are going to win the game. Now, what we have coming up next is DNMK versus Goliath Gaming. I asked you about the predictions, and don't worry, I'm going to get to that very shortly. But before we do, let me remind you guys about the prize pool that we have up for grabs for our competing teams. $12,000 for first place and $5,000 for second and $3,000 for third place. So, analysts, if you were against Bravado Gaming, since that's the one you're going to be picking, are you going to be winning against them and getting that prize pool? Is that going to be you or is that going to be Bravado?
I mean, winning against them is gonna be a tough answer to give you an answer for that. Bravado is a really skilled team, so winning them is not gonna be an easy ride. But I always actually have ambitions to actually be first, so I wanna win it, but it's not gonna be easy.
I like the confidence. I really do. And are you confident in trying to guess our next map? Because the map is indeed locked in, and
Please tell me it's Vertigo.
unfortunately, it is not.
Inferno.
It was neither of those. We are going to be seeing
Yeah,
Dust 2
Again.
Again,
one more time.
I mean, I would love to see that.
Tell me, is there anything that you would like to see the teams play differently this time compared to the game that we saw firstly?
So, Bravado, as we know, big name in the scene. They're really, really. The special thing about them is how well they adapt into the mid-round calls, into how they are actually. Sorry, Goliath. My bad. Goliath, I heard from their experience in the game, is really they know how to adapt just as Bravado. They are a big name, as I told you. They play really well in high-level tournaments. They have played also abroad. DNMK will have a really tough time, a really tough time. And no, I'm not gonna try to actually underestimate DNMK. However, Goliath, whenever you're playing against experience, they always win. Talent doesn't beat experience, in my opinion. Sometimes, if they are guided well, Goliath is gonna bag it.
Goliath is going to bag it. Is it going to be a close call or is it going to
No,
be a sweep?
I don't think it's gonna be a close call. Just like an easy ride last game.
All right. What about you, Chiquito? What do you think? Are we having a close call of a game? And firstly, do you agree with Goliath Gaming taking the win on this one?
Well, from the last week when I saw the gameplay, I've seen the NMK were playing actually really well, and I think they're gonna win Goliath 16-12.
Oh, so we have opposing opinions here on the analyst
DNMK
desk.
will win.
The NMK will win 16-12.
Finally.
Maybe
He doesn't copy
maybe it's
me
your
now.
lucky day. You might be right, but to be honest, like never underestimate the enemy when.
Give me a reason why DNMK will win.
I'll give you a reason. First of all, it's best of one, and second of all, it's unexpected. Maybe they're having a bad day.
That look in your face, Chiquito, it tells it all.
I would really know. I want to know one reason. In respect to Goliath, do you think they will actually do the mistakes since they're a high-level team, such as White Rabbit we have seen, Bravado, ATK Academy? Are they willing to do the mistake? Because I don't think so. Any mistakes will be shown from Goliath.
Maybe because when you reach in this in the quarterfinal and almost reaching to the semifinal, it's gonna be so pressurized. Like the team was gonna be so pressurized, and they might do some mistakes, and they might be nervous, and the mistakes will cost them a couple rounds, or maybe can cost them the map. So I cannot assure you that Goliath will win 100% or the NMK will win. But through the gameplay that I've seen, the NMK they didn't have the same chemistry as Goliath. but definitely they had better aim than Goliath.
Well, we're going to see which one of our analysts are going to be predicting correctly. And let me assure you that roasting will be happening right after the game. But let's go ahead and start the game with goals in a lighter. Good luck, guys.
And we are back with another blockbuster of a matchup. It's Dynamic up against Goliath. These two teams have been at each other's throats for the last, the last year, I would say, between them towards the tail end of 2021. It was Bravado, Goliath, and Dynamic fighting for that top spot. So we get a fresh start and a brand new year, Golsey.
Yeah, absolutely. Some of the best teams here in the country are playing, and we're gonna jump straight into it. Goliath Gaming versus DNMK. Let's go. Let's get it. I can't wait. Well,
All right, so it actually will be production actually just got on the bus, but we're gonna bounce back. CT side has been picked up from Dynamic. I'm still waiting for the confirmation of the map, but I'm gonna go ahead and assume it's gonna be one of those open-ended maps like it does to Mirage Inferno, something that's more comfortable for both teams. It is a best of one, so you're gonna be going ahead into a nuke where it's one-sided and things don't go your way, and from there you're climbing up against an uphill streak. But it's gonna be a battle. For sure, we got on the side of Goliath some young stars there, and the side of Dynamic. Look at kind of Ballistic. He's a really good LAN player online. Some players struggle, but he always has those performances you got to watch out for. I'm pretty sure he's manning the AWP. So we're actually going to the game right now. Hopefully. Hope don't trolling me. And there we go. We have it. It is Dust 2. Yeah, it makes sense. One of those balanced snaps in the pool. So let's see how it kicks off. A smoke on Doris. I'm assuming he's got a kit accompanied with that. 2 smokes and 2 flashes. And a Molotov, Weasel and Triton, the util players. And it looks like it's going to be a battle of lowers. Heartbreak, Daru, actually 4 CT sitting near lowest. It's going to be quite the tussle over here. So far, it is going quite wild for the side of Dynamic. Oh, robust start. The trade does come through from Zox, but 1 versus 4. Going to take some brains to kick us off. So perhaps he just found these one-on-one engagements, but goals that I can't up. I think this is going to be in the bag. First round for Dynamic.
yeah, absolutely. Tall task ahead of Zoksha if he wants to actually win the round. Gets the first shot beautifully there. Instantly scares the players around. 3 versus 1 now. And he's going to creep his way towards that B side. What a way to start the clutch. But I mean, yeah. This is 2 Titans of South African CS and really can't wait to see it unfold. I love this position here, but he is going to be spotted and there's a player waiting for him there in suicide. Does he get spotted? I'm sure.
Oh, the sound cue.
He did. Surely the sound.
It's the sound cue that matters. And he's oh no, he's missed the timing on not only long but CT spawn too. This could be a free bomb plant for Zox, and that's the money Goliath will possibly force under if Zox doesn't end up picking up this round. But he's really stretched out this round and used his cocktail's advantage. And just the windows of opportunity, the blind spots more so than anything. And that's going to be a surprise. We're all going to gather towards, and I mean, if they were smart, they would just coordinate quite well. And there we go, the 1v1 from Zox. He's going to find them. He's opened up the first 19 HP. He needs to land some swift kills. Zox, oh my God, he's making it open. Pandora's box. Will you really open it? Goals. It's just the pistol round, mind you.
It's the full ace.
Positioning.
Full ace player comes towards the top. He's got the headshot angle. Zox, can he do it? It's just, he has 1 HP. He needs to get out. He's so low, he clutches the wall. This is insane. He doesn't need to go for the shot. He's going to win the round. Zox clutches it. 1 versus 5, tools. 1 versus 5.
What?
Zox, what a statement. Stand up tall, my man. The youngster just does it superbly. 1 versus 5. Craziest round we've seen.
That is quite unsettling for the side of Dynamic, and it's only the pistol round and things end up like that. My goodness, you could practically say Zox aced. He got 4 kills. He didn't even need to get lost, and he got the bomb down. The bomb's the ace for me, goals. Sheesh.
Yeah, I mean, crazy individual round, but I think the timing there for Kani must have been so unlucky for him to not hear any of those steps just at the points when he was just moving left and right. It was so close. Certainly big round for Zox, but long take has been taken, and yeah, not much util used. DNMK, of course, playing it very passive, completely forced into this round now. Lots of scouts present, 2 SMGs, Famos as well. They've got that top control. Goliath patiently and very slowly taking long. Not announcing their presence whatsoever, kind of waiting for any shenanigans to come through, but so far, Dynamic have been patient with their setup. Does seem to be a little bit of a pop burst.
Say they've been both patient now. Equally, they engage in some tussles here. They go 1-for-1 towards A ramp, and there's many more on the side. It's Massacre to open up and give them the further advantage. There's the boost towards CT Spawn and Massacre unloading that 35 clip, but the trades are staying consistent. But eventually, Goliath, the hold on strong to that garden hose, pepper them down. It's cannibalistic left with the scout and down to 3 HP, and that's the second one. But goddamn, I could have gone either way towards A ramp, and I've seen messy duels transpire towards the CTs, especially on eco rounds like that. Or force buys,
yeah, especially that's exactly what they're literally getting set up just for that. Those pop flashes, like those smokes, the one risk that they pose is a sudden burst like that through the smoke. And if you get caught like looking at them while another flash pops as they're breaching through that smoke, you can pretty much all die. The close quarter combat is completely in your favor and ultimately can become very dicey indeed. But long control has been established again, once again by Goliath. And now top push is the name of the game for Dynamic, completely saving this round, which is expected. But now middle has been taken and they can get a nice little pop flash peek here potentially. Pop comes through and it is ADM at a distance and eventually he's going to get brought down. He does. They take away his AK-47. Heartbreak gets the frag and moves out. 2 quick kills there by the USPs. This is a brilliant eco round already for DNMK. They spent absolutely nothing. And already another flash comes through. Perfectly placed, but Triton able to get away from it. First frag goes the way of Goliath. Actually get the advantage in the round. 3 versus 1. And that looked dicey, man. For just USPs, they really executed that perfectly. Oh, beautiful little flick there from Zoc. 7th on the board for him. And 3-0 now for Goliath.
Yeah, they got all the dinks and the dongs versus USPs, and you almost feel that as a player. You get dinked once, and you almost feel you better get dinked again. But Adam stood tall there. He got his 2K, and yeah, Dynamic. Some good damage there, but 3's the magic number you want. But it's the first gun run. Canny wielding that AWP. Nothing yet on the side of Goliath. They've just opted for full riflery and weaponry. They're going to return to the slow, methodical default. Dynamic, good early round protocol. They've taken long secured B, so no quick burst just yet.
Yep. Again, just looking towards that long, they've gone there pretty much every single one of the rounds. Divo gets a quick and punishes that frag. ADM gets flashed out now, trying to get that trade, but now there's tons of flashes coming through in support. They are definitely holding on to this long control. Little nade gets thrown there towards the pit. There's quite a bit of damage, but Doobie's peaked to so many players again. Peaking that angle at separate times and really making it expensive for Goliath. Dynamic are really showing their long prowess, and you have Zox towards that top area trying to put a little bit of pressure. All the players currently are locked in towards that long area. They certainly are completely kind of, dirty little shot there by Doobie. Brilliant from him. Quickly puts things in the favor of Dynamic here. Goliath electing to go towards CT. Does make things 1 versus 1. Julia watches the smoke. The Zox. Good kill. They've cleared up that B side. They're going to have this for free now. And Dynamic players are kind of hot on their heels now. Going to be splitting towards mainly that door area. But again, Tools, this is the B side. 2 versus 3. It's not undoable, but...
We've spoken about how hard it is to retake the B side, even with the man advantage. It's almost like those crossfires. There's too many angles clearing as you move in, but they've got a flashbang to work with to create some space that they want. It's going to be Kani setting it up, and the first goes and the second as well. Zox 1 versus 3, the lineup. It's there. Kani, low HP. Zox is jiggling. Does he know it's 1 versus 1? He closes without the clutch screen. He prevails again and again. Zox, what are you doing, lad?
Absolutely insane. Absolutely
Kid is on
insane.
fire. We love pineapple on pizza. Production man, we love pineapple on pizza, but goddamn, did you not just see what Zox did? Yeah, some say sadistic, but early damage, already a scout tag on Dweezil, but Doobie's gonna continue with his aggression. A nice tag, a scout deagle combo always works out. Low HP and you finish him off with the dig, but Doobie.
No!
Freeze killable live. Can you get another? The thing about Dynamic is goals. They deagles are disgusting. We've seen it in the past. It's wild.
Yeah, he's certainly Carney. Dangerous with the Doobie as well. Divo. Definitely a familiar name for the Deagle highlight reels, but so far this round, just Deagle's invested in so far 1 player advantage for Goliath, but still got quite a good bit of ground to make. Gonna be looking to throw that lurk smoke towards B and perhaps lean towards mid to B split. And I mean, I like this decision. They obviously feel comfortable with it at the moment. Don't have any sort of A control, so not many other options left as long as they're grouping up, staying up, not getting picked off individually by these weapons. And now they are going to hit towards that B side. Oh, they're getting a little bit tagged through a bit of the smoke there, but Adium finally picks towards B, clears it up, and real tough position for Daru to be in. Hard for him to anchor that site all alone, especially when players are coming from all angles like that. 4 players remain now, and should see Heartbreak all into that Scout and the Deagle, potentially Divo as well. Maybe get an extra frag or 2. Best case scenario, I don't think Goliath are going to necessarily be hunting for them. They want to just maintain their rifles and keep building up their economy or the cushion for the rest of the half year ahead of them.
Yeah, but personally, I can't see this consistently keep happening. We've saw there's a few rounds where Dynamic were in the lead in terms of the men, all the numbers they had on the board. It just came down to the clutches. Docs were able to win 2 massive clutches at this, put them at this 4-0 lead. So if you look at it from that perspective, you'd assume it's 2-2. So the next gun round is going to be quite telling, and Dynamic need to just step it up soon. Try to clinch some rounds together, string them. Some good rounds where they survive with their numbers to keep that economy afloat. So I'm sure that same thought is lingering around their camp.
Yep, this is the big round though. It's the first time that both teams are having these like full kind of buys up against each other. So full utility now. AWP as well. That's what I'm talking about. Dweezil gets the early frag on Doobie there. Takes him toe. Oh, Toru has forced to use that smoke very early on in the round as a consequence. And beautiful little movement there, getting that opening pick.
Yeah, I'm sure Doobie wasn't really expecting it. It's not quite often you see the AWP player just hit towards the B side to take a shot. It's not uncommon though, so perhaps she was banking on that molly to create an obstruction for him to swing. A nice door hinge smoke allows you to cross just like so. So cat control about to be established. It's Kani tasked to defend. The flashbang isn't good enough, and that's a free kill for Kani. So that's going to be 50 seconds on the clock to work with. Not plenty, but Dynamic will feel a lot more comfortable about that outcome.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're not even sure if they have established top control or not. They'll have that element of doubt for the rest of the round if they don't completely clear it. But, I mean, now they are committing to the plan here still and heading towards that mid to be Mollies and all the smokes in the world. But are they going to commit to it, Tools? It does look like they are, but Daru pushes through tunnels. Correct decision there for him. And he's going to be able to put down a smoke right before they enter the side. Heartbreak does go down as a consequence of that. But Daru maintains tunnels control. The rest of the CTs will be able to rotate soon. Those smokes should be fading in CT soon. We have ourselves a 3v3 scenario on the B side.
ADM, he's got the AWP, so he wants to make some bold moves here. Slipped off. It's Kani with the other. Triton, ADM Massacre to defend against Daru, Kani, and Divo. They got a good crossfire here, working outside the B side. Quite an advanced position. But that's all due to Daru's position in B. And goals, Heartbreak over there went down a bit too easily. He tried to put down the smoke to give extra cover and possibly to retain more control of the site and create a presence. But, you know, it just lended no hand to the retake towards the end with the 3-3. So Dynamic are just letting it slip. They're letting the rope get a bit too long and hanging themselves with the 0-6. They need to get back into this, and I'm sure Takbo should be coming out about soon just to discuss the previous couple.
Yeah, sure. Got an AK-47 this round. Probably need to chat about what they're going to do for that, but certainly not going to invest too much behind it. They're going to elect to keep quite a bit of the economy. I think they need that double up set up again. Maybe just an unlucky round there, just getting that first early disadvantage and Goliath capitalizing off of it. But see things, long control being established by the CTs here. Goliath just kind of patiently waiting. Doobie with the dangerous Deagle. Can he make it happen? No, not able to get the shot. All 4 players gets out. Massacre running away, running for the hills. Calls it. Oh, and Adam staying a bit too longer than he should have, perhaps. Massacre going to try and defend that AK-47, but I mean, at what point do you just leave it be? And Carney getting a lot of damage done here, dinks him. Eventually has to reload. Massacre forced to unwind his smoke as well. But brilliant damage there from DNMK. Really focusing on that long and peaking to perfection, doing quite a bit of damage, but already Goliath have moved towards that top area of the map, and it's going to be a way more difficult angle to kind of hold and defend. Oh, it's a little bit of a run jump at the AWP. That is quite a bold play, and I mean, it works.
Yeah, it is kind of bold. I mean, it's the RNG could go either way, right? If the guy's flying across, you get a crazy beak because he did have one. But it looked fancy.
That's what I
Story.
was picturing, man, happening.
Yeah, at least Story's able to recover an AK, and it's going to do well to buffer their attack moving into round number 8. And you know, sometimes when do you let it go towards long? You saw ADM moved in to try, get some free eco kills, but then again, Massacre got dinked, and as soon as ADM goes down, Massacre's in 34, and he has to make a decision to hold onto that AK and potentially go down or fall back, because if Massacre goes down there and able to collect 2 of those AKs, game's on, right? That's when the panic starts to settle in. We've seen it many times before.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, another convincing round. Oh, there was over 10k there in the back of Massacre. Starting to build quite a bit. But he has the spy round. You see, he has the double AWP setup tools. Perhaps this is where DNMK chooses to strike back. Get that early long shot. Get that, perhaps that early top boost, or that tunnel's hold where you can stack towards the other side. First shot up middle as well. Kill down suicide. It is indeed the double AWP setup that opens up, reigns supreme, and puts Goliath at a disadvantage now.
Yeah. Good opener for Dynamic. And it just becomes a lot more easier to work with when you have that man advantage. The trades, if they go in your favor, most of the time you should win the outcome. It's Heartbreak to pick up a free kill there, Massacre and long. Good off angle, or good spot to sit in. 3 players from Dynamic defending long, 2 set in B, so it was an all-in approach. If they went B or they went A, the rotations would have been 4. 3 versus 5. This is the round Dynamic needs to pick up to start closing up that lead that Goliath they've built up over the previous rounds. Good util just to give them some access towards the site, and he's going to drop down Heartbreak. He senses it. He puts some shots through. He hasn't finished off his food though. ADM is in spawn, and they've done the reverse boost. They're actually going to split the B side, and like I mentioned, there's only 2 players there. 2 versus 2 fight happening in B. The rotation's been cut off by ADM. The flashes, it's not good enough. ADM turns. Oh man, this time is of the essence here. Oh, they try to double back. Yeah. Good util uses an upper beat to actually slow down their approach, but there's still 25 seconds left on the clock. Zox is still alive, so you've still got to be worried about him. Triton, he's a madman at that AK. Or player, I think it's Doobie stuck on side. He gets taken out, and it's Divo. He wakes up better late than never to punch out that round. Dynamic find themselves on the board.
Yeah, Divo, man, you see that robotic aim. Very familiar. Love to see it. Just drops them in that top area. Looked dicey for a second, but DNMK, they strike back. Beautiful little kill there from Heartbreak. Really picks off an over-aggressive Massacre after they flash the angle. Perfect timing, perfect reaction. And again, they're able to maintain that long control. Such an important piece of the map. Oh, Juby gets the shot again. His early aggression is really, really paying off.
And that's due to the update from Dust 2 allows you to start open up rounds, getting a bit audacious and lows, and it's a common play we've seen quite a bit. So Dynamic, they need to double down and capitalize on the second round. And it's Doobie to get the second. He's been a real difference maker so far, sitting on positive. And I think Dynamic have finally read Goliath are playing at a very slow pace. So let's pick it up and get those early entries and just buy down that clock like the previous round that we won. Stringing 2 rounds together, this is arguably one of the most important rounds of this game due to the economy.
Absolutely. I think the next even more so. And if DNMK are able to put another one on the board, they're going to be able to break the backs pretty much of Goliath, force them onto a save, and suddenly they're within a few rounds, and it's just, boys, had a bit of a shaky start, but we're back in it, and certainly got the players and the capabilities and the strat books to do so. Now Goliath with this top breach are going to be raining through now. Smokes and mollies are out. Flashes are hitting while they're breaching. Obviously, the car position is the one that is being held, and gets punished. Socks, quick frag. Two players are there towards that long area. They do have two rotations coming in through CT spawn. The Heartbreak moved himself a little bit closer towards the side, able to have a little bit look for free, and it's an easy angle for him. Now it is a 2 versus 4. Now the CTs can all come in. Dari looking through top. Eventually, they kill the threat towards that ramp area. Again, favorable angle there for the CTs, and Goliath make it difficult with the bomb plant, but that's about it. And 3 players survive. Good round for DNMK. If they convert the next, we have ourselves a game. They've really bounced back your tools.
Yeah, it's golden. And this is when you start to see one player inspires the next, and they all start having their all crazy individual rounds, and they start to come alive and wake up. The blue flame starts to burn brighter. And it's all due to the double AWP. I mean, that's been the real difference maker. Doobie just getting in the neck of the woods of Goliath and Lewis, etc., and just being more of a thorn in their side. It's what you want to be doing. Long control, bit Molotov, and still being a battle, still being contested, but I'm sure. And it looks like Dynamic have closed it out and shut it down completely. So you have to look for a different avenue of attack or wait all that utility out. It's the flashes towards middle, and Zox opted to hold lower B, so this is going to be continuous default for Goliath. Dynamic, the only vulnerable thing from my point of view in Dynamic is the mid to B split, looking at the setup, looking how deep Dynamic are playing in long and stuck on this A side. The rotations won't be there, so it's going to come down to the coordination and how well prepared they are to defend that B side.
Yeah, they really are like playing real deep 3-2 split, like borderline save if we don't have success at first. But that said, it seems like this is a good call here. Certainly going to be able to isolate. The flash comes through. Is it going to be big? He steps, but he is able to get one. Doobie gets another one for his troubles as well. Eventually gets crouch prone, and it's all up to Daru now to hold this B side. He gets taken in from window, but the CTs they are starting to move through the smoke. Then no. Bomb is going to get put down, and tools, as you said, the mid to B play is what's going to abuse this setup of Dynamic, and Goliath have just done it now, and the retake can commence. Still quite a bit of U-tool left on Dynamic though, and they do have that tunnels control. But Massacre gets creepy Heartbreak as well. Pops a flash through. Nice position is known. The remaining 2 players. Theirs is not. Dweezil gets the head of Diver. Forces Kani to run for the hills. He's of course got that LWP. So there's a lot of value for it for DNMK here so far. So it's pretty pivotal that he saves it.
Honestly, I don't even mind Dynamic with the setup that they have. You digging long and you digging in towards B, but for me there needs to be a more concrete, better solution and plan. We've seen on 2 occasions now the mid to B split working out due to just no coordination between the B players and where they want to defend. If you want to put one back plats and one close tunnels, so you have tunnels and you lock that down, or you want to play one car, one towards side, but there needs to be a concrete crossfire, and you have to go upper hand on the trades, and Dory just got caught between a rock and a hard place. They're trying to phase into that smoke, but thanks to the previous 2 rounds, they've got the economy to back up the next buy and put on another fight and another show.
Yeah, absolutely. And long control not going to be contested here. Eventually Goliath will flash, take that control, just have a purple peek prod there. But no one's going to be home, of course. Again, DNMK just playing it very defensive back on the sides. They've got the double AWP set up. They want to wait for someone to walk into it. Real slow, methodical pace here coming out of both teams even. Both CT's kind of keeping all their util. They haven't really been able to bait much of the util out. As Goliath, ADM goes for the wide peak. The AWP's not able to cover him. Kani gets that trade frag, but arguably that faves the T's for sure. They're going to know that long is somewhat safe. Kani's got that AWP towards top. He's going to be looking to get that molly as well, and this is going to allow Goliath to move up towards long. Heartbreak, of course, just sitting in this car position, whether or not they choose to molly it out is a critical factor here. Just a straight up pop flash is going to come through. And Heartbreak, oh, gets one as well, peeks, and now they're just going to spam him. Oh, he gets flash support as well. It's a beautiful run from him. Such an off angle. He's on 1 HP, he gets the third. Absolute disaster for Goliath. Heartbreak does quite a bit of damage. Weasel all on his own now. Finds one player towards side, gets the angle towards CT, spots him now, knows exactly where he is. He gets the leg, but not able to get the kill, and Kani in response takes him out. Heartbreak, MVP of that round for absolute sure. Just really the king of the off angles. If you just look round after round that he's had success, he's just been in an unsuspecting place. Goliath getting absolutely punished by his positioning, and they put another on the board. 8-3 now.
Brilliant round, and Heartbreak, the hero, keeps them in it. And the more rounds you get on the CT side, it gives you more options and more opportunities moving over and finally breaking the bank of Goliath, putting them in a lovely spot to collect the fourth. And I'm sure they'll start to feel more comfortable and more, perhaps more liberal about their peaks and prods moving into the next gun round. Goliath, still 4 players remaining. It's an eco round, so can't take much of this. One flashbang to play with, but Dynamic, they can build that bank a bit more and be happy about this. He's been having a good game so far. Seems to be the second AWP, because in the previous roster, or the previous lineup, it was Heartbreak and I think kind of Ballistic. Heartbreak on the main AWP and Canny in the second. Doobie, maybe a new role, maybe moving into this B site, and the crossfire looks good. The crossfires look good, but it's falling apart. What? Have to collect the guns and... Oh no, guys, this can't happen again. Dynamic emotionally cannot afford another round loss like this, Golds.
Yeah, but again, in such tough positions, Divo rips the head off of Zoxter. It's all up to Triton now. AWP going to be creeping towards that window, gets the first kill, but instantly they peek him, and they're too smart for that. Dynamic put another one on the board. Collect their AWPs as well. Secure their most financially costing weapons and go into the next round happy. We spoke about their little bounce back that was possible here, and they've definitely done it. 8-4. Certainly starting to feel more comfortable, starting to look more comfortable as well. Players will be really pulling together there, making it look easy. And now it's the buy round. Now that was just the eco that was a little bit close for comfort, but ultimately this is the round that matters. Both teams now pretty even on from an economic perspective. All the money's been spent. It's all in at this point.
Yeah, they could arguably say this is the second most important round. They're going to be heading towards long. The battle of long prevails and continues. Just waiting for the flash to just pop through so they can move. And the first kill comes from Zox. The trades are quite even at the moment. Kind of Ballistic just puts them in even. Stevens wants to go for the repeat, but opts to pedal back. He's in 46 HP and they need to make a decision. Lose long, you take cap. And that's the automatic response as we're seeing right now.
Oh, no. Fell off.
Yeah, just luckily no one's there from Goliath. He doesn't know that, so he's forced and opted to actually smoke it up. They double back to B. It's Doobie with an AWP, and like I've mentioned, he's had a good game. Goliath needs to make a move on and make some decisions quick. Doobie, he gets 2 here, they give Dynamic a chance. Gets all 3, he becomes the hero. If he only gets 1, oh man, that's loads of pressure on Kanye and Doobie towards this A site. And there's no flashbang, so bear that in mind while they're eking towards this B site.
Yeah,
smoke for door.
Now, Flash comes in, Daru's going to hold the angle, there's quite a bit of damage. He's going to go for the crazy peek as well. They do trade him out though, but the support is already there in the form of Doobie, and now we'll be able to get mollied out, and Massacre's going to pick up that AK-47. Now, obviously Kani really close. They're probably just going to push him on the bomb here, but he's got 25 seconds to work with. Does choose to just jump across. They certainly heard that. They're going to get close to that door. They assume he's going to fake it, though. He commits the plant. That's a brave play there. Just has no idea how close the CTs are, and they come through the door together. He gets one. He peeks. He survives as well. Massacre with the clutch. He pops his head up for one, and now he spots a player move towards the door. Beautiful movement to get onto Plat. Then he spot him. Then he gets the clutch as well. Massacre clutches it out. And what a mind game there that he played, and that is just out of nowhere. And certainly a back-breaking round for Dynamic. 1-5 on Heartbreak, 1-7 on Daru. At least Doobie with perhaps dropping a couple P250s, but they certainly need to say what they can to go into the next round. Goliath clutch it out and bounce back and hit another round on the floor. Tools 9-4.
It's quite heartbreaking to see it, and considering how well it was going for Dynamic at certain points, it just sets them back a little. They need to just try clinch out that 5th round and Massacre, playing them like a fiddle. And you could see they were playing in the back, but I thought the B anchor had an AWP for some reason. I don't know how to farm us. Thank God the rotation was there in time, but it still didn't work out. The 2 versus 1 advantage was there for Dynamic, but like I said, the B side is the hardest side to retake in Counter-Strike, personally speaking. So these Deagles can prevail.
Certainly seen the most disasters at B. But yeah, look at this A stack here. And Goliath, just like this, if there's no resistance, they kind of just move together, just slowly walk, and then they throw these smokes. And honestly, Dynamic are set up for this. They can certainly punish this. They start to get close to the smokes. Here come all the flashes as well. They're just going to push through the smoke, and this is what can be dangerous. Look at this damage being done. First Eagles, there's a lot of support from Cat. They just don't know what's going on. 2 quick frags there for the side of Goliath. For the side of DNMK, 3 frags. And that is the perfect stack for that. Really and truly, they just delay them with the nades. They pop all the flashes into the smoke and just completely smash the breach. Beautiful little positions, especially towards the top area. But now Dweezil strikes back. They got some flashes to work with. Peeks another towards top, but running out of ammo. Now he needs the support of his teammate. Eventually does get it. Last player goes down and jumps into him, and Daru clutches it out. It goes down to the wire, and he gets it for his team. Brilliant round there. Beautiful stack from DNMK. Played to perfection. Great attempt on a recovery from the side of Goliath, but it is Daru, the man from the B side. Just immediately assumes Dweezil's going to come for him and spams that Deagle out like it's a revolver in the Wild Wild West and gets around that DNMK needed. 9-5 now, a breath of fresh air, and no money for the side of Goliath. That's how close this game is, Tools.
Yeah, 100%. And they put themselves in a good position to have a good start to the next half, the first 3 rounds, and it's as if nothing really happened in the first half. Becomes 0-0 all of a sudden, and it's going to be a B Bersha coming in. Dynamic ready. The site has been breached, but there's good smokes to lay down some cover. It's the Mac 10 from ADM that opens it up, and the site has fallen. I repeat, it has fallen. It is 4 versus 4, but like I said, this B bomb site, oh man, it can be really testing. But what? The smoke spam comes through from Divo. Gives them that opportunity, the glimmer of light. They try moving. Triton hasn't recovered an A1 to work with, but man, they're going to be moving it with numbers into the site, and Triton, he's there to defend. Stuck within the smokes, this utility. They're going to bob and weave that smoke, creating an obstacle for the counter-terrorist moving in. It's Divo.
Oh my God.
Oh my goodness. Is that how it ends? Triton saves the day, but he had some support there, but yes. That defensive smoke in the B side.
They were blocking each other. Yeah. They were literally blocking each other in the smoke there. That was a crazy sequence of events, and I couldn't even keep up with the action. And I won't lie, I don't say that very often.
But yeah. I mean, there's a lot of different schools of thoughts with that. That's alright. We've got it. Don't catch me like that. Right, it is the second half to begin. It is Doobie with that sitting in middle, 1 versus 1. It's Massacre to try to win up that duel. The trade does come through from Cat. It is Zox, and they're going to be chasing him down. He gets the second back. No, it isn't. The off angle. He does get the second, 3 for 3. The rotation does come in, but there's so much time for them to settle down and just rethink their options. So Dynamic do just that. Weasel.
And I'm sure they just got both of these players towards long there.
Yeah, it just sounds so. I think ADM, he's going to be anchoring the B side. And what does he want to do from here? Does he want to push up a B? Or he's going to sit beneath the Xbox over here and just maybe go 1 for 1 and let the cards unfold how they may. And yeah, you got to keep jumping. I love that from Cannibalistic. If you don't know where they are, you keep moving and jumping. In pistol rounds, it's easy. But man advantage, bomb goes down, and it's going to be literally...
Oh.
The tables have turned. It's the B side. You get your good positions, pretty much won the round. Triton just need to land some shots here. Not giving him any space, no room to work with. This is how you need to be playing these situations, knowing your opponents, and that's the pistol run I was talking about. A good stop to the second half. Bit wild how the pistol run started. Massacre fighting middle over there with no support. They did come in a bit late from Cat, which I think normally, yeah, sure. You got the feral pistol against the Glock. You want to be taking those fights. It almost slips the odds. But if you don't, it's a bit tough. But a force buy coming out. The dynamic when they force buy, yeah? They usually do.
Yeah, they did. That was a
Sure.
beautiful A stack. That was, yeah.
Yes, okay, cool. They usually do. They're synonymous with force buys. They get those deagles as scout, and you get deagle with that precision aim. Things go bad. They even got the triple D combo. Daru, Doobie, Diver. They're all nuts. They're all nuts. Triton needs to show us some magic, yeah. Don't you find it strange with the new updates and if you look at the initial positions of Dynamic, that's how it kind of has to be moving on forward on these force buy rounds. You don't want to go into low because there's a chance you might get pinched, and then we go the tag stop to happen, they flurry through towards Captain, the defensive smokes, and they're taking a bit of damage. Dynamic, but they got the man advantage. Maybe stop playing this a bit more passively. Doobie, easy taps towards Ox there on Captain. Dweezil finishes off the food of Massacre with the scout and gets an extra tag on Doobie. And all these players are slowly starting to limp across the map, as you can see, towards Cat and the scout. Oh man, they really got to watch out the double scout combo. But as soon as they get close quarter combats, they become quite irrelevant. So, how did the Dynamic play from your goals?
Yep. Weasel pops the first cut. They've all been tagged here, but misses the second, and now they are going to be able to put the bomb down towards that top, safely plant the bomb. The rotations will be coming through. Oh, some cheeky jump shots coming through, just trying to spam it. Now, do we have a movement towards long heartbreak? Gets on the box, and he looks for that off angle. This is the king of off angles, like I said. He creates, he almost seems to make them now. Ubi is, forced to poke there, but now the player comes towards top, eventually picks him off, and now it's all up to heartbreak to hold down for DNMK. Adam gets onto the side with that AK-47. He's just juggling, gets the shot eventually. That was insane. He just kept on clicking left and right, and he ultimately get the shot. And that was
Heartbreak
called it.
Yeah.
They won the force there.
Yeah, Heartbreak there, he ducked it a few too many times, in my opinion, over there. He tagged Eddie down twice off his jiggles, those peekaboo styles. Eventually, no. That sucks.
I think Doobie as well, though, in top, he could have definitely, like, rather just kept that top clear. Like, that was the only way they were, like, really going to lose the round. It was going to be a long time until that. Like, he chose to kill that player towards CT, but he wasn't really a threat to play on the side. But, I mean, that said, like, again, ADM...
You didn't want to be selfish, but sometimes you have to be selfish. Fair, I agree with you. Oh, another Dan, another eco. That sucks, but they're going to be flashing through towards middle. There's support there. Weasel, Zox, picking up kills of the on, and these are the rounds you want to be picking up if you need some stats. AK on the hands of County. You got to really watch out these days. Well, that's going to be the 12th round on the board, 6 away from Goliath. Dynamic, this needs to be the round where they start chipping away at that deficit.
Yeah, we should expect to see some AK-47s. Sikani just purchases up there, and the rest follow suit. All 5 players got AK-47s. Goliath quite rifled up as well. And now the default stock standard stuff coming out of DNMK. Obviously some early sort of aggression here coming out of Goliath, getting early on towards that B tunnels. First player, there's another player to trade as well. Dweezil, and they also got that aggression coming from Adam. Certainty about the aggression there that I'm really a fan of seeing. We see this instantly forces the rest of DNMK to pull back towards that T-spawn, make sure that they haven't completely forfeited the area, clear it out bit by bit, and eventually just re-establish themselves for the round. But so far, 3 versus 4, 1 minute 20 on the clock. Quite a bit of utils still left on the CT side, and quite a bit on the T side as well. Can definitely forward and execute, and they're slowly working towards B tools, and Goliath have kept things honest. Two players apiece.
Yeah, when they have to see how Dynamic choose to bust through. I like the approach. They go back towards the B side. Sometimes it's unexpected, but it's Dweezil to go down. He gets his man, but it's ADM to anchor it down. So he needs to go huge over here, and he doesn't get any, in fact, in his diver. Exploding his watermelon, and it's down to a 2 versus 2. That's the thing about the B side. Once you have it, almost feels like the odds have tipped in your favor tremendously. 2 for 2. Some good post spawns for Dynamic, and they're moving hot and heavy, and that's Diver getting traded out, cannibalistic. Massacre opts to change up the high ground, and he outplays Money. My goodness!
That was huge.
Up position.
He just snuck out.
Damn, no, Connie. I mean, the problem and the theme throughout this best of one, right, was all the clutches, all the big momentous changes have been won from Goliath. And that's been the 4th one I see now. And off the back of that, they've lost rounds where they're, due to not having money. So, you know, the tails turn a different day. The score looked completely different, and this is a different game. So the score doesn't reflect what's truly going on and what's transpired.
Yeah, this is such a close game. It's absolutely insane. One round is like, if you lose it, is like consequential of 3 almost. It's really, really tight. Just Goliath have won those pivotal rounds, as you said. And look at this aggression coming out of them again, straight up middle. And the whole of the team is towards that long area, and surely they'll be knowing that soon. And so far, the A site is being completely dealt with. And now finally, Massacre moves towards long. It's a beautiful flank for him. They are going to be able to get the bomb down. This is perfect for DNMK. They are going to be able to retrieve those weapons as well. At least one of them know.
What?
It's a quick AWP shot and a Kobe that ends things there for them, and they're going to get it done. But again, I don't think Dynamic were looking for any more of that, any more than that. They've got some damage done. They got the bomb plant down. They got their economy supplemented, and now they can fully buy behind this and start getting behind the comeback. Goliath on 14 rounds now. When they decide to defuse and stop playing silly buggers.
I think he's collecting some util here and there. These things are expensive.
Fair enough.
Okay, well,
Shopping.
no, I'm joking. Massacre's just trolling at the moment.
Yep, that's certainly what I thought.
Waste of util, to be very, very honest. And if things change, you'll remember I threw away
He will.
$800 for a troll. And it's cost me ever so dearly, but it is the gun round. I don't want to sound like a broken record, but this is where they need to change things, Dynamic.
Been up the game for a while. That Marty middle is really cool. But
Yeah, it's sick, eh?
new meta is new meta. Feel old real quick, tools. Oh, it's a beautiful
Things
deep pop
do-
blocks. Gets caught by the flashes, but able to adjust. He's got support there from ADM in the flashes. He tucks in quite nicely now, and they are still struggling to cross that line, and flashes are coming in, and they just kind of hold it. Zox still in a tough position, takes the right step as well. His teammates jump in and support him. 15-6 now. Brilliant positioning from him, and they hold it superbly. Flashes on point, completely delays that B rush, and DNMK, well, Goliath rather on match points. They obviously need a force behind this, put everything into it.
I like the idea behind that B burst. They just couldn't get the flashes synchronizing with the way they entered. The previous 2 rounds, I think they entered B. They went man for man. So if that was the idea behind it, we're trying to gather that again. Nice reach towards long Dara, moving with the pace. Oof. I was wondering if he's going to continue like that, which isn't uncommon. I've seen it before. You try to beat the player moving towards CT spawn, regardless if you're blind or not. But they have established a controlled Massacre. Putting out that duel towards lowers. He's sitting in low HP. What? Wait, what? Look where he is.
Oh, yeah, he pushed straight up middle. He pushed straight up middle. He's really starting on them now.
Oh no.
And now,
This is match point.
DNMK pop comes towards long. Triton holding in the sight there first. ADM gets, no, Dweezil gets a frag now, and they start supporting him through the smoke. It's all up to Daru now. 1 versus 4. And no, this is such a tough task for him. Now, flash comes through, gets 1. Oh, almost gets another, but it is Goliath that closed it down. 16-6, and quite a convincing performance from them for sure. A really strong start, really strong finish there on the CT side as well, and they ultimately come out 16-6 on top, tools.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate sequence of events that happened. Like I said, four massive clutches not going their way kind of resulted in the score snowballing, like you see. I mean, you simulate this game a couple of times, and game becomes a lot closer. Even if you had to like even out the clutches, two for two, I think that becomes a more double-digit closer affair. And yeah, they tried their best. We saw Diver, he worked up a little towards the end, but like I said, sometimes it's a bit too late, especially at best of ones. Because we're gonna throw it to this and let's see what that say about that.
Thank you so much, Goals. And Lighter, we have another game ending in 16-6. I will get to you. Don't
I
worry.
think I need an award.
You know what? We're going to get to that award. I'm going to make sure to speak to production to get that started for you. But before we do that, let's remind you guys one more time about the $50 that is up for grabs to be added to your Steam wallet. All you have to do is go on gaming.lenovo.com. You can either post a clip from the broadcast or you can go and vote for your favorite team. And while you're there, make sure you browse around for some other offers. All right, so based on the predictions, we have Sami being correct once again, and I believe you would like to roast him, so go ahead, you have the stand.
I mean, they call me Flip for a reason. I'm Flip. I predict right. Mystic Flip. 16-6, Goliath. Can you beat that? I don't think so. When is my award coming? I don't know.
Keto, do you have anything to say to that, or are you just going to admit defeat? You're just going to take the defeat like a boss?
You had God's blessing today, so yeah, it was right today.
All right, well, we have 16-6 coming out for this game. Another game that unfortunately was not close enough. I thought, we're in the quarterfinals. We should be seeing pretty close matchups. But so far, not really getting close to that overtime goal that we've been expecting. Tell me about the game. What did you think about it? Do you think that Goliath deserved that win? How did they play?
Let's give it up for Goliath Gaming. Hard luck to DNMK. However, Goliath, extreme. I don't know how to. I don't have the words to actually describe what they played. They played really amazing. I mean, as expected, really flawlessly. Now, let's talk about the grand mistake that DNMK has made. Their read was not on point. Basically, Goliath found out the true weakness, which was mid and T side. They just kept going mid to B a lot. They just kept exploiting that mistake that they had. It was an open weakness for DNMK. So to counter that, to actually focus on mid, was short, try to actually play long from site or CT, try to give up A site and play on mid more. Because Goliath actually had a really aggressive take on mid. They just kept going mid to B, kept taking B. They did actually go A in a very, how I say, mid-round a variation call by Goliath. Let's actually talk about the most important thing, because their after plan, their situation. They got 4v2, 3v2, amazing. Like the individual skill shown by Goliath was really on point. They held it down. I remember a point when it was 4v2, almost winnable for the NMK. If you can see it, the NMK will win that round. But Goliath just switched the tables. They turned it down. They said, we are here. We are Goliath. We are an amazing team. We can actually, even if it's 5v2. I mean, we talk about one player from Goliath. The 4 kill he got on pistol round. The 3v1. It was amazing. They have insane individual. So hats off to Goliath for just showing us extreme CS for them. It was amazing to watch. I mean, this kind of level is what Africa is about. This is just one team. You have other teams, Bravado, you have ATK Academy. This is what CS is about. It's about individual talents. It's about experience. It's about how well you can handle this game under pressure. Hats off to them.
Well, speaking of individual talents, let's take a look at the player scoreboard for this game. We'll take a look at the top fraggers as well. In particular, for DNMK Esports, the top fragger was Doobie with 21 kills. That is a lot more than second place with 14 kills. And for Goliath, we have Zox with 24 massive kills. What can you tell us about these scoreboards?
Zox is the one who actually got the clutch in the pistol round. Managed to get an amazing 3v1. Zox played an amazing game. Let's not take the fact that the NMK dupe. I remember at round 7-0, the 2 rounds they got at 7 till 7-2 was because of Dupe. He actually managed to get some really nice entry kills and on the defense as well. DNMK wasn't really adapting. They were not uh, managing to kill uh, Goliath gaming members when they were approaching mid to B. Uh, I mean, if they were focusing more on their aim, they would do a tremendous job. But let's say Goliath, they played really wonderful. You have the Dweezil, really good. Uh, I mean, overall, Goliath was really insane.
Shakito, do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, I would like to add that actually the NMK out aimed Goliath at some point, but what I've realized from them, they had no patience. The retake they had is like kind of disappointing, I would say, because they were in kind of in a rush to just take over and try to fight with with Goliath, which made them lose couple rounds. That is so important. Like even it helped Goliath to reach 7-0 at the first half, and like hard luck for the NMK. Congrats to Goliath, but they should have done it better by taking their time, playing as a teamwork. They should have increased at least their understanding with each other and try to play really well. I was voting for the NMK because I thought at this point that for this kind of map, the aim that they're gonna have might help them to win against Goliath, but it didn't. As after all, Sami was right. Experience takes over everything.
To add a point as well as Shikito said, their retake was a bit of a disappointment from the NMK. However, remember one thing: in CS, when you are outnumbered, you should always try to even the number. Like let's say you're outnumbered 4v2, you and your friend alive in B against you four who are trying to retake the site. You should always try to go for an aggressive peak, try to kill one or two to make it 2v2. However, Goliath showed us they don't need to do that. They just wait, they aimed, they used their individual powers, and they won it. Hats off.
Thank you so much, both of you, for that analyzation. And hats off as well to our teams for making it this far, no matter if they lose or win at this point. It is definitely something to be proud of. And speaking of the tournament, we have our next game almost ready, and we have our map selected and locked in. I have one word for you guys: banana.
Inferno.
Inferno.
Inferno it is. We are going to be seeing the next match in Inferno. What do we think about that?
Let's say what we said before. Banana is one of the important positions or areas to take control of. Whoever is going to take control of the banana is going to have the bigger advantage. Let's say city side, three of them took banana. They can leave one person with a smoke and they can take control of banana, and then he can play it safe. And in the T side, if they took banana, they will have the advantage to set up either banana or fake it, then go A. And yeah, whoever is going to take control of banana is going to have a big advantage, and it's going to assist them like 70 or 80% of winning the round if they played it correctly.
I'm pretty sure Hope the Beast, if he was here, he would definitely agree with you. He loves this
He's
map,
the king of
and
banana. Hope
he
the
is
Beast.
the king of banana. No one can beat him. Sammy, do you have anything to add to that?
I mean, there's a mistake here in the veto that VYBN did. Is not to ban Inferno. Because Bravado showed us amazing teamwork, amazing gameplay. I mean, it's, if not, maybe this is their strongest map, is Inferno for Bravado. So I think VUIBN is going into a trap for not banning Inferno. So I don't know how it's gonna go for them, but Bravado is gonna have an easy ride, in my opinion.
Well, you could also say that perhaps Vibin watched their game in Bravado and Inferno, and they already know how to counter their skills since they've already watched it. They've already know how they play the map. So perhaps it's the smarter choice to be going up against them, showing us that they're confident, they know their gameplay, they know how to counteract it. So perhaps that is the strategy they're going for, rather than thinking that they have the lower hand and they're going against the team that has already had the experience.
What you're saying, Archie, is 1000% true. What you're saying right now is right. Yes, they could have watched their replays, their demos, and assessed a few things from Bravado. However, I don't think that's enough for Bravado. Bravado is a giant as well, like Goliath we saw. So countering Bravado in that manner is gonna be really tough, because let's not forget Bravado can really switch up the pace in the mid of the round. not just pause and then talk and then switch their pace. No, they can do it just like that with the flick of a switch. So I don't really think it's gonna be necessary or enough for Bravado to have a hard game. I mean, you need to be actually really advanced. I don't think VYBN can match that level of a gameplay to Bravado, but good luck. I mean, all due respect to VYBN, but it's gonna be really hard
Well, you were rooting for Bravado from the very beginning.
because it's the truth. It's they're amazing. They're really good. They're here for a reason to win the tournament. Like, look, I'm not disrespecting the teams that are in the tournament. However, they are a giant in the scene. They have been for a long time. They have traveled abroad. So good luck to VOIB. I don't know what to say.
Well, you are
Vibing.
the experienced analyst, and I will take your word for it for the monster team known as Bravado to take the win on this one. So I'm assuming that is your prediction, but can you tell me how close of a game it's going to be?
16-7 for Bravado.
I'll go 16-5.
16-5 and 16-7, both for Bravado.
Yeah.
We do not have a dispute on that this time.
If Hot the Beast is gonna play with BYBN, then yeah, it will be close match. But no, I think it's gonna be 67 for Bravado.
All right, well, as you can see on the screen, we have a Vibin Esports versus Bravado Gaming, a monster match to be
I have a
had.
question.
For sure, please do ask.
If we didn't know who the teams were, whose logo would you go with?
Oh, we're going
Because
for
remember, our
logos.
tradition is the logo tradition. Come
I
on.
don't know. It's very difficult, especially since we're a bit biased on Bravado. But you know what? We're just not going to. We're not going to prevent the audiences from, getting this juicy gameplay that's coming up very soon. The casters are indeed ready, so we're gonna be giving it up to them. Goals in lighter. Good luck, guys.
It is indeed back-to-back firecracker matchups. We got Vibing up against Bravado on Inferno goal. CT side has been picked up from Bravado. And what do you think about this matchup?
Must agree with some of the stuff was said on the desk. It's Inferno, tough match to play BVD on for sure. Going to be a tough match though. I mean, Vibe and Esports, very good roster, one of the top contenders, literally one of the top contenders for the tournament as well. Top 4 from the South African scene. It's going to be a cracking match. I do think Bravado Gaming are going to have the edge to have shown or proven to be one of the top 3 or podium finishers, and certainly the best towards the end of last year. So I'm really looking forward to them putting on a clinic again. It's their map Inferno. So I'm just looking forward to a good match of CS, man. Tonight's been so fun. 3 really good games. This is definitely not going to be any different.
Yeah, there's no shortage of good counter-strike, headshots here and there, some fantastic clutches, some fantastic plays, and I'm hoping these two teams can deliver. And just remember, Vibin, formerly the Big Five roster, so they are still looking strong, they're looking good. We saw them progress up into this point in this matchup. It is a best of one. Anything can go. You would say Bravado are the favorites, but on a map like Inferno, things can go wrong, especially knowing it's one of the oldest maps in the pool. Everyone's proficient at it. Everyone understands the benefits of holding Banana. Everyone understands the benefits of playing methodically here and there. So we're actually going to get to see it live come shortly. It is ready for you, and feast your eyes, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be a blockbuster matchup. And yeah, my money is on Bravado, I must say. Still goals, maybe like a 16-9, 16-10.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a close game. They do have the CT sides, they could run away with it. But yeah, I don't think it's going to be a close affair. I don't think it's going to be anything too crazy. Probably a 16-10-ish, or I'm just expecting double digits. But let's not guess too much. Let's enjoy the game. Right now, first frags go the way of Vibe, but quick frags towards that banana area. They are going to capitalize and push on it. 2 quick frags there, silencing everybody on the desk and the commentators. Getting those frags early on.
Yeah, one more member to contest. It is Slowy sitting by Coffins. Overstaying is welcome. He gets taken down and he leaves the man and Flexi trying out this 2 versus 5. And usually you start to see them save at this point. Okay, Flexi gets deleted. The man's got smoke, but usually you start to see teams actually save their armor knowing it's a 2 versus 5, especially again on the B bomb side. I think this is one of the second hardest sites to retake. It's ridiculous how many angles you have to clear moving in towards backstage, towards the site. So many positions you need to clean. So yeah, everyone knows how Game Time does it over on the side of Virtus Pro. So it allows you to have a stronger force buy, and this is what I want to see. And not usually, most of the time, if you don't get any kills whatsoever, you go straight for the save, and you get the next gun run rocked and loaded. Takbar can have a field day here. He's got 35 bullets in his mag. That's a TK from Slowy, so he's definitely not going to be able to pick up that AWP in the next round. It's going to be rifles all round for Bravado. EXE just toying with Frozen's emotions. Should be the second round for Vibe, and good start considering they're the underdogs. This is where you want to be sitting moving into the next gun round with that little bit of edge.
Yeah, absolutely. And so far, clean sweeps all round. Critical stuff from them. Doesn't look like they're going to elect to upgrade much, which is... There we go. We do see... What? No, not even. Not even 1 AK .7.
Bonus round, all round for Viben. Gives you a bit of a buffer, but let's see how they utilize these Mac 10s. You want to get them nice and close. They're going to be taking banana control Frozen first to the lead to toss. He's been chipped down a little bit with the utility. The battle of banana persists, and they're going to move right through. It's the MP9 from EXE that delivers. He's picked up one, and the smoke creates quite an obstacle for Viben. The re-smoke's just going to settle them down and confirm that they have a good stronghold on B. Frozen already been taken down yet. Smoke towards the left-hand side of middle Slowy. Peppers from bullets. There we go. That's the extra bonus on top of the entry frag they picked up. Good advantage for them. This is what you want to be doing in the second round. Is just making sure they get punished for the bonus round vibe and try to get away with. Still, 3 more dangerous members from Vivint, Poken and Prod and Tuckbok. Loads of experience on this side. Looking at their positions, the flashbang, that's what they're getting ready for. Slowy, he's going to pick up on that. And that's what? He only gets one, but the trade comes in from my part. It was a good flash. Take note, it's a tutorial for y'all. 11 HP.
Yeah.
There's no way he gets away with anything there.
Yep, gets taken out there. It has a bomb middle as well, so... I mean, there goes your bonus round. Yes, give it away. Give it away, give it away, give it away now. What?
Big balls there.
They are able to...
The biggest.
Oh. They have got 5 AK-47s now purchased. They are ready to go here. Full purchase from the side of Bravado Gaming, obviously. And you see it seems to be a default coming out here. You're going to get behind that Molly towards T-ramp. Banana control has been established by the CTs. They are emptying their pockets absolutely in contention for that area of the map.
Good set piece of useful towards middle. Brackets control established from Vibant. The counter play is coming in soon. The regress towards brackets. A bit hesitant there. Waiting for the flash and the smokes to fade in middle before they continue with their campaign. They still have no control on that. That's the trade coming through to middle. And swiftly through comes from the smoke and the man. Is he gonna? No, good teammates. Thank God. I thought he was gonna do that, let him go even further. But they're winning the trade so far, Bravado in middle. Once again, a man disadvantaged, full Vibant. Need to find some solutions, 50 seconds on the clock. So there are plenty of options to play with over here. Due diligence, it is the man. It's going to be peeking up soon, and that's going to be a free kill onto the bomber, traded out by Tuckbok. It's creating an avenue to head towards the B site. It is, I think, EXE with an MP9, so there's that working in Tuckbok's favor. Ooh, was he playing Death Cam? All right, Tuckbok doubles down on the A site decision, but it's Flexi. He's going up against one of the best players in the country for sure. You remember his reign of terror in ESL Africa, carrying Energy Esports to that final. He's still playing ever since. And it could be a free bomb plant for Tuckbok, which will be nice for the economy. All right, it's not too bad. And Flexi finishes it off. That's a good bonus. That's the least they could get out of all of it. And some 3 players taken down on Bravado, so good economical damage all around. But yeah, they've lost the lead.
Yep, Vada put one on the board and able to take some rifles into the next as well, starting to build some economy there. as well. And Vibin certainly going to have to think about what they're going to be purchasing this round, if anything. So you really see that custom up on Deagle, sorry, up on custom. And a couple smokes and flashes generally. I think you like, oh, quite a bit of util there actually. But Bravado got absolutely everything in the pockets. They are ready to go, ready to kick off their CT side campaign. Yeah, we see numbers heading towards second mid area. Are they going to be missioning towards that apps? Do take some sort of kind of slowed approach there now. Oh, dirty peek towards middle there. Wipeout. One of the newest additions to the roster. Really, really solid lay aim mechanics. Just runs quickly to punish someone in the middle. Gets out of there.
And you can see Bravado have seen this movie before. It's going to be that new bolt force. They actually did this in the previous matchup. Let's see if it works out. And the first blood comes about and they flurry out of apps. And there we go. The frags just start to continue. They have action in the favor of Vibin. They're almost locking out the site and the overextension works out. And that's the successful thing we wanted to see in the previous game. What we saw was different positions lately. Man. Oh, man. That sucks.
I have two words.
Beautiful bug burst. Tell me.
Tak Bok Tech 9. It's actually 3, but still.
Tak Bok Tech 9.
I was going to speak about
Back
the
at it.
game. I love the man. He's the only guy that can click that thing faster than myself, and it's lovely to see.
It's wild. Robotic fingers, you say? Slowly, straight into the AWP. He cares not. Full force coming out of Bravado. 4 players on that A site, 1 anchoring that B, and that's Slowy. It's basically said, guys, stack A, I'm gonna solo B. In fact, they're gonna just go full out gamble, which isn't a bad idea. Because even if they end up losing the round, they can end up just saving, and if they go towards A, it's gonna be a tough battle for Vibin. But they've rotated it out. I like it. Rotate play with the smoke into B. And I'm sure he rattled off the barrel lately. Does he smell a rat around the corner? Very easy wipeout. I'm not too sure what the idea was behind there. I think he's just gonna shepherd slowly in with that AWP. Picks one off. He's getting blocked. Oh, no. It's 4 versus 4. 50 seconds on the clock frozen. The opposite AWP play. He's pretty good. This kid's nuts with that off. Really good mechanics and really up and coming. One for the future, I'd say.
Certainly hit like a big boost in his career and boost in his kind of individual performance and level of late, and certainly nice to see him in a big team like this. Really starting to flourish as a player, but now the execute comes in. Slowy's all alone with that AWP. He can do absolute damage, but he misses that shot. That's certainly going to be a difficult one, but gets traded out, so that should be safe for Vibin now. There's a couple CTs left, but they've all got nothing but deagles. As long as nobody does any crazy peaks, they should be good to close this round. Now, the man is one of those guys that can rip your face off with the deagle. What can he do here? He's trying to collect the AWP, I think, and get out. He spots it. Will he still continue to go for it? That's the question. Surely this is not play. Surely get out of the AWP.
Yeah. They fancy their chances. Yeah, goals, that's wild.
Nope.
Why do they do that? But I guess that's Slowy's curse, right? I mean, back in the day, he was known for his repeats and lingering around a bit too much there. So second times at Coffins where I felt he should have fallen back and just allow them the opportunity to retake and get back into the run. But him going down there, it just offers them no hand to get information or to have a comfortable idea of how they're going to go about the retake. It kind of forced the rest of them in, actually go through the retake and recover that AWP. And even if they did that, they went and continued to lose it. Surviving, secure the lead, and further their cause.
Well, little pops and a flash shot towards that middle. Vibin just holding things strong, keeping a distance, making it really difficult and frustrating for Bravado Gaming.
Fuckbox spams all the time. Like if there's one guy you're gonna get spammed by in a dodgy spot or an apps, it's gonna be Tuckbok. He does his due diligence with a lately. And I'm sure Wipeout spotted the barrel there. It's a nice setup towards the middle that Bravado have got going on over here. But unfortunately, there's not enough numbers, and they're going to be wrapping towards Archers. And Tianki does well to clear his corners. And the headshots are just landing on the side of Vibin. Give me the 5th round on the board. This is dangerous territory for Bravado.
It's that
They need to
BO1
stop
pressure
getting
that
some rounds
keeps
on
up.
the board. Yeah. The problem is, in the best of one, the pressure keeps building, and sometimes it gets a bit too heavy. Sometimes the weights are just too much. Your vertebrae crack. And you take an ult to the chest. So the next round needs to mean something. Man, he wants to get an AK or something. But no, Vibing, go down with an extra round in the books. Lately, really going down at the bomb as well. I don't know what to play there. I think it was like, listen, no one, the man's not getting my AK-47. And this could be a theme for Bravado, right? They aren't able to get enough money to get all the utility to mount up a proper defense. We see Wipeout is skimping out neutral, Slowy as well. He's even able to get the AWP, so we're gonna have to really select carefully where they want to be rotating and cycling their util and where they want to be taking control. But Vibing continue with their default towards middle, towards Apps and towards Banana. Nice tricky mollies for the end of Apps.
Yep, slows steady, wins the race here. Nice little default coming out of Vibrant. CT's still a little bit of util left. Oh, first frag goes the way of Slowy. No trade there for anybody. Wipeout gets the second as well, and Vibrant. Big 2 frags again to the chest. Suddenly left wanting there towards middle. Towards Apps, his tuck book. He's had quite a bit of success earlier. Certainly spoke about that Tech 9 bursting out of it.
I like what Tuckbock is doing. He's creating a bit of presence just to cement the fact that they could still be lingering around middle. Simultaneously, they'll be moving into the B bomb side. And just bear in mind, both players on CT are on the right-hand side. But now there we go. Yeah, I think it's EXC moving towards Coffins. But even though the setup looks good, it feels like they aren't really ready, sitting quite deep into CE spawn. The man, does he want to go through it? No, he's going to be nice and patient, pop shot some farmhouse bullets through the smoke and play for the retake. And bear in mind, this is a really hard side to retake, and I'm not sure that the util. There's the boost that comes out. Another game helper that you could use. Needs to be worried about the trade, but it still doesn't come through. Eventually, it does. Tianki needs to get the bomb down soon. Frozen needs to protect, and they go for the fake. Rotations are still coming in and drips and drives, but Frozen finally gets the bomb down. Tianki's takes out, and what? Plot twist! Tianki, last player surviving. 21 HP, so the shots need to be clean. Blinds himself, so he's lost that advantage. Needs to be too clean. One taps, I'm afraid.
Oh.
There we go, Flexi. Poised as ever. What's the 3rd round on the board? Man, things changed real quick there. Real quick.
Yeah, got dicey for
Frozen
a second
skill
there.
was
But
wow.
Absolutely. Now, Bravado get one on the board here. Let's have a look at the economies. It looks like still got quite a bit in the bank. Some serious economy in the bank, actually, for the side of Vibe. And they're certainly going to be able to fully purchase into this. Don't think they really have any business getting into the AWP battle. But again, Slowy was the first to open up that round last round. They converted. Now he's got that AWP.
I need
He's going down the middle.
finally. We all saw what this guy did in 2020. He was quite the menace, and he was good at it. He's gonna go for a shot down second, and he wins up the duel versus Frozen. Teaching him a lesson or two. Lately, gonna have his crack at it. This is what Bravado will be leaning on a bit, just the openers and settling and rearranging the defense from there. Full banana control. And Flexi knows it's Suckbox spamming him, like, let's be honest. Slow it.
Yep.
He's gonna go for the re-peek into middle, surely.
Certainly love doing this. We did see Bravado have quite a bit of this activity when they're cleaning up middle, looking for sort of information. Now they'll be able to confirm that, gentlemen, there's no one in this area. Be prepared for that B hit. Be prepared now. Now you see the util coming in, raining in from the T's as they execute. Players forced out towards coffins. He dropped towards oranges as well, and now Flash comes in from his support, and he's able to get one. He's able to get another EXC. Stand tall, my man. Makes this B side incredibly difficult to deal with. Slowy's there with the AWP as well. Beautifully timed, beautifully executed, beautifully pressured, and Bravado put on a fourth. And now the economy starts to crack on the side of Viben and starts to build a little bit for Bravado with that convincing of a round win. And this is what you want to see. It was two of South Africa's top CS teams going head-to-head here, but Bravado on their way back. Certainly want to get in front here. It's 5 rounds. I think for any formidable Counter-Strike team is enough to do with something like, to do with on Inferno.
100%. On the money, on the cash dollar. Driving kind of the last chance saloon here before the eco next round. If they want to continue with their success, this needs to be the round where they pick it up. It needs to be a healthy one at that. Bravado also quite struggling with the bank a little. More passive approach on the B side, a more passive setup. Slow isn't able to open up the scoreboard here, so finally Vibing get to play with 5 plays in the beginning of the round at least. Nice set piece here towards top banana.
Yep.
What's wild is like, gents will drop their util on top here for the guy, go down like you just saw now, and then re-exec the same way. And that's like, what, 50 seconds on the clock being deleted and taken away. And then you have to re-establish top banana, so quite innovative and I like it.
Certainly there's another body coming through there from the man. He's also got a smoke as well. He hears the footsteps coming in. He obviously gets rid of all of his util. Now he's going to peek. The clock is ticking. 35 seconds. Beautiful little spam through the smoke there. Coming from the man. 4 versus 5 now. And pressure. 25 seconds left. More mollies are hitting the deck. And you can just hear them burning. But also the clock is burning, tools. 20 seconds left. Finally the breach comes in. Slowy's going to jump through and do some heroics from AWP. And they don't even spam him. They don't even commit to finishing him. He's going to make things costly. I can promise you that. 2 frags eventually go the way of the T's. It's 1 versus 3. Late look is towards that headshot area, but the man peeks it, makes it look easy, and things are level. Bravado getting 5 in esports. 5.
Pretty much already make that 6, looking at finances, the balance sheet of Vibin. A lot of liability and not enough assets. That's just the AKs in the hands of the Bravado players, which becomes even more dangerous. Especially in the hands like the man and the Wipeout. We know how clinical the aim is, and not much utility ball, so it's going to be a full-on assault towards middle. The utility has been popped out, and there we go. The AK does prevail, like I mentioned. Gonna hold Mas 1 down on it. He's all alone, so he doesn't want to get isolated for too long. Never mind. No, okay, mind. It's custom with the Deagle, but only one going down, and it's a good run for Bravado. Keep their bank up, get their stats up, get their rounds up.
Yep. Certainly, and this is a formidable map for them. They've definitely got a strong T side as well, but I'm really impressed with Vibin here so far. They've really put up a tough fight. Certainly expect some more one-sided affair, but it's as close as it gets, really.
See, they're just looking for that opening frag, and that's what Bravado really rely on sometimes, getting the opening frag and playing from a spot of confidence and comfortability. Slowy, there we go, opens up the board, isolated down the bottom banana. Pretty audacious. The fact that they only had 2 players there taking control and him being in front of that wall suggests that's audacious, in my opinion. But at least they got information to play with, and I'm not too sure how many numbers he spotted. If he spotted 4 members there, it's good information to work with. But 5 clustered up and about to execute upon this B site. A molly for coffins, a flash towards the site, and it's EXC all alone and isolated. The flashbang is good, but he couldn't capitalize on the kill. Low HP in the headshot angle. He's being peppered down, and eventually B-Side crumbles and falls. There's a gap in that smoke. And there we go. That's why I love that gun, Tuckbot. Wild as ever. You can rely on him to get those kind of kills like that. And he's just got that game instinct that zones in, especially at pressurous moments. But it's a man advantage, full vibing. Oh, and they know. Two players, Stuckbox gonna call that out, and the crossfire's gonna be too good. And could there be a case where you save? In fact, hold on, it's Flexi. Never mind. He's gonna be dancing and diving with Tuckbox over here. And these guys know each other. They used to play with each other. In fact, they've won with each other. 6-6 vibe and close it up, and they even up the scoreboard. But Joe, I was about to say, there could be a case where you save in that situation, looking at the economy, especially the man. But again, it's Flexi.
Yep, each their own, right? At the end of the day, they are on the server, but something certainly could be done. It's 6-6 now, to as close as you like. Got to be thinking if you're Bravado, you're happy getting back into this game. Things looked like they were dicey for a second, and things looked like they were rough, and now you can see the confidence coming through. Pushing down middle, straight, really don't care at all. He's going to start peeking towards that banana. Frozen hasn't noticed. He's probably going to be super surprised when he realizes there is, in fact, a player holding down towards banana. Disaster. He's also, like, critically playing it so that he can get as much as possible. Slowly with the trigger discipline, it's perfect. Near perfect. Gets through for his troubles. So much information as well. And, yeah, does so much for his team there. Incredible little change of pace. I love it. Get up in your opponent's face. Get in the behind enemy lines and punish them for it. And Slowly does just that with that M4 as well. Gutsy play, but I love it.
Yeah. And he's got good instincts, Slow, and he knows when and where to poke and prod. And sometimes it would fail, but when it works, it almost guarantees you that round effectively. Man advantage, vibe, and sticking as a core, as a group, the man next to take contact towards Archers. He needs to go bigger, just stay alive at least. He's confirmed whereabouts of Vibin, so that should alert the defenders remaining on this A site. And he's going to get isolated, the man, but Flex, he's going to prod and probe. He wins out his frag. The man actually picks up one through the smoke, and it leaves Tuckbok on alone. As you can see in the mini-up, he's twisting, he's turning, he's trying to find a favorable fight, and he doesn't know where to go. The gaps have been closing, the time is weakening on his side. Easy as you'd like, that's the 7th round, Bravado. And you mentioned a comment where Bravado are happy to be in this situation, and yeah, because right now it could be worse. It started off terrible for them, and they've got themselves in the lead, especially on the CT side, and that's an important fact for me.
Yep, absolutely, and they've put quite a bit of pressure now onto the economy as well, so next rounds should theoretically become easier and easier when your opponents can't just like stack up their pockets all the way full. And yeah, Bravado, you chose the side you wanted CT. Surely want to showcase what you've got, and I believe a 9-6 would do so. I think that's something that they could potentially defend. But yeah, man, really impressed with Vibe Esports here. Also showing that the gents are still guarded.
Yeah, definitely. It's a good mixed bag, right? You got the experience and the young guns on the roster. But we're gonna see another bulk burst on our hands. This nade though, Slowy knows. They know Slowy knows, but they're still gonna go through it. They're still gonna go through with it, goals. Could be a massacre. Gets deployed, and that's the flashbang to the flick checkpoint, and there we go. Entry frag has still come through though, and it's working out once again. What? Custom.
Vintage
changes
custom.
Things. That's what we used to get back in the day, and we're still getting it, and that gives them the man advantage. That's so wild. The fact that they knew the bulk burst was coming, and Vibe knew that they knew, and they still went through it, and this is a favorable situation. It kind of forces Bravado Gaming's hand, and they want to go for this retake. One flash from EXE, let me move into the checkpoint, but the AWP angle works out, and the crossfires are good. Vibe and bring it back to even Stevens. What?
Oh, custom. My man. I hope someone clips it and puts it online and tags him. But that was dirty. I haven't seen a fling shot like that in a while. That was incredible, man. Lovely eye candy here towards the end of the first half. 7-7 now. And it is Vibing that head into this game, or this round, rather, with weapon advantage.
My goodness. And yeah. The fact that we were ready and still took an L over there. I mean, you could argue putting a player in at the back of Pit could have fixed all of that, but still, they had 3 players there, so they'll just get overwhelmed. And fantastic shots coming out of Ivan over there with their numbers. It's wild. And Slowy, he's going to try to push the envelope here towards top banana. They've cleared it out, and no one's at home to visit him. So that's going to allow the man to rotate back towards the A side. Good timing is smoke, and it's going to buy them some clock, some time to work with, and have to respect that mid-smoke for the next 18 seconds and pivot them back towards B. And Slowy, like I said, his shenanigans are nuts.
Yeah, that
The
man.
guy's going to
has
get you when you
such a
least
cannon.
expect it.
That's what I was about to say. He's got such a cannon gift, just pushing people and catching them off guard. It's actually incredible. But there,
Okay.
gets punished by
How does
Frozen.
Slowy do that?
That's going to sit. Yeah, especially after getting the advantage.
Sorry,
I don't know if
just-
you want to like, maybe collect a gun or something. But 4 versus 4 now. And they are just going to sit up, line up, and pretty much execute, I think, or they're going to burst. Looks like they're going to be executed. Okay. So, smoking off the coffin, smoking off the CT. Going to get flashed in now. And find an entry. But Bravado Gaming holding it strong. Beautiful little angle from EXC. Only good for 1. Gets traded out. 2 versus 3 now. And arguably one of the... Make it 3 versus... 1 versus 3. Oh, taken through the smoke, and just like that, Vibe and Esports have taken the half. Tools. A little bit of a shake up there, but not too bad. Bravado Gaming, you may be slapping your knees, so to speak, there for a little bit, but ultimately not too bad. I think if you're vibing, very happy. Got 8 rounds as team. Moving on to the easier side. We just need to get the same amount of rounds that we already have. We're on the easier team, and yep, we've got Bravado shook backs against the wall. But that said, our BVD shook. Tools.
They definitely shook it. Considering they lost 2 bulk bursts and 2 ecos, potentially could have changed things. And now the Bunsen burners are on. The pressure's on them, and they need to perform. They need to just step it up a little. They are your favorites in this matchup, and Vibe and have been called the underdogs, and rightfully so. Looking at the 2 rosters and their accomplishments in the previous years, but the pistol round, a lot weighs on it. I put some free information, player sitting on bulk. Really enjoying the pace at which Bravado are playing this round. Feeding up the map and forcing rotations. 2 players on this A side for Vibe and
Yeah, it's nice to see that often, like, you know, people don't just jump straight into like a pistol strat, because normally that is the case, especially on the T side. So I'm glad they just put a little bit of a default here. They're gonna throw that smoke to block off archers effectively. Gonna definitely be wrapping on B here. Just about how fast DCTs react. Do have numbers towards that B side, so fortunately for Fiben, they do have the defenses it takes to kind of run this. It all depends on how. Oh, dirty shot there from Zakbo. Looking for more. B is getting breached, and Tianki comes in for that quick support, and it is good enough. Looks towards Graveyard, not able to do so, but gunfights reign supreme from Banana as well, and 2 players left only now from Bravado Gaming, and make that 3 from Vibin. The man takes the shot towards him, and Zakbo looking for more. But it is the man and Wipeout left, and they are slowly inching their way towards Grave. Oh, beautiful little strafe jump work there. Gonna get all the way out. Perhaps gonna try and make a run. There's not enough time. Needs to get out. Boom. Both players have it. And Vibe and Esports 9-7. I'll take the pistol. It's interesting to see.
calling, good stuff.
Buy into this or not.
I'm saying it was a brilliant setup from Vibe and really good stack towards that B side. It was a gamble, but the gamble paid off. And Tuckbok and Coast surviving and stay along long enough for the rotations to come in. I just put Bravado in quite the pickle. I'm going to go for a good save. Be honest about this round. A gentleman's agreement, if you will. Okay, so this makes sense, girls. That's how you do that smoke. That's the new smoke everybody throwing these days.
Yep.
I like it. Never play apps, so never gonna use it, but I like it.
Never gonna get punished by it either. Thank goodness.
Facts. What? Okay, Frozen. That was a bit too antsy. I mean, yeah. Look, If you want to get eco, this is how you start playing, Vibin. You start playing a bit loosey-goosey over there. I think Frozen was turning around to ask for Flash to move in there. Yikes. Now they can set up a bulk burst of their own if they really wanted to. And it could potentially work out, but looking at the setup from Vibin, it looks nice, it looks good, it's concrete. The crossfires are there. Both sitting in some good spots to pivot around for multiple kills, as you can see over here. The Flash does come about, and this is the setup. This is the setup Bravado needed against their bulk burst. One deep pit and one deep inside. Because as you flush out the entrance and you're exposed to that flashbang, there's not much you can do if you're no man's line. But if you're behind, broken, at the back there and pit, if you're inside, it's not going to catch you.
This is the big round though, tools. Bravado Gaming. Slightly weaker weaponry, but they got all the util they need. No AWP just yet, but really take from Vibin. No real rifle upgrades there. I mean, still a little bit low on the cash. Fair enough. Try to play with what you got. Very slow default coming out of BVD as well.
I think the pressure is building on them, so sooner or later they're going to need to start stringing some rounds together of their own. Whether they start to be more at risk adverse is completely up to them. Looking at the weaponry in this round, potentially say they might just pick up a W, but util usage coming out of Vibin, really slowing and halting them down timelessly with the util chipping away at that clock. 1 minute left. They haven't even established brackets control.
I was going to say, the CGs have so much util left over.
And there we go, brackets established. The bomb is sitting in middle, so no decision made just as yet as to where they want to finish this round off. Good timiest Molotov, and that's going to be a good tick damage. They'll hear that, and perhaps could be a reaction coming out, and the rotation, in fact, indeed, is coming through. Sitting in CT spawn is lately. That's the tough part about being the rotator. You got to be at the right place at the right time to aid your anchors. And there we go. Tianki spots a member. The rotation should be coming in, but he needs to be good for one. And so does Frozen. In fact, they need to be good for two. The flashes are popping out, and the spots are working up. The first initial frags go in their favor, but traded out. And the smoke is going to buy them some time when the rotation does come in, but they get smoked through the smoke, and the bomb needs to be collected. 8 seconds on the clock. Custom Tuckbox are running in as fast as they can, trying to cause much distraction through the smoke, but can't make their way into the side just yet.
Yep,
Not too
really
sure.
started coming out
Decision
there
there.
from Bravado. Now they've spotted players towards that N1 area. Certainly going to just tuck in, use that crossfire to their advantage. EXC in here as well. Oh, first player goes down, but it is the EXC and both players. And now Vibin lose another. Surely you're going to have to take some sort of financial sacrifice this round. Can't just would be willy-nilly spending. Bravado within 2.
Very important round there. Sheesh. Not wait on that. Now they're able to catch up a bit on the T side. Remember, the CT side is favorable and usually where you want to be picking up most of your rounds. But as the meta change and ebbs and flows, so do the odds. Nice free kill then, slowly. This is where you start to enter the lotto. As soon as you get the kill like that, oh, the flash does come through, and not too startled they were. They weren't too startled. Not too bad. Tuckbox phases up the snot, picks up the free kill down the man. Usually that's what the man is doing, so I'm sure that's a knee slapper for him. It's my job, Tuckbox. It's mine. But anyway, that's a nice round on the board. What's the money looking like? Yeah, double save for force fire. Bit of an investment over there. Some util. I like to see utility. At least you get to just set yourselves up. I would have liked a few more flashes to make this round a bit more dangerous and potent. The smokes ideally should be rotated around certain segments of the map to buy them some time and kind of lure Bravado into a trap somewhere. Let's see how they play it out. The point of a default is to evade that said trap. Early smoke baits out and B. There we go. It's good information for Bravado to work with. I'm not too sure if they know what kind of round they're playing up against. They don't know if they've saved or forced a force ball. So a lot of caution has been exercised from Bravado.
Rightfully so, they've been closing down this lead. And you take every single round. As if it's the last off. Quite a bit of spam going through the smoke, but nothing really touching. Eventually a frag goes Bravado's way, but another in towards apartments. Oh, beautiful little swing from Tianqi. He's able to adjust as well. Beautiful hold there on the spray. Certainly going to be a disaster. Attackbox strikes with the 5-7, and that is a disaster round there. Beautiful from Vibe and Esports, just like that. Tianqi, perfectly timed push towards that apartments. Beautiful little crouch adjustment there on his spray to correct. And Attackbox, of course, with the 5-7, just feeling and looking good. And I haven't put another one on the board. What does the economy look like for Bravado is now the question. This is an important round, tools, for both teams. Both of them really, really need this badly.
Sure, man. How did that happen? A twist and tell of events. Definitely unexpected from the side of Bravado. Beautiful. I mean, that's the thing, right? The CZ versus the 5-7. It's been an ongoing fight for years. Which one is better? But it's depending on the scenario for me. As per usual, Buck anchoring this B site and swings through for Slowy, just trying to creep in and trying to take the game in his own hands, I'm afraid. And maybe the man wanted to set him up and they wanted to see if they can capitalize on maybe a blind spot here and there. Doesn't work out. Vibing or woke goals.
Yeah, I mean, just there, like Takbok just openly looking for any sort of fight, and Slowy, of course, the nature of the way that he is, of his style really is just kind of take those heads-on duels. So, yeah, again, just gets the early round advantage for Vibe, and then right now, looking like they're going to be setting up towards this B side. Don't think we're going to be seeing any sort of fake, but the CT's just smoked with middle. So as soon as this hit comes in, like they know that they can rotate, and there it comes. But these two players have to see what they can do. Molly comes down. Do they have any smokes to stop it? Custom gets the first frag. Forced to move towards Orange's. Tuckbook comes in for cover as well, but they quickly hold the position down. It is 2 versus 3 now. Certainly doable for Bravado Gaming. As you mentioned earlier, this is one of the easiest sites to hold, but I don't know, man. Calm, cool, and collected retakes always prevail right now. They do have banana control as well as CT. They are taking their time now, waiting for the smoke to dissipate here towards the CT spawn. Now it's cleared. Now we can kind of go and move together. I like this choice from Bravado. Good old bait and switch setup here. Both players tucked in towards the back of the site. Now they wouldn't expect the player to be there, but no, they spot it, they clear it, they get it. They don't have it, kids. But I think it should be good.
Close? Surely.
It's close.
We can't hear the music. Oh my goodness, so close! Oh,
It was close.
I almost felt like if you're gonna do
And there was a kid right there.
They didn't not pick it up. They chose not to pick it up. They chose violence. All right. The double
We know
dog
the
setup,
code.
we know the code. That double dog setup, I just wanted to mention, like, Flexi had lesser HP in that scenario, and he was the one who played behind the man who had more HP to work with. I'm not too sure what the idea was behind there. I felt like they should have reversed that if they really wanted that to work at Flexi. Shots frozen down. Wham bam, thank you, man. Tuckbop gets the return frag with the Cobes, but it just opens up the map a little bit more, creates some more avenues of attack as there will be blind spots, one man down the side of Vibin. They used to win an eco of their own, right? Vibin won two force buy / ecos on their T side, so I think Bravado are trying to look for their own. This is the old way of doing the bulk burst, and the flash does come out and about, and perhaps that's why we're doing the new one these days. But no, I'm kidding. They were just in really good spots. Like I said, if you sit in sight and you sit in pit, you're less vulnerable to a bulk burst. Any variation of bulk burst at that as well. But that's the 13th round on Vibin. 3 away from GG, 2 away from match point. Bravado need to just wake up a little. They're ruining my predictions, to be very honest.
Yeah, this is, I mean, certainly, I must sound like an absolute clown. I think I've gone wrong every single one, but I promise, guys, and I kind of know what
We've got a few right.
What's going on?
We've got a few right. I'm sure you got the previous one right. Yeah. Fair.
Well, yeah. We got rushed into game, and it wasn't really game, and then I kind of like froze, and then like went over to you, and then I didn't really get a prediction in.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm gonna give it to you anyway. You would have made the right choice.
At least.
All right. So Bravado Gaming setting up, taking banana control. Very passive towards apps, anticipating our ups. Maybe just playing it slow as they can. Not sure if I'm going to throw. Usually you start to see, I think, Frozen get a bit crazy with his players, a bit shenanigans here and there, taking those advanced peaks towards apps down middle. Kind of a slowy-esque approach, if you will. 59 seconds on the clock, and Bravado now only establishing brackets control. No harm, no foul. They have top banana, so I think after this they can start making decisions where they want to be finishing off the rounds and looking at the postures. Looks like they're going to be splitting towards that B site. Lately, he's going to take the onus into himself and pushing the middle, catches a sleeping Slowy. Oh man, he's going to be slapping his knee due to that. No trade comes of it, 30 seconds on the clock, so the pressure is building. They're going to be swamping up and grouping up together towards this A site. You can just see the hesitation, panning back and forth, and in the meanwhile, Vibin will be dumping the utility. It's Tiankis and Pitten. Trades do come through. Frozen picks one up of his own, but oh no, what? He goes down for free, and Flexi, he senses something through that smoke. It's tingling. Things are tingling. They're going to move in on the bomb plant. No time to rest. And do they make the right choices?
Crazy.
A TK comes through the molly. It's a disaster. Custom.
Absolute disaster. That was crazy. Out of character there. They obviously just tried to chase the bomb down. They really were sure where they felt like it was. And it's right in the corner. Yeah, Custom now. Oh, spots one player, knows the other is towards Grave. Gets him as well. It could be up to Custom here. And we did see Vintage Custom earlier. Now, gets the shot, corrects and gets stinked, but it's not enough. Custom clutches it, but that was Vibin's round to lose, and they recovered it nicely there. Custom, beautiful, impeccable shots, really calm, cool, and collected, and that is one of the calmest guys I know. Doesn't feel the pressure, and puts another one on the board. 14-9 now. Bravado Gaming looked like they had that, man. Suddenly, I mean, they were at a man disadvantage. They just gone to a site, really forced areas out of Vibe and Esports, but it is Custom that reigns supreme. Puts another one on the board and puts them within one of match point here. Bravado, how will they respond? 4 AK-47s and a MAC-10. No AWP for them. They are choosing to take up on control. That nade is going to be money. It is money.
Nade. That's a big nade, goes.
And there's another one.
Big nade. Oh, it's not,
that wasn't as big.
Not too bad.
That was rather, useless. Didn't do any damage, but smoke.
Actually,
bad call.
No, it was a bad call. Oh no, but
Spam, he didn't step far enough. Did he get blocked?
I saw the man do it the previous round. They're setting up for the B bomb side, but it's that long in the open. But anyway, they're moving in. The utility has been dispelled. It's only one member sitting in the site, and one's isolated. I think they switched through the cams there. Good Molotov. That's going to flush the play out of Dark. In fact, that's going to be a free bomb site from Bravado Gaming. And this is how it needs to go for the next couple of rounds if they want to stay in it, goals. On the side of Vibe, and maybe you save even.
Yeah, I was going to suggest to save. I mean, they do have a little bit of bucks before they can even make those sorts of decisions. Players are already going down, but I mean, this is such a peculiar hold there from the CTs. They just had one tucked in towards Dark, one tucked towards Grave in the smoke, and ultimately just ran through it. And while Bravado were already on the site, there was somebody separating the man at first, and no one peeked him. Almost like they were waiting for their team to come, but then decided to peek individually anyway. I know that Dark got flushed out of the molly, had no real choice, and obviously his teammate didn't want to just leave him hanging, but at some point it was best to just leave him hanging. I mean, they could have walked out here with 3 rifles, maybe 4, and now what do they have in the bank? Not much at all.
Yeah, even over and above that, the setup in B, it didn't complement what the idea was behind what they wanted to do. One player sitting in Dark and one sitting in Coffins. Never really seen that setup, as there's little to no crossfires. The point of a crossfire is to change the angles of attack, so they're forced to turn left or right, and they had none of that while they're moving into that B bomb site with the man disadvantage. And Vibe just weren't able to capitalize, so they've given opportunity for Bravado to move in and just try to close the gap, which they need to, because so far it's been quite deflating in terms of the composure throughout their rounds. They need to show me more, and they've bought themselves time to do so.
Yeah, absolutely. Huge round for them. And finally putting pressure on the economy of Ivan. But now, a little bit of damage done there. Onto Slowy.
Catching nades.
Yep. Fancy another B hit, yeah. Probably Bravado Gaming had tons of success with it so far. It makes complete sense. Obviously, guys from Vibe and all stacking out towards his A side to kind of taking a complete gamble, but it is in fact the incorrect one. You see that rotation can come through now. Are Bravado going to commit to this? It does look like it is some sort of double pump here. Oh, beautiful shot, the man.
Yeah, honestly, if Frozen was serious about this round, he would have counter-smoked immediately. He went for, I think, did he save the AWP? Yeah, he saved the AWP in the previous round. Had armor, had a smoke to play with. It was, what, 38 seconds on the clock and you choose not to smoke off the choke point? I don't understand that decision. I saw him playing anti-flash in coffins, so he was leaning on trying to get the kill rather than trying to play the time, play the clock, and let the game unfold naturally, is what I'm trying to get to. But at least they have 4 players remaining alive. They're able to pick up, I think, some buys the next round. Yeah, they got some money in the bank. Frozen can even afford an AWP, so they still have a decent fight the next round.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, this is the CT side economy that is so difficult to maintain, and ultimately Bravado Gaming are itching their way back here. 11-14. There's a good chance of a comeback here for sure. Bravado Gaming are gonna get their chance at it right now. Okay, this is a pivotal round, Tools. I know I keep on saying that, but this really is. If they break the back Survivor esports here, they can bring it to 14, and ultimately, that's the only time they're gonna have a response. And by then, they've already caught up. Pressure's a little bit off, and they can just do what they do best. Vibe certainly want to look at closing things out. Things pretty much start off stock standard here. Banana control being established by, being pushed by Bravado. The CTs, of course, forced a little bit back. Quite a bit of util being expended both sides. Yeah, towards this middle area, not as much of a contention point right now. Playing it really passive. Beautiful nade down towards lately. Really well positioned from Slowy there. Does enough damage. Needs to go back and fetch the bomb and then decide what he's going to be doing with his team. Right now, honest defenses all around. Vibe have got a player that is leaning towards that CT side, but that's only because of the aggressive control that they have towards the apartments on the CT position. So now the move is to walk towards middle. It's been a minute since we've seen Vado take A and kind of commit to it. And you can see that CTs are getting this feeling that they are heading towards that site and are starting to drift back into that double pit position. But can they effectively defend it as much as last time? This fake was certainly sold for $1 million. Now the real hit comes through. Slowy pops out through the smoke there like a real surprise, and he just has no idea where the players are. Flashes come through. Oh, it's a dirty little farmer's shot there from Lately, who's unable to do much more with it. He gets traded, and it's a 4 versus 4. Frozen gets a frag, but eventually Flexi trades, gets 2 beautiful pits from above through the smoke, and now it is 3 versus 2. Duckball gonna be sneaky again. We saw this earlier. Gets 1 frag. Thinks another. That was so close. It's enough for Custom. Can he get him? Both players are extremely low. If he just had a nade, just kill them both. Oh, gets 1.
Oh my goodness.
Imali. He's mollying. Oh my god, it's gonna happen. Imali's even gonna get him. Oh my god, Custom! Custom! Oh, this
What an
is I
animal.
don't even want to say vintage Custom. That is just epic.
Bro,
New
Custom
Custom.
is playing out of his mind.
New
21
Custom.
kills. Back-to-back clutches, well not back-to-back, but the 2 important clutches has been won by him, and he beat Bravado with patience in that clutch. He fell back into a deep angle, so as soon as they tried to double peek him, he had his one-on-one engagement. He had 2 of them, and he finishes with a molly in style in flames. Custom's back, and so is Tuckbok, because he's trailing right behind him in 18 kills. My goodness.
Yeah, man.
I haven't seen this
What a
form
clutch.
so long. My goodness.
And you can. I was speaking earlier to his ability to perform under pressure. And I can just imagine someone communicating, "Hey, Sean, he's low," and then he just picks up his molly, throws it into the sight, and it's done. Good round. I mean, what an insane clutch. That is absolutely against the run of play, and Custom puts them on match point. How to provide a responder tools. Take us through it.
This is the round they need to win. I mean, they're going to break the economy if they move in and they win this round. The exit comes about, but again, dislocated the two players on this B bomb start. So first player is isolated. Custom gets two. He goes huge. Otakbok rolls in through the smoke, aids him, the beds his calls and goals. This is match point. Bravado Gaming on the cusp of getting defeated and knocked out of this tournament. It's Slowy and Flexi to recover this round, but the rotations are in 4 versus 2 on this B-bomb side. Man, it's gonna have to be a massive blunder. Tenki, Soupston, and Custom. Is he really gonna close it out? But no, it's gonna be Tuckbok, and brilliant performance come out of Vibe Esports. A massive upset, ruining my predictions. Everyone's prediction goals, let's be very honest. But my God, you can't help but say Custom MVP in that matchup.
Can't believe it. Can't believe it. That was insane, man. Custom, huge plays, beautiful clutches, and ultimately just a brilliant individual performance. I mean, we're really looking for someone to stand out for Vibe and to upset Bravado. Like, I don't think we've seen an individual that like stole the match like that so far. That was really big rounds, and ultimately they shut down arguably one of the better teams in the country and continue and progress through early. I mean, certainly a shock to me. Vibe and Esports, man. Really enjoying them play. Really glad to see Custom, Tuckbok, these sorts of guys getting the games they're getting and having the performances they're performing. Really warms my heart, and ultimately GG to them and commiserations to the big team that is Bravado Gaming.
Yeah, 100%. And you can just see, I think Bravado need more time. And it's not like they don't have strats. It's not like they don't have coordination, but it's composure that I think they were missing in some instances in that matchup, especially going to the late ends of the certain rounds, especially towards the A side. It got dislocated, it got broken apart, and Custom with those retakes, those clutches. The desk, please break that down for us.
Don't worry, we got you. We are definitely going to break down this insanity of a game, a massive upset with Vibin taking the win over the much talked about Bravado Gaming. Before we get into that, let me remind you one last time for today, the $50 that is up for grabs to be added to your Steam wallet. All you have to do is go on gaming.lenovo.com. You can either post a clip from the broadcast or you can go and vote for your favorite team. And while you're there, make sure you go and browse around for some other offers. All right, analysts, I know this is something huge to be talked about here. Both of you being confident that Bravado Gaming is going to be the one who's going to be smashing it out there. But we had a completely different outcome. How does it feel to be wrong to that extent?
more
I got
coughing.
to roast you.
No more coughing today.
All I can say is just wow. BYBN, to be honest, they dominated, they exploded, and they destroyed Bravado, to be honest. And their aim was literally on spot. Their synergy, their commitment, their chemistry is just something that is different. Like, with all my respect to all the teams that have played today, like VYBN just showed us something that is different from the rest of the other teams. Like, the way they enter, the way they commit, the way they trade the kills, the way they aim is just something that is different. Unexpectedly, Bravado lost the game, even though like VYBN won against an experienced, super experienced team. They showed us something that is so different. Like, the timings that they go and aim, they played it so perfectly. Like, to be honest, I don't have any other comment to say that VYBN just impressed me so much that today they showed me that they're the best team, to be honest.
Definitely, and especially since we weren't really expecting this kind of gameplay from Vibin with their previous game. If you remember, they were against ATK. They did win by a lot, but we were still not convinced, right? You told us perhaps we need to see more from them, but today, indeed, they have shown that they can provide good CS, especially with such a monster team that we have talked about numerous times. Bravado Gaming going down to Vibin Esports. Sammy, tell me your thoughts.
I mean, it's not a shock. I mean, I'm not shocked.
What do you mean it's not
I'm
a
not shocked.
shock?
Sorry, I'm not shocked by the way that Bravado really played.
Viben really handled it down. It was truly surprising. By the way, they actually just played together. Their B executes were really on point. I mean, the thing that really surprised me about Bravado was their CT retake was really not really good. It wasn't Bravado that we've seen this game. They were not just really retaking when they lost B together, dying in spots where it is pre-fireable. There's some angles that when you like you should check, and these are the angles that Bravado were playing at, and it was really surprising. Hats off to Viben. Viben showed us the explosiveness. Uh, I'm speechless to be honest. By the way they played were really amazing. Viben handled it down. True gameplay. I mean,
And you saw also the after plant position of Bravado, like one in graveyard, one in site.
yeah, that round was really. I don't know how. Why would the graveyard peak? It's something that we shouldn't expect from Bravado, such a high level team, to actually peak in a 2v1. I mean, 2v1 is all about peek on my contact, just try to waste time, play alone, try not to be seen. I don't know. There are many things gone so bad for Bravado. Good game, to be honest, for Viben.
You know, honestly, this is what we were waiting for, a game that would leave our analyst desks speechless. And hopefully, we'll be able to help you guys talk a bit more about the game with the player stats. And there was one player that we did see stand out very much so. Our MVP, we would say, the custom, just massacring it out there with 23 kills as top fragger for Viben Esports. For Bravado, we will also commend Flexi with 18 kills on the top of the list in their team. What can you tell us about the scoreboard?
I mean, Custom really had an amazing game. It clearly shows that he was the superstar of them. He's the man of the match. I mean, uh, Bravado is the main issue here. Was it Bravado actually playing or someone else? Because it was not their gameplay. Uh, really, Viben, all due respect, they had really amazing stats so far. As you can see, 23 kills, 22 kills. But Bravado didn't perform as expected. Uh, it was clearly shown in the game with their after plants, with their way of holding B. I mean, Viben really had really good explosive B rounds. Uh, Stats really speak for itself. Viben, amazing stats. Bravado, hard luck.
Shakito, do you have anything to add based on what Sami said?
Yeah, for the Vipen esports, as I said, their aim was on spot. If you notice from the headshot percentage, like the minimum of them had 60% headshot percentage, which is something like amazingly like done. Like their aim was literally on spot. Their aim, like they had so much confidence. The way I saw it, like when they're executing, they're like literally like they're committing so hard that they want to prove to the other teams that hey, we're over here. We want to win this tournament. We want to prove ourselves. We are gonna be the best team that uh, like South Africa is gonna ever have. And to be honest, I would agree with them. Today they showed me something that the other teams didn't have. The way they commit with each other, the way they trade the kill, the way they work and the way they communicate with each other is something that is I haven't seen it in any match today. And I was really impressed. And I hope they keep it up till they win the final or they reach to the same final and do the same thing.
One more point also is talking about Bravado. They have, in my opinion, the best two players is EXE and Sloye. So Sloye, the Oper, we've seen a good start from him, like the run boost on mid, some picks on B. It was not enough. I mean, to be an Oper in this game is to actually deliver, to create space, to create opportunities for your team to actually handle it. It was not enough by Sloye and EXE. I mean, I was expecting a better performance because actually he is the most experienced in the lineup. He's the most international experienced. So I don't know. These two players need to actually deliver us more products, but it was not delivered.
Well, let's go back to the fact that Inferno was picked for this matchup. So could we go back to the fact that in saying that Viben did the right thing by picking the map that even though Bravado excelled in Inferno, they watched their gameplay, they saw their weaknesses, and they attacked them, and they used that against them. So can we say that that's a good idea on Vibant's part
So
now?
right now, you always ask us for prediction. Now we need to include you in the prediction because what you said was actually really true. Is that I differed by saying that Bravado has the upper hand. It's not gonna matter, but what you said is actually true, and Viben really actually read them. They had a read on them. They knew what their weaknesses are, what they are gonna be expecting to come into this matchup. Hats off to Viben and you as well.
Thank you very much. I do appreciate being seen as equals, but of course, you guys are our analyst desk, and predictions can always go wrong.
Yes.
And especially when they go wrong in this manner, it's not even something to be upset about. It's something to be super excited about, and we just can't wait to see how they're going to be performing in the quarterfinals, and hopefully have the chance to get their hands on the prize pool that we have from Legion by Lenovo. Just to remind you guys once more, it is $12,000 for first place, $5,000 for second place, and $3,000 for third place. Now, once again, that's a lot on the line. The teams have shown that they are working for it. They have been practicing for it. They were doing their research like Vibin did today. They did their research on Inferno with Bravado, and it worked off. It
Good
pulled
job.
off for them. Good job to them. And just to remind you guys, for the finals schedule, Egypt, Morocco, Tunisia have already completed theirs. And today we have come to an end for South Africa, Kenya, and Nigeria for their quarterfinals. Tomorrow we will be back for the 18th of January for the semifinals and 19th of January for the finals. And once again, the final moment, the grand finals, will be on the 20th of January. Just to remind you guys, it will be both in English and Arabic. You can alternate between the two languages. All you have to do is go down to the description box below. So that's the end of our broadcast. It ended in a bang, wouldn't you say? One of the most exciting games that we've had this whole
Upset.
tournament.
One of the biggest upset.
Most definitely. It was fantastic way to end the day. Do you have anything else to add before we end our schedule?
I would like to say amazing day. A surprising ending. However, now semifinals coming on tomorrow. I mean, you need to strap that seat belt and just go for a ride tomorrow. It's gonna be amazing. It's gonna be crazy semifinals, to be honest. Now you have the best of the African region. We're gonna expect maybe 3 maps with overtimes. Now is the time to actually expect what you've been waiting for.
Shakira, do you have anything to say before we end?
Well, it's sad that Provado lost, but I'm really happy for PYBN because they played an experienced team and they dominated in it. And right now they should prove their point why they deserve to be in the semifinals and why they deserve to reach to the finals. And I hope they show us the great match tomorrow, and as well as the other teams. I wish them all the best. Focus well, practice well, and this is no joke, and I hope you win the tournament.
Thank you so much, Sami and Shakito, for analyzing with us in this tournament. And thank you for Goals and Lighter for the amazing casting. I know they were so tired today, especially with the last game. They spent all their energy on it. So hopefully they get a well-deserved good night's sleep and be back fully energized for tomorrow. My name is Arshi. This is sponsored by Legion by Lenovo. And we will be back tomorrow for our semifinals. So make sure you guys stay tuned.
The smoke exists. He doubles up. Can he get the triple?